Gata, ce? Da, marșul rugame, значит, можно начинать. Colegi, bună dimineața! Noi suntem mai puțini pentru că suntem în ziua a doua, dar poate și este dimineață. Respectiv, bine ați venit. Welcome. We're speaking in English. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot. Sorry for that. Because I came to somebody and asked in Romanian, and I don't speak Romanian to the lady. So sorry for that. Welcome to the second day of the event. We have fewer people, but second day is usually that we have fewer people, or maybe it's just in the morning and people will come up for different sessions. Anyways, I think we had a very good day yesterday with speakers and interesting topics and interesting key facts that we have heard and learned. I'll give the word for the opening to our colleague and partner in crime, Anatoly Motkin, and then we can kick off for the other sessions.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you for coming for the second day. Today we have more practical issues, so we have issues about startups. We have a panel on education, new education for new economy, which is also, as we said yesterday, the knowledge-driven economy is about education. So what has to be done to be prepared for the new age? And we have yesterday Fahad, our keynote speaker, actually demonstrated what we're up to. So, and also we have panel about Central Asia and Eurasia, how it could be integrated into the bigger IT picture and how Moldova could be part of this big picture, as we mentioned yesterday. So thank you for coming, and let's start.
And the first, I'll need the help of our technical team to have the chairs on the scene. So the first panel that we want to start with will be focused on the brain drain and how do we change the brain drain to a brain gain. Until we actually have the setup, we don't need that chair. We don't need that chair. Just the 5. The gray ones only. Thank you. I'm sorry, everybody online also hears the chairs and everything. We need that chair? Ah, okay, sorry, we need that chair as well. Then it's my issue. Anyways, so our first session will explore critical issues for tech services in Eurasia, the shortage of qualified specialists, how do we address that, what are the key points to be done, and what different countries try to do in order to help their industries grow or at least stay stable. I'd like to invite State Secretary Catalina Plinsky as the moderator of the Future Tech and Service Labor Market in Eurasia, from brain drain to brain gain. And do you want me to introduce the other speakers? I can introduce, yeah. Irina Stamatovic, project coordinator in HELP, in implementing partner of Helvetas in economy. Eugenia Danu, president of ABSL Moldova and executive director of Dopomoga Group. Vasile Putina, chief technology officer at Pentalog, the newer vice president of technology at Globant. And Pavel Liber, CEO of Nation's digital platform. So welcome on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for the kind introduction. Welcome everyone on the stage. I guess we have more chairs than needed. Okay. Yes. Bună ziua. I guess so. Good. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for accepting this invitation and for being with us today. The subject that we are going to address today is of very high importance for Moldova in this regard, and also for the regional level too. I would like to start this discussion with a short introduction of the Moldova situation, with the key indicators of our labor force, especially in ICT sector and in services sector. So I would kindly ask the technical team to give me the slides, if possible. Yep. So before we get the slides, I just want to make a quick overview of the subject that we are going to discuss today, because the economy across Eurasian countries faces a critical shortage of qualified specialists, particularly in the tech and service sector, somehow driven by the brain drain as professionals migrate to West. So this session will explore strategies to enhance skills development, create career development opportunities, retain local talent, and engage the diaspora. Additionally, we will address the impact of AI on the workforce market in the region. So speaking about the Republic of Moldova's situation, according to the latest data published by the National Bureau of Statistics for the second quarter of the 2024, the labor force amounted 900,000 people, representing a decrease of 3.7% compared to the second quarter of 2023. At the same time, the employed population was over 800,000 persons, 3.8% less than in the second quarter of 2023. While the unemployment rate had a slight decrease by 0.5% and amounted 3.9% in the second quarter of 2024. What's the situation in the ICT sector? In the ICT sector, according to the latest data available, we have more than 33,000 employees. This was the data at the end of 2023. The ICT sector contributed 6.7% to the GDP in 2023. Out of this total, more than 24,000 employees are employed in companies which are residents of the Moldova Innovation Technology Park. And the annual average growth of people that are employed in Moldova Innovation Technology Park is representing more than, I have a screen here. That's good to know. And the annual average growth of people employed in the sector, especially in Moldova Innovation Technology Park, is representing 2,900 people. While the universities, the university graduates or the students that are going to be the part of this labor force is around 4,200 students in IT, both bachelors and masters. What's the situation in the services? Well, we have indicators from 2022, and the share of employed population working in services was 56.7%, quite big. The share of services in GDP was 58.8%. Moldova's service export share is the third biggest among its main competitors. So I guess from the data that I presented here today, you got an idea that Moldova is also facing this brain drain, because all the indicators in the IT sector, in the service sector, in the ICT sector mainly, faced a decrease in the recent years. We are also facing this immigration towards West, and today we are going to address the solutions of this situation at the regional level, and to see how can we together, using our private and public partnerships, address this challenge and prepare our specialists and our students for the challenges of the future. So again, thank you so much everyone for being part of this panel today. I would like to ask the first question to Ms. Irina Stamatovic, the right pronunciation. Ms. Stamatovic, could you please tell us, from a human rights and ethical perspective, how do you view the impact of brain drain on the tech and service labor markets in Eurasia? What strategies should governments consider to ensure that talent migration doesn't widen inequality in these sectors?
Good morning, everyone. I guess you can hear me. Thank you for organizing this, and it's a great honor to be part of this panel. Always a tough question to start with, so I hope I will wake you up with some perspectives, but I don't think coming from Balkans, I'm from Montenegro, is a great place to answer this question, because this is the same struggle that we have in both of the regions of Eastern Europe or Western Balkans, and brain drain is something that poses not only a great challenge for our economy, but great challenge for future generations and for general state in countries and in the region as well. But having that experience maybe puts me in this position to speak about it as something that is really realistic and really real, and something that, in a way, we all felt on our skin, maybe not in our own cases, but the cases of our friends, relatives, families, and so on. In that case, if we're speaking about our best friends, we always want them to have the best possible life they have and to reach their full potential. It's an easier road to pack one or two, or depending how much of a fashionista you are, suitcase, and leave the country. But to take the road less taken and to stay in your home country was quite challenging, no matter if we're speaking about either one of the regions. And now this is a comma, and after comma begins the truth. And with the development of the technologies and the fact that they are taking over, they are posing a great promise for retaining the local talent. The future of work is a term that I think we've all got ourselves familiar with, and the fact that the general worldwide labor market is changing, and technology-driven technology-driven AI revolution is changing how the work and labor looks like, and introducing freelancing, introducing the fact that you can, well, thanks COVID for that, but work from home concept is something that promises the retain here. As per the governments and what I've learned since I came here, the flat rate of tax and some things that you are doing here in Moldova are amazing and can be a great example to be used all around the region and retaining that talent. One more thing, and I'll try to be brief and use my proposed time, is you ask what it is like from a human rights perspective. And there are many levels, but let's stay, because of the time consumption, with the two perspectives when it comes to human rights. There is this legal perspective and the obligation of the states when it comes to human rights, and there is another very much important perspective on that, which is a value. If we are looking at human rights from the value perspective and we are accepting them as values within our society, then strategies like inclusion strategies, employing the the most disadvantaged, women and youth, opportunities in this sector, regardless of any category, but only your talent and your capacities, is actually the future of this. So I would conclude by saying that this technological revolution, even though it's a big driver for economy, it's knowledge-driven and value-driven revolution, and it is something that we should be quite aware of. And if we're speaking about values, then we need to rely on the pillars of human rights.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I guess, this problem of brain drain doesn't need a validation. We all know, all the countries in the region know that this is a problem and we have to address it, and we have to create opportunities to retain talent in our countries and to make sure that we use the issues and the challenges that we face and transform them in opportunities for the future generations. So thank you so much, and thank you for focusing on the fact that values and focusing on values, it's something important in government strategies. I would like also to invite our second speaker, Mr. Eugenia Danu, to speak about how organizations and the civil society can help and contribute to this creating of these opportunities to retain the local talent in the countries. And we are also inviting our support team to help us with the translation. Thank you so much.
Здравствуйте, добрый день, bună ziua, hello. Thank you, Olga, for your support for me, because my English in process. Thank you. Добрый день всем. Очень приятно быть приглашенными на такой интересной теме, хотя эта тема как раз-таки касается напрямую нас. Да? Как каждый из нас постоянно задумывается о том, как в нашей маленькой стране создать независимое, прогрессивное, не только будущее, но и настоящее. Как нам это сделать? Очень много вопросов, очень много проблем и препятствий для этого. Но мы хотим предложить практические шаги для того, чтобы стать прекрасной, свободной и прогрессивной страной. С людьми, которые остаются дома, с людьми, которые возвращаются из других стран в Молдову и строят свое настоящее и будущее здесь, в Молдове.
Good morning, dear guests and dear colleagues. My name is Olga Levitskaya. I'm Executive Director for ABSL Association. So it will be a pleasure for me to support the English traduction of Evgenia. Evgenia said that she is very pleased to meet you and to talk to you today. So nowadays we have a lot of how. The first how is about how could we support our country and how could we organize not the only future but the present time when our country can break through for a progressive, independent, digital, and just happy, not only future but present too. How we could protect our population from the subject of our item of our panel, brain drain. Moldova was suffering a lot, and how we could give an alternative for our population instead of low quality job somewhere else, living here, paying taxes and being with their country, their family, and for some decent salary.
Давайте поговорим об ассоциации ABSL, которую мы с Ольгой сегодня представляем. Это международная ассоциация, если можно попросить слайд перенести. Да, спасибо большое. Если коротко, но очень о важных моментах нашей ассоциации, это международная ассоциация, которая представляет компании, занятые в сфере бизнес-услуг. И мы молодая ассоциация в Молдове, но с огромным потенциалом. И мы объединяем в себе пока что небольшую часть компаний в Молдове, предоставляющие эти услуги, но в будущем мы этим будем заниматься и увеличивать количество и вовлекать, привлекать и приглашать все компании. Что такое ABSL? Или что такое бизнес-услуги? Или кто мы такие вообще? То есть это услуги, которые предоставляются дистанционно. То есть мы компании, предоставляющие IT-услуги, это услуги по организации логистики, это консалтинговые услуги, которые включают в себя и HR, и бухгалтерские услуги, практически все услуги, которые можно предоставлять удаленно. О чем это говорит? Это говорит о том, что, находясь в Молдове, наши люди могут работать из дома, наслаждаясь жизнью, семьей, видя, как растут дети, радуясь каждому моменту, проведенному в семье, при этом зарабатывать очень приличные заработные платы и развиваясь сами в нашей стране и развивая нашу экономику. Если говорить...
Thank you very much. ABSL, it's an international association. It exists in a lot of countries, especially in Europe, as well as Central and Eastern and Western. Moldavian ABSL association is young, but with a huge potential. What you will see very, very shortly. Now. What is this about? So ABSL regroup the members having this staff or organizing this stuff, working from Moldova. The principal idea is very simple. COVID and all the crises taught us that it's possible now to do a lot of job a remote way. So our members have some staff working remote way from Moldova without leaving Moldova, without being separated with their family and so on. So they are working in Moldova, they're working for all over the world. It can be Europe, can be China, America, and we will have some examples about. They are not obliged to leave Moldova. They are working, they are paying the taxes here, and have some good salaries. So we will talk about it later.
Я здесь даже хочу добавить еще такой момент, что буквально вот даже вчера на выступлении наших коллег из Инвест Молдова мы узнали, что наш сектор, BCC-сектор, да, заработные нашего сектора практически идут рука об руку с уровнем заработных уровней, с заработными уровнями в сфере IT, и составляют в 3-4 раз больше, чем уровни заработных плат, среднего уровня заработной платы Молдовы. Да. Поэтому здесь, то есть мы наглядно можем понимать, насколько это интересное направление и насколько это привлекательное для работников.
Just the introduction. So, the very freshly statistic coming from the panel yesterday, the salaries in BSS sector can be comparative now, can be compared with IT sector in Moldova, 3-4 times more than average salary in Moldova. So it's just a figure example proving what we said before.
Okay.
I understand you prepared the slides, the presentation, so I won't interrupt you. Just please go on.
Okay, thank you. Мы хотели бы еще затронуть с Ольгой и с коллегами вопрос о значении диаспоры в экономике нашей страны. Сейчас это очень актуальная тема. Очень большой объем работы ведется непосредственно нашими государственными структурами по работе с диаспорой. И мы видим в этом очень большое преимущество для нашей экономики и в принципе, и для нашей диаспоры в том числе. Что хочу отметить. Это все очень здорово. Идем в правильном направлении, делаются правильные вещи. Но есть один момент, как будто бы в середине чего-то не хватает. Да? Мы говорим нашей диаспоре, как здесь хорошо, насколько у нас приемлемые, интересные, благоприятные условия для жизни, для создания бизнеса, для инвестирования, для развития. Но как этим всем воспользоваться? И мы здесь приходим с конкретным инструментом, практичным, удобным. Мы можем быть каналом для того, чтобы все эти идеи и мысли реализовать. Мы можем быть, как ассоциация, посередине между диаспорой, которая готова делиться своим опытом, с диаспорой, которая хочет инвестировать в Молдову, с людьми, которые готовы вернуться, наработав опыт за рубежом, вернуться и жить дальше в Молдове, и не понимает, как это сделать. С диаспорой, которая хочет построить бизнес и, может быть, вернуться или на расстоянии вести его. И диаспора, которая, может быть, устала находиться за рубежом, делать низкоквалифицированную работу и хочет вернуться домой для того, чтобы развиваться, для того, чтобы строить карьеру по-настоящему, с высоким уровнем оплат в Молдове. Чем мы можем здесь быть полезными?
Супер. Diaspora, very concrete information. Evgenia said that there is actually, this item is very, very well known, and we talk about a lot of, all media talk about it. So it's very nice, but concrete way of integration, we are not sure that it's enough clear for diaspora. By the way, I was working 21 years in France, and I'm a representative of this diaspora being back. So our association presenting some special, very concrete channels. You can see it at the screen. So we are working by different directions: business, investment, knowledge sharing, professionals, workforce, and so on. So we replace just very nice and very important blah, blah, blah by very concrete way of doing and very concrete channels of collaboration with diaspora.
Мы уже очень долго говорим, надеюсь, вам было очень интересно. Давайте закругляться. И на завершение такими несколькими вишенками на торте пройдемся по практичным примерам кооперации, сотрудничества с нашей диаспорой и что нам это вообще может дать, да, как стране. Вот на слайде вы можете посмотреть пример, когда наши ребята, коллеги, ребята из Америки, которые приобрели там определенный опыт, открывают компании с рабочими местами, более тысячными компаниями и с заработными платами в Молдове, которые составляют от 2 до 3 тысяч долларов чистыми на руки. То есть можете себе представить, да, средний уровень зарплаты в Молдове и реальные заработные платы ребята получают, работая из Молдовы на внешние рынки. Я здесь уже не буду, да, говорить, сколько преимуществ это дает и для развития рынка, да, это обмен опытом и так далее. Но факт остается фактом.
So, very concrete example about American diaspora. Principally, it arises from a sector of transport and logistics, but not the only. The last year, it was created 1,000 of working place in Moldova with average salary from $2,000 to $3,000. So, just for illustration, what we were talking about, the concrete way of working with American diaspora gives the concrete fruits. So.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the...
Мы здесь хотели бы немножко информативно показать сферы, которые покрываем, да. То есть все это входит в нашу ассоциацию, и мы сейчас находимся в активной агитации привлечения компаний, поэтому мы будем рады поговорить, пообщаться с любой желающей компанией, которая хочет войти в нашу ассоциацию, пользуясь случаем. Да? И на финал я бы хотела отметить, что мы часто получаем такие вопросы: а в чем проблема? Если у вас так хорошо, если все так замечательно, почему не такой большой наплыв людей, которые все-таки хотят вернуться в Молдову? Чего не хватает? Я бы хотела сказать, что сейчас у нас все хорошо, мы находимся на нужном этапе, мы делаем правильные шаги, и у нас будут хорошие результаты в этом плане. Единственное, что здесь важно обратить внимание, что тесная коллаборация, улучшение условий надежности, безопасности, как с точки зрения государственных организаций, которые очень интенсивно работают в этом направлении, и работа, коллаборация ассоциаций разных сфер и из разных направлений будет давать как раз-таки тот результат, что люди с большим доверием и с большим интересом будут смотреть в нашу сторону, в сторону нашей страны, и с большим интересом будут возвращаться и строить свои семьи здесь, в Молдове.
So we are crossing a historical moment, Moldova. You know all the autumn agenda, and we are crossing this very important moment. Our association is trying to give our hummingbird part share for this future and past and present development, and we are working with the government. We are working with other institutional status institutional. We are working hard. We will continue this direction, and we are sure that it will give the results for, as Evgenia said, progressive, independent, digital, and just happy future.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this presentation. I guess, well, 2 points to mention here. The first one is that it's good to hear from a business association that you think that we are going in the right direction and doing the right things now, and we are quite at a good stage now for the development of our market. I'm going to also say that you described very well the situation with the diaspora and our people that are working and living abroad that are reconsidering to come back in Moldova and to find a job here. I was also part of the diaspora, well, for 2 years, but it seems like a whole life for me. You know, I know very well how is it to be back and to search for a job and to try to contribute to the change. The reason why me and other teenagers like me left in that year is that we were searching for for good opportunities, for better opportunities to develop, for better opportunities to create and grow your professional life and personal life, also the income and many other reasons. And the next question I would like to address is to Mr. Putina, linked to this, to what I just said, because I know that you are putting much big effort to create opportunities and development of opportunities and to create opportunities for this brain gain in your company. Could you please tell us more about how you foster this innovation culture and development culture of your talent? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks everyone for coming. I know it's not obvious to come here in the morning, but thanks for being here. So probably I would have a bit a different perspective on this topic because many of us here would discuss about people and HR and so on and so forth. And of course, great people want to work with great people. So that's why we are investing a lot in capitalizing our know-how. And what we are doing is we are actually building groups called Studio inside Globant. And the studio is mostly, I would say, a pool of expertise which is helping the company to develop and to boost and to create new knowledge around this specific direction. It could be around AI, it could be around a specific engineering practice, it could be around product development and so on and so forth. And everything is coming with the great support behind, so we are creating our own content to support the development, providing mentorship, and so on and so forth. But what's a bit new in the formula is the AI, which is kind of changing everything. And there are two ways of approaching it. It's either to be afraid of and like thinking, I'm still safe in my job or not, or start partnering with the AI to do something. And of course, we are in the second scenario, because Globant is investing in AI since, like I would say, 10 years now. And it's not just after the boom with generative AI, but it's working on the foundation. And we are thinking about improving the lives of our people so that they could have more time to be relevant to the market, to invest in their learning path, as well as spend more time with the users of the products they're building and with the customers they're working with, right? And that's, a nice perspective to see ways of supporting the innovation. So first of all, to start thinking about something big, you have to clean up a bit the agenda. It doesn't make sense to think about, innovation and learning when you are booked for many months, as many of us are doing now, right? And to do it, we started to build different kind of tooling to support the productivity of our teams. So initially, it started by building different kind of tools around AI, either to support and to boost the development process, the testing, to support the product owners on different kind of activities, for example, generate mockups and so on, and to accelerate the process. And of course, that still helps our teams to be much more productive, and that's allowing them to spend more time on what really matters. And now we are even going at the next level. Just having tools, we said it's not enough. So we are creating so-called agents. So agents could be seen like an assistant in being very good at doing something, but autonomously, you see? So you could imagine like having a good development team working together with AI agents. Some of AI agents would fix bugs because no one really likes routine. And our agent is able to read the documentation, to read the code, and to see if something is really going wrong, propose a fix, and the development team will just have to accept it, eventually learn from it. And we are, going in this direction also on the testing part, the same on the product ownership activities, and so on. And for me, that's a nice way of supporting the innovation. It's a nice way of helping our people to stay relevant on the market, which is a global market now. And I think having, this kind of programs with, the possibility of accessing nice projects, which are kind of from everywhere, and we are providing quite nice opportunities to work with big names on very challenging projects. Everything is supporting, people in a good way to have more freedom to choose. At the end, our goal is not to make them stay here in Moldova. So we want them bring, value. We want them bring options. And at the same time, we here in Moldova have to be attractive for them. And that's what we are doing. So we are helping them in many ways so that they could decide. Hopefully, some of them to stay here, some of them eventually to relocate, learn, come back. And all options are okay as soon as, personally is good and the businesses are going in the right direction as well. Yeah, there is much more to say, but probably we have a limited time here.
I'll get back to you with another question in a few minutes. It's really nice to know that in Moldova we have companies that provide these opportunities of development and such tools and working groups and mentorship and nice projects to work on. And I hope that the great people, as you mentioned, that are listening to us today in this room and online are already searching for a job in our company. Yes, but we, as the people that are interested to contribute, and we are not, working in some IT companies, but we have the knowledge and we have the ideas and we have the initiative, but don't know where to contribute. I guess Mr. Lieber can answer to this question and can tell us more about the national digital platform, the role that you play in mitigating the brain drain and creating opportunities for both local professionals and those in the diaspora. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, my name is Pavel, and I'm happy to be here. And actually, I think the audience in the morning of second day is the most engaged audience. And that's great because we're going to talk about engagement, seriously. So my background is IT, and since 2020, I work a lot in civic tech area, and we implemented lots of digital product to work with diaspora, and we implemented it for 2 cases, for Belarus people who left country after 2020, it's up to 500,000 people, and also for Ukrainian people who had to leave their homes after war started, and the goal was to support diaspora. And actually, our tools are focused on supporting diaspora, because it's great to have these programs of how to return people back. But let's be realistic, not everyone will be returned back. A lot of people will stay abroad, and it's great to have connection to these people. It's great to actually work with them. It's great to push them contribute back to motherland, because it's very important. It's actually crucial for Belarus, because there's just no other people, right? People who left were the most engaged, most pro-democracy, with great values, entrepreneurs, and we don't have any other people. We need to keep this connection to them, right? But it's a good question how to keep this connection, because when there is some emotional wave, when something happens, right? Protests, war, something like terrible, like everyone is connected, everyone is engaged, everyone is ready to contribute, but then this wave goes back, right? And we understand that it's really hard to motivate people to come to the digital platform, because they have their day-to-day routines, they're thinking about their day-to-day lives, they have local kindergartens, they have local schools. It's really hard to set these bridges to these people. And that's where digital platforms actually can help us, And I'm a big fan of technology. Technology is incredible, technology is amazing, but technology always goes second because people goes first, right? Technology also should support some existing processes. And when we're talking about processes, let's think of how we can set up these bridges to the diaspora, right? So you can't just say, okay, here is digital platform, come and contribute to a motherland, right? No one will come, no way. You can't say, okay, you all should be like proactive, social, you should understand that it's important, still no one will come. Right? So you need to set up relations. So, and that's why I'm talking about engagement, right? Because it's about relations. Just try to remember, like in mind your dates, right? Your first date, your second date, your third date. Probably it was something, it started in cafe, it started during some concert, in cinema, right? Something connected to culture, right? So culture is the first effective funnel of how you can invite your diaspora. And that's what we passed with both people from Belarus and Ukraine when we started aggregate on digital platform events from their nations, like Belarus events, Ukrainian events, businesses, some exhibitions, etc., etc. People started come to collaborate together around this culture layer because it's neutral, it's understandable. Everyone liked to come to concert, to visit his favorite group, etc., etc. So we had video in the slide. So if there is a chance to play start inside this mobile phone, then probably we will see how it can work in real implementation.
Putem porni video?
Not sure if it will. Oh yeah. So no, thank you. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, so you see, so we, like being a person, I'm originally from Belarus, where I live in Lithuania since 2020. And actually having this platform and having mobile application and implementation, I can see different groups that come in my city. I can see different meetups, kids clubs, etc., etc. I become part of community. Community is a key here because when you build in this warm community by different interests, by different potential engagements, that can help you to bring people to a platform. And actually talking about our experience, we managed to invite more than 100,000 people in digital space, specifically from diaspora, to make sure that actually they are connected together. And it's just top of funnel to build this warm community. And our experience for 4 years is that you need to start it with very warm stuff, like culture, businesses, services, etc., etc., something that brings real value, because at the end of the day, it's always about some real value for people. Good, and we have next layers, but we will talk about that later, probably.
Thank you. Well, 100,000 of people brought together. This is an impressive achievement. In what period, if you?
It's actually since 2020, and actually we were moving step by step because, look, we were passing this iteration. Initially it was, hey, let's invite everyone. Didn't work like so. Okay, so let's try to understand what we need to do to invite everyone. Okay, and after that some real processes start.
I see. Well, maybe that's a good idea also for our bureau with, for a relationship with diaspora to have such a platform and to make sure that everyone is included and feeling part of a community, of a broader community that also connects you with the homeland. Thank you. I'd like to get back to Ms. Stamatovic and ask what is your opinion on everything that was discussed today, and to somehow try to gather together all the information that was said today here on this stage, and tell us what is your opinion, what we should do to make sure that we can adapt and make sure that the talent is well prepared for the challenges of the future and for the new emerging technologies that are included in our day-to-day life, and of course, work. What should we do to make sure that we do not skip the train in this regard?
Thank you so much. Well, I said the first question was challenging. This one is even harder to answer. But we've discussed not only today, but also yesterday about bridging the gap and bridging the gap in skills. And we talked a lot about skills that are essential to strive in whatever field you're working on, and having AI as your co-pilot, as your assistant, as somebody who makes your life and work easier in order to achieve greater results. It also needs to be seen from a wider perspective, when we need to think about it from a potential side, that it holds a potential not only for upskilling, but also for upskilling and reskilling. And I think if you include that idea into your perspective, it is about not only bridging the gap, but using the full potential. And I think it's what we are all talking about here. And since we are talking about skills, I'll try to briefly, if we understand this concept of skills, divide it into, as it usually is divided, hard and soft skills. So, artificial intelligence, digitalization holds a great potential for learning a lot of hard skills, and upskilling in that area is an amazing potential for all the overachieving goals that we mentioned in these 2 days. But there is a reason why we are sitting in a panel and I'm speaking to you, and not my generated voice through any platform. It's the soft skill side. And it is quite important to work on that aspect. Going back to the value perspective and going back to which pillars are ideas, which pillars of development we are basing our work on. We are implementing, as HELP, we are implementing partner of Helvetas in this big Reconomy initiative, which is a green and inclusive initiative, and has a lot of layers of this. It is funded by CEDA. And being a green and inclusive initiative, it is oriented specifically on these topics. Inclusive jobs in ICT includes this sensitivity towards women, youth, the most marginalized. We mentioned a lot of times leaving no one behind in upskilling, reskilling, and especially having as a pre-assumption of our work, our soft skills and our sensitivity towards those that are most probably being left behind, and having it as a part of our value system and our basis of development. So that's to wrap.
Thank you. And it's also interesting to know what's the Montenegro situation in this, in the market, how your labor force, how your workforce market is adopting to the new technology, and what people say.
Oh, well, there are various aspects that you can take a look at it, especially like perspectives generation-wise. And I think it's a quite socio-psychological thing. The openness towards AI being openness a personality trait and being something that is quite related to our psychology, it is something that will determine us in the future. Montenegrin society, unfortunately, is not open to the level where I wish it should be, but I'm a dreamer. So my utopist and delusional self is on another level than in comparison to reality. But still, we are on a good path, because it is becoming a reality, and it is either accepting it or staying this conspiracy theorists that AI is taking our job and being completely left behind. It is a necessity to make it part of our routine in order to be competitive. If you don't want to be competitive, if you don't want to go out into which is completely okay with me, if you don't want to compete, if you don't want to strive in your life, I feel sorry for you, but it's your decision. However, if you do, you need to accept it in order to make that process faster and better, and to use the entire potential. So that's experience-wise, but there is still some levels of not being open enough, having certain level of anxiety and not trust, and that's why we're on a Trustworthy AI forum and conference.
Well, I guess Moldova isn't too far from you, and we are sharing this experience here in our country. Thank you so much. Mr. Pucina, Pentalog as a global company and as a company that, as you mentioned, collaborates with also big names in tech and have a lot of employees in different countries around the world. How do you see as a company this challenge of brain drain? Again, from a global company perspective, we are not talking about the Moldova's case now. And how do you collaborate, if collaborate, with other companies, international companies, to transform this situation, this challenge from brain drain to brain gain?
Yeah, quite a rich question, I would say. So, first of all, probably I would have to do a parallel Pentalog, Globant. So Pentalog is the company eventually better known here in Chisinau because it was founded in 2005. Overall, we reached 1,500 people. And last year we were acquired by Globant, which is a much bigger company, having 30K employees in 33 countries. So, and of course, all those questions are at another scale at Globant now. And that's why, as part of our DNA, this part of people-centric approach is very important to us. So for us, be kind is part of our value, you see, for example. So, and of course, there are many programs behind supporting this. It's not just something which is put in the slides. And for instance, there are companies each year supporting people for the go-to-school preparations. We've done this year as well here in Chisinau, but in fact, it's done everywhere in the world. And being, connected to society and supporting it in many ways, I think that's part of allowing people to connect to their local peers so that they could see that so they have access to global opportunities, but they belong to a local community as well. So playing always at two levels, I think it's key here. And for allowing them having this freedom, so we're also implementing different kind of programs to support mobility, for example, so that everyone could eventually go in another country, work with a specific client in a specific team, learn new cultures, learn new ways of being, eventually becoming more inclusive as well, coming back and integrate what they've learned. So all this, I think, contributes to the local community as well. And also, diversity seems, and it's really a key differentiator here. So we've discussed with you like 1 hour ago. I think we are quite an exception, having some of our delivery centers with more women than men. That's quite, I think, unusual in IT. It wasn't really done by purpose, but probably our culture was attractive enough for women, and that's quite nice, I would say. And in terms of collaboration, so there are many directions we are addressing. First of all, I think it's important for the local market, the collaborations we are having with universities, with other local companies and IT companies to support the professional growth overall. And of course, I think it's important our collaboration and partnership with tech giants, I would say. So we should and we have to admit that they are kind of setting the trend. And it's better to be connected to the source. So that's why we are relying a lot on our collaboration and partnership with big firms like Google, Microsoft, recently have signed with NVIDIA. So probably AI and without NVIDIA doesn't really make sense nowadays. So, so all this is kind of reassuring also our people that we are going in the right direction. They have opportunities to learn from the best and to learn at the early stages, so that at the end they would have choices. So to stay here, to go to another country, to work on a bigger project, smaller, or from different regions.
Good. Thank you so much. Mr. Lieber, could you please tell us if is it possible to replicate the platform to other countries like Moldova, like other countries in the region, let's say Romania or Poland, and what should we do for that? The first part of the question, and the second part of the question, how your platform, if it does, contributes to the development of the remote work opportunities for professionals in these countries?
Okay, great question actually. And do we have clicker? I would switch for next slide. Oh, sorry, it's on. Okay, something happened. Good. I will start from second part, right? Because it's important. And you remember, we just created digital ecosystem. We collected people together. We built a community with diaspora. Everything goes great, events, etc., etc. And with high probability, in time, it will just die. Because you have operations, you have technology, you have expenses. Someone should pay for that, right? And we're talking with different countries. We never hear something like, "Oh, we have so much money, we can just bring it to community and expand it widely to all our diaspora." Right? It's usually vice versa. So countries expect that community will pay back, and the diasporas will pay back. Right? So you need to make all this ecosystem sustainable. And to make it sustainable, you need to invite your diaspora to start to work on national projects that they need themselves. Because with high probability, government will not have money to support that. But we can create different mechanics, and we actually created and piloted them, of how it can work to make the system sustain. And like on the screen, there is one of mechanics. It's called participatory budget, and it's based on concepts that in Europe, a lot of countries has this charity tax as part of annual declarations, and I believe same in Moldova, because when I was sharing this story, I was hearing that in Moldova it's probably the same. When you allocate in part of your annual taxation to some charity, and you can choose organization.
Yeah, you can direct 2% of your taxes.
Yeah, then it's similar, right? So, and we said, okay, guys, you can allocate this money to local country, or you can allocate money to some partners related to a nation. And you can come jointly and propose different ideas, and you can see some real ideas that were relevant for Belarus. It's like Kids Club, it's Digital Book of Fair, a lot of projects around kids, actually. And then you can jointly do the public discussion, conversation, planning of budgets together, and when actually these budgets will be allocated from government to this partners, then you will get this budget and you can implement national project. So you now are power yourself, right? You can actually fund something at your own without spending real money, because when we're talking about this taxation, this charity tax is usually mandatory, and that's only one of mechanics. And there can be different mechanics. It can be a local crowdfunding platform where people crowdfund some small initiatives, like someone would like to print a book, someone would like to create some, I don't know, kids space, etc., and it's sponsored by people with horizontal lines because your community works, because you connected these people before. And then you can introduce next layer. That's exactly how this community can contribute back to motherland. We had concept of national programs. It's when government, or government in exile, when we're talking about some countries, introduce some big programs like, I don't know, online medicine support for socially vulnerable groups of your nation, right? So you need to have platform, you need to have doctors, you need to pay them salary, you need to organize the process, and it's co-funded program between government, donors, and people. If people support that, and through public discussions comes that this idea is important. So that's why it's multi-layered pie, and actually starting from some small initiatives like crowdfunding, moving to some bigger initiatives like joint cross-country participatory budget events. You can come to these national programs when you can invite your diaspora to pay back, and you can organize it through digital tools, again, no matter where people are located, which is the most important component here. And answering to first questions, yes, so such experience can be applied for sure, but as I said, technology always goes second. So it's needed to talk about real problems, real configurations, real setups, because it's always start with peoples and people processes, and only then it goes to technology implementation.
Thank you. Well, can we, as Moldovans, use your platform?
Actually, yes.
So
yes,
I can log in?
There's no limitation. You can even get, I don't know, free medical consultation. Or
Oh, that's nice to hear. I'll download the app and use it after this panel. Thank you.
Cool.
Good. We still have a few minutes left, so I would like to address a general question to all my panelists today. What is one thing that you would like our audience in the room and online to remember from your contribution and your opinion, your personal opinion on what was discussed today in this panel? One thing, one little conclusion. Who would like to start? Okay.
Yeah, I can start. Maybe I'm going in a bit different direction, but somehow is supporting what you're asking. So I would insist a bit on the what's next. We have discussed a lot around the progress we've been doing, and that's really nice. But what's next? So I think we should kind of agree that, to be able to support and to scale our progress here, we have some prerequisites. So what we've discussed about our fiscality and staying safe and so on, that's kind of prerequisite. So if we are touching that part of the package, I think we have big chance to lose it all. So that's kind of obvious. But there is something really important to be done to go to the next level, and I don't yet feel like we overall as a society really felt it. So to go to the next level, I think we didn't reach yet the critical mass. And we should do something in this direction. Having a community of 20-something IT people, it's nice, but that's not enough to reach the level we really need and to make a disruption from the, I would say, society point of view as well as economical standpoint. I see that 7 or 8% of GDP, it's nice, it's good, but it's not really where we should be in like 10 years. I think we should, now start being much more ambitious and start thinking about building that critical mass, which would really make a disruption, and that would eventually be transformed in, let's say, some unicorns. Will be more product. We'll have more and more product companies, and of course, we'll have a big impact overall. And to do it, and that's the hard part of it. And for me, I think we should target at least 100K to be relevant on the global market. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to talk with big companies. So we should target at least 100K, which is really hard. But to do it, of course, we have to review a bit everything, including the educational system. Let's be fair, like 1K graduates per year is not really supporting enough in this direction. It would last like 60 more years to reach 100K ambition, right? So I think we should find a way to accelerate all this process, eventually more reconversions and so on. And we have a nice and very strong foundation. So everything, the government done until now is supporting us. Everything the association is been doing still, so it's really supporting. and we should find a way to scale it. I think we are really now at the scaling phase, or at least we should start it. Thank
Agree.
you.
But in the same time, we have to work on demographics, right? To make sure that we have these 100,000 people that are working in this.
Probably, or I know that there are a lot of people going, in Europe or US or whatever to study IT. Let's think about it. Eventually, to be more attractive for them, either for studying here or for coming back, or to make an impact, in another way.
Great. Good. Thank you. Ms. Irina, you are the next.
I will tend to be as brief as possible with the key takeaways. It is a very hot topic. It's a fast developing topic, and it's what gathered us here today, but in actually these 2 days. But I'm always on the less interesting side of this hot topic, which is ethical AI, inclusivity in this regard, and another not so hot topic, which is lifelong learning. When I was finishing my high school, if somebody approached me and told me you will spend all of your life learning, I would have been disappointed to the core, because I'm done with it, I'm going to work, and it's going to be different. Nope. Let me break it to you. The competitiveness, actually what makes you special is how much you invest and how much you are open and accepting and how much you invest in your lifelong learning processes. And that is why we're discussing the skills, and I think that is the key takeaway. And of course, going back to the values, going back to the bases and the pillars we build this society on, and among the strongest ones that we have inherited and we to incorporate into development of AI is the pillar of human rights and equal treatment and justice. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Lieber.
Cool, thank you. And for me, I work a lot in civic tech, sometimes in very different environments. And I would say that probably the most important thing for me personally that I would like to transfer to audience is never do serious things with too serious face. Because all great things happen with like smiles, with some engagement, with some empathy, etc., etc. And I always feel, when I work with different countries, I always feel the national spirit. And when national spirit is something between braveness, fun, craziness, etc., then everything will be great, trust me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Dano, please, your turn.
My help. Yes. В следующем году обещаю говорить на английском. Окей. Спасибо. Важное мероприятие. Обсуждаем очень ценные темы, важные на сегодняшний момент. Я хочу поддержать каждого коллегу, который сегодня выступал, и поддержать идеи, которые финальные особенно звучали. Поддерживаю, подписываюсь под всеми этими высказываниями. И от себя хочу добавить, что бизнес-услуги, в том числе IT, это одна из сильных и интересных направлений к потенциальному развитию и сильному влиянию нашей экономики. IT – здорово. Молодежь уже настолько сфокусирована на IT, мы бы хотели расфокусировать и расширить их внимание не только на этом направлении. Мы сейчас, учитывая то, что видим все вакансии, которые есть на нашем рынке, нужда компаний заключается и в направлениях логистики, маркетинг, HR, аналитические позиции, связанные с базами данных. То есть все эти направления, они очень высокооплачиваемые в Молдове, и мы бы хотели привлечь внимание нашей молодежи, да и не только молодежи, ребят, которые готовы переквалифицироваться, присмотреться и к этим направлениям.
So it was a real pleasure for me to participate in this platform today, said Evgenia. And it was not just a pleasure, it was very important for our association and for Evgenia personally to be a part of this panel. Evgenia is sharing completely every speaker and every subject raised here, and is buying this. Just the final conclusion from Evgenia. Today is very important business services for Moldova. Sure, IT is very important. IT is enough development. Our IT sector is enough developed in Moldova, probably one of the first well developed. And today, Evgenia would like to focus out a little bit this IT sector, because it's very, this is the tendency actually at our market. And in order to avoid to create the next bump in the market, we should be very attentive that there is a lot of sectors missing some stuff and some working position, like, for example, marketing, logistic, HR, and this sector is very interesting. This sector can propose the offer, the good salaries and good positions. So let's try to keep in mind that not the only IT is important in our life, and not only in IT we can have a very comfortable salary. So let's be attentive to the other sectors and to other opportunities of the other sector, which is very important for development of our country. So all together, with business services, sure, we will participate in the development of our society and development of our economical situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear all, thank you for accepting the invitation and for being part of this panel. And dear audience, I really hope that all of you got something for yourself to go home and to think about, some food for thought. Thank you so much, and have a nice day and fruitful discussions after this. Thank you.
Dear Catalina, thank you for a wonderful insight of the Moldovan IT industry, landscape in general. So let's move forward to our next panel, which is a very cool one as well, and we will dive through the Trustworthy AI, and we will explore different elements on how the frameworks, principles, and experiences in different countries are ensuring that AI applications are not only innovative, but also transparent and accountable. We have a wonderful host, a friend of ours, Alex Gzun, who is a country manager for, country director for PricewaterhouseCoopers and the president of AmCham, and he can't wait to get the microphone to present the other speakers.
I can't. Thanks a lot for the wonderful intro, and really glad to be here today. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm representing both, as Anna said, PwC and AmCham, and I'm very passionate about AI in Moldova. We've been doing quite some stuff here. I will kindly ask my partners in crime for this panel to join me on the stage as per the images on the screen. Let's bring the images back, the pictures first. Guys? Well, just, yeah. So we have Salome, Elena, and Irina on stage with me, which is quite representative in terms of gender distribution when we talk about AI, right? Now, before we get into anything else, I'd like to hear, and I think we all would like to hear your thoughts on two questions. Now we can bring the questions. And if we can make it work as a poll, please. Just put present there. Push present. Present in the corner, yeah. Now we have really very brief questions, but it will help us understand how do you feel about this. The first one is, to which extent we can actually trust AI? Is it trustworthy for critical areas like health, safety, democracy? Or are we moving too fast without necessarily considering ethical considerations? As many of you as possible to, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so we have 4 options, from one pretty radical from one side to the other one, basically from full trust to we're not ready to trust at all. And most in the audience are feeling like me, cautiously optimistic. I'm also not really supportive for the full trust in AI, and I hope to hear in the panel why we should be more trustful, or maybe not, right? So we have 18 of you who have voted. Cool. And now let's maybe go to the second question. Now, who do you think has and will have the real power in terms of AI? Are the architects of intelligence, builders of AI, those who will actually have the real power? Or the guardians of the systems, the regulators? Who is going to, oh, you disagree with the question?
No, I'm just feeling sad.
Feeling sad for the...
I want to say guardians of the system.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Okay, cool.
No, we want the regulators, that's the point.
It doesn't work, you mean? Or? Oh, you just... Okay. Good. So, yeah. Okay, here it is. So, yeah, that's Irina. No, she's not having the... Oh, no, she's doing it in a shadow mode. Okay, cool. So we have some views from you guys, which is really helpful, because now we understand how are we actually connected to you in what we are thinking about this topic. Now, if we can go to the slide, which I will share just a quick thoughts. Putem să mergem, Olga? Slide-ul. Nu, celălalt. Slide-ul din PPT-ul. Well, before it appears, it actually has a few figures, and all of them are built around the question of trustworthiness of the AI. And the figures are basically, here it is. And you can see that where we are today, basically, I've tried to compile a few figures which seem to me as relevant when we think about trustworthiness, right? So we have what? We have a 26-fold increase in issues reported to AI repositories between 2012 and 21. We have about 4 billion euros in fines, GDPR fines to tech companies, which is showing the implications of neglecting ethical standards, if you can put it this way. Then we have higher error rates in facial recognition for darker or lighter skinned individuals, which is again showing the importance of fairness and bias mitigation when we talk about AI. Then we have 31% of the companies in emerging economies who actually feel that lack of explainability is a critical thing for their adoption of AI, right? Also, when we look at the 99.99999 whatever percent of adversarial attacks on AI systems exploiting the minor vulnerabilities, it brings us to the question of reliability and robustness, bringing it into the spotlight, as does the average cost of a data breach of about almost 5 million, also putting in the spotlight the relevance of the data privacy and security. And let aside that we are expecting a growth in increase in the next 5 years in terms of AI-driven attacks by 30%. Now, what the slide doesn't have is that societal and environmental well-being is non-negotiable and basically axiomatic, as axiomatic as the human agency. So putting these elements of trustworthiness together, we would like to discuss in the panel the perspectives of the three countries, right? We're talking Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, how we are placed in this regional, global to regional context, starting from the EU and going towards us as a region and us as individual countries, and see how we can collaborate in terms of having this trustworthiness built around it. Now, before I will sit there, one more thing to share. We will have 4 blocks of our discussion we'll go through. So the first one will be the regulation. What and how can or cannot it be regulated, the AI? The second one, to which extent we can build public trust in AI, and then is there a role for public-private partnerships in trustworthiness building of AI? And we'll try to take a glimpse into the future of AI trustworthiness. Now, with all this said, I'd like to start with Irina, and the first question would be to you. With the audience reflections in mind, no pressure, what's your view on, as a ministry representative and driver of AI adoption in Moldova, what's your view on how we should go into the regulation sphere, taking into consideration the EU AI Act, for instance, or other global frameworks which we consider relevant for us as a country? Thanks.
Right. Thank you so much, Alex, also for the figures, but also because it was super insightful to see how the audience's perception about the topic of regulation and trustworthiness with the AI is. It was funny to me to almost not see anyone trusting regulators, but I also get why this is happening, because there is always this polarization between innovators who want the most amount of liberty when it comes to operationalizing AI, and then there's the regulators who are trying to be as safe as possible. And finding that middle ground is the million-dollar question, both at home and internationally also. Moldova at this point is poised at a perfect timing when it comes to regulating in one way or another artificial intelligence, because we have an emerging ecosystem in the sense. We don't have any formal regulation as of yet, but given the fact that we are looking to become a EU member state, our vision is to align our national regulations with the EU standards, but to contour them around the needs of the national ecosystem. So here's the funny part, because we're not a member state yet, so we have this window of opportunity, also given the fact that the country is small scale, to become a perfect sandbox for AI testing. But with the note that in a couple of years, when we become a member state, and I'm positive that we will be, the testing will have to stop because all the operationalizing will have to be aligned with the EU standards. So what we have at this point to make that clear, we have a white book on AI and data governance, which sets out the blueprint for regulation and policy standards on AI and data governance in Moldova. It was co-developed with the stakeholders that we have here back home, that is the private sector, the industry, which brings the talent, the public sector, international development partners, experts, the academic sectors as well as the young people. So we try to give everyone a stand at the table when shaping this document. It will be published soon enough, because we are also operationalizing the webpage for the National Council on AI and Data Governance. So look out for that. And just recently, on the 5th of September, Moldova was one of the few first countries who have co-signed the Council of Europe Framework Convention on AI, Human Rights, Democracy, and Rule of Law. So this is our first formal commitment to align our regulations with international and European standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. And that is actually offering a good opportunity for Elena to jump in and to share. Well, given the difference in our situations, the sad difference in our situations as countries as of now, and the tough times Ukraine is going through, still, I was talking on another occasion yesterday with also our Ukrainian friends about how the things are happening on the real estate side, which is, well, it's stone and glass. Here is different. So how do you actually do the same measures? What do you do in terms of regulating AI, given the hard situation which is right now happening in the country, and how is that maybe an opportunity actually for the country's development using AI maybe for that purpose? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation and for the great question. Of course, our challenge in Ukraine is war. We have approximately 7 million refugees now. We have 3.5 internally replacement persons. We have also 1.5 million of veterans who needs upskilling after the military experience, etc. So yes, and we have a huge lack of talents in any industry. So we should use AI if we want to overcome this gap and to develop our economy, our military tech, etc., etc., etc. And of course, it goes why we should to try to regulate AI usage. And this process is process of looking a balance between our current needs and EU requirements regarding AI regulation. This is why we, next slide please. Last year, our digital ministry transformation approved the roadmap of AI regulation, and it declares the so-named bottom-up approach. It is in line with what was mentioned by Irina. It's about collaboration, negotiation between public and private sector, and it is about forming of AI culture usage, culture of responsible AI. This year, in June, our Ministry of Digital Transformation published a white book of AI regulation, and this white book includes 2 stages. Please, next slide. The very first stage, it's about nearest 2 or 3 years, and it is about different tools of self and co-regulation. For example, it's about codes of conducts for players of AI market. It's about some tools on side of digital transformation to estimate if your business is in line with potential EU regulation or not. It's about some voluntary recommendation about responsible AI usage. And the next stage, please, the next slide, it's about implementation EU AI Act. We hope that the correspondence law will be developed and adopted in 2025-26, and then it will be implemented step by step. By 2026, we hope implement 25% of AI regulation, taking into account experience of EU. As we understand that, as it was with GDPR, it will be a very strange process with very unexpected situation. So we will try to...
That's a nice pick of words, strange.
Yes. As I'm responsible for GDPR in our company, I understand. and I know. And the next stage in 2027, we hope to implement approximately 50% of AI Act regulation, and then we hope we harmonize our legislation with EU requirements in EU integration process. But we understand that this should be an evolution process, not revolution, because we have enough challenges as for now, besides of too strict regulation with huge fines, etc., etc.
Thank you, Elena. Very insightful. Salome, now going to Georgia, it's turning into an innovation hub, if you wish. And I'm curious, how does the AI Excellence Center actually supporting the regulatory efforts, if they are happening, and how they are happening as of now in Georgia?
Thank you, first of all. Thank you for inviting here. Thank you, Alex, for a very interesting intro. So as for Georgia, I mean, we are still on a very initial stage of development, and we've been building innovation and tech ecosystem in the country for the last 10 years, and it is progressing. However, we need to do more in order to attract Georgian talent, and it was previously mentioned in the last panel. We've listened to that brain drain as a big problem and issue, and we face that because the majority of people who are excellent working in AI or any other field which is close to the AI, they live abroad and they have really the greatest opportunities there, and we need to find ways how to attract them back, how to build the talent pool within the country so we raise our competitive advantage. So as from the regulatory perspective, we are not currently regulating AI, so there is no legislation, but it's on the way, it's in the process, loading, and we plan to elaborate the first strategy on AI for the country, and the strategy will consist of 5 main pillars, and ethics and trustworthiness of AI is one of the major big chunk of it. So these pillars will cover major topics, which is like implementing AI into the different areas of life. And on top of that, we plan to build AI Excellence Center that will serve as a regional hub for AI startups, which will provide them opportunities to develop AI solutions. And we are proud that the most successful startups from Georgia, they work in AI, and we want to increase the number of those startups. And also, we due to the good tax regime and incentives, we also want to attract just talent, not only Georgians, but the foreign talents to the country. So they're based in Georgia. Georgia is well known for its ease of doing business. It's a good business environment. So we plan to basically attract everyone to the country. And we hope this center will support spillover effect for everyone. And this also includes how we build public awareness in the country in general, and how we upscale or reskill people, and the educational part of it, it is huge. So that's for now, I think.
Thank you. And actually, I'd like to catch a bit those last words you said about public awareness and education and trust, basically, of the public. So going into the next topic of our discussion today, about trust and public trust in AI, because talking about as opposed to the regulators are actual users of the AI, or potential users of the AI, which is the public. Now, to which extent, from what you hear, Irina, as of now, we can speak about public trust in AI in Moldova? I mean, just remembering our common conference half a year ago in this very room, but broader than that, where do you see we are standing as of now in terms of public trust in AI?
Right, so trust and trustworthy AI means different things to different people. To some it links to accountability, to some it links to awareness, to some it links to long-term vision, sustainable development goals, to some it links to confidence in the system, to some it links to just basically understanding why do I even need this in my life? And this is really the question that people most often ask, ranging from the general public and going up to the civil servant within the government. I was listening to a podcast this week, and one of the AI experts on that panel was saying that he doesn't consider himself to be an optimist when it comes to AI adoption and AI trustworthiness, but he's more of a pessimist with positive actions. And in this sense, I could really relate to how after a rapid diagnosis that we did recently within the government, what the perception generally is. So the figures that we had is that almost just 1/3 of public servants across the government of the Republic of Moldova are open to adopt and implement AI solutions within their daily work, which brings us to the understanding, following a much in-depth review that we did, that we need to work more on awareness, and we need to work more on education, and we need to work more on actual use cases, and from a discussion that I had yesterday, we need to work with the people. So I would say that at this point, the public sector in Moldova is going towards being much more open than, I guess, before, in terms of trusting that AI can help and can enhance their daily work and their life in general, in terms of reduction of times that they use on routine tasks and whatnot. But I think that with concerted efforts that we have done throughout the last year, specifically with the conference that we did on AI and big data, with the awareness campaigns that we're starting to do, with some of the trainings that we did, we're building that ecosystem that is going to propel the public sector into, hopefully, when we do the same diagnosis next year, to have the figures much higher than we have them this year. But it is, nonetheless, again, not pessimistic, but with optimistic actions, I'm looking forward to engaging more with the public sector and building that trust and optimism within them. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Irina. And I was seeing Olena nodding her head during the whole speech you just gave. So I think it's similar in Ukraine, or is it different to a certain extent?
It's like similar,
okay.
I guess. And yes, please, slides about public trust. Next one, please, and next one, and next one more. Yes, it's the result of sociological research last year conducted in Ukraine. Approximately 50% of people have positive attitudes toward AI, and approximately 73% guess that AI could help do our life easier. So it's good social attitudes as for me regarding AI. The next slide, please. And also we have not only positive attitudes, but also have a positive experience. As according to the research conducted this year, Ukraine had the second place in quantity of all startups, AI startups in marketing and in engineering, etc., etc. So we have not only attitudes, we also have some experience and great experience. And next slide, please. But of course, we have a big threats of deepfakes, and we need, as Irina mentioned, upskilling. We should form AI literacy, and government, Ministry of Digital Transformation, big companies like Google, Meta, etc., conduct a lot of programs for different specialists, for educators, for engineers, for marketing, etc., IT specialists in AI to upskill in AI usage. At the same time, we have a lot of programs developed AI hygiene or AI literacy in fighting deepfakes, as we had a huge number of deepfakes in social media, on Telegram channels. Telegram is one of the main media for our people in Ukraine. I understand that it has Russian roots, however, our people use it. And on the slide you can see a good guide developed this year regarding counterfeit deepfakes and propaganda, Russian propaganda. It is accessible in English, so I recommend to see it, to listen it, as it could be really useful to fight propaganda and deepfakes. And one of our main tasks is to form this culture of critical thinking and to understand what is deepfake, what was AI-generated content, and what is the original content.
Thank you, Elena. And I'm thinking that we could share, actually, if you have it, we could maybe share it with our audience, so we'd make it available to everyone. Now, Salome, let's try to make the move towards the third topic and connect the public trust in AI with a partnership between public and private sector. Now, you've mentioned that JITA is supporting the AI-focused startups, right? How does that, can you unpack it a bit? How does that specifically help building trust in AI in the society in Georgia?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So yeah, we've been supporting financially, non-financially, through trainings, different boot camps, etc., acceleration or incubation programs, startups, which basically are doing AI tools. So this is kind of, as I mentioned, like spillover effect. So if we have many startups providing like different sorts of solutions and tools for the public, for the businesses, their knowledge and their trust towards AI is building. So it's strengthening this different angles of the topic, and that's how basically trust is built. And we need to feel connected to AI and see that is really useful, and it is saving my time or efforts, or it's improving my business processes. So that's how it works basically. And so throughout this year as well, we'll be building this ecosystem. We saw this cases that this trust was becoming better, and nowadays I would still say that Georgians, I think it's in our nature. I think we are at the right point, and we're the right nation to be good adopters of AI technologies, because sometimes we tend to be lazy, and I think we like shortcuts. So I think we should seize the opportunity to use and adopt this technology, and we see the effects. The government has started using AI in treasury, for example, and it is strengthening. And so I think we just need to keep the balance. You know, when we talk about innovation and tech, we know that every disruption can have like both positive and negative impacts. So we need to think through and see, have a clear vision what we want to achieve as a country or as neighbors in the region, and we need to take safe steps toward our end goal. And I think we've come across like so many changes in technology development, right? I'm a millennial and I've seen many things. I remember those times when I love music. So when we had cassette tape players, and then we moved to CD players, and then it was iPod, and then, you know, the things are moving so fast and it will get even worse. And we need to build the adaptability of the population, general population, and we also need to keep in mind that it should be for everyone. So it's not only for me or for my family member or for a friend, so it should fit the general public good, and we always need to take account all the things that are going on around you, like sustainability, SDGs, and everything needs to fit into the greater picture.
That's, I really like the way how you put it all together and basically structured it. Now, if we try to expand a bit from Ukraine's and Moldova's standpoint, in terms of expanding the partnership, how do we see the partnership between different stakeholders, public, private, civil society, in a form which is currently happening versus what would like to see more in the future in terms of partnerships? How would you see it, Olena?
Okay, I will start with Ukraine. So the previous slide and one previous, please. Previous, one previous, and one previous, stop. Okay, this year is really very fruitful from point of view of co-regulation. We have very interesting teams which consolidates state authorities, private companies, academics, etc., who developed some recommendation on responsible AI usage. The very first recommendation we issued was a recommendation for media, for journalists. I mentioned about deepfakes problem, etc. And we developed the recommendation, and now we popularize this recommendation among our media to at least to label with AI notice or to check fact checking, to make a fact checking and so on for all content. Now we also developed a recommendation for schools, for teachers how to use AI in schools, for advertising and marketing communication. 3 or 4 next recommendation will be about AI and intellectual properties. As I work in advertising, I understand that big clients avoid to use AI widely only because AI intellectual property issues. Nobody understands who is owner of the generated content, what risk is related with its usage. And Ukraine was the very first country which established on the legislative level in a law on copyrights that AI-generated content has the specific legal status, so named sui generis rights, and it made clear this status in Ukraine. And we hope that it boosts usage of AI technologies in advertising and marketing and so on. Also, we develop now a recommendation for developers and AI glossary as we try to adopt international AI terminology to Ukrainian language, and it is important. The language issue is sensitive for us now in Ukraine, and it is not about Russian language, but also about English, etc., etc., etc. So, as for me, this is a great example of self and co-regulation, and it is implementation of the mentioned bottom-up approach. When we try to form a culture of AI usage, not from state point of view, but also from wide society, civil society point of view. And of course, one of state initiative like application year, which was mentioned yesterday, help to believe our society in AI. As you know, that this application which includes all electronic documents of Ukrainian citizens, and 2 or 3 years ago it was fantastic, but now I have my electronic passport in my smartphone, and it helped me to travel around Ukraine without any paper documents, and it is not only about passport, it's about some state services. So it's about collaboration between public and private sector.
Noted. Irina, tell us also about the sub-council.
Sure, gladly. And because the backbone of the sub-council, and this was also discussed yesterday during the first day, collaboration is key. Without collaboration, and this also stretches to public-private partnerships, it's very hard to achieve results that are timely and that are useful, that are inclusive, and that can be scaled. And in our case, what we decided to do to just kind of boost the ecosystem for AI and data governance here and to bring everyone to the same table was to set up the AI Council, the AI and Data Governance Council. So what we are meant to do with this para-institutions, that's what I want to call it, and because it's most like a group of enthusiasts that are trying to make a change. We want to work on all the areas that have to do with building the ecosystem. We want to work on literacy, we want to work on awareness, we want to work on regulation, co-regulation, and building those guidelines, sectorial guidelines. And we want to build those public-private partnerships that will help us develop tools and use cases that will actually be useful and will be used and could be potentially scalable. And I'm very proud to say that the idea of the sub-council actually was launched after we had the regional conference earlier this year, because when I took office about a year ago, what I realized that we had all of these different stakeholders, the academia, the private sector, the public sector. Everyone was talking about AI the same way, but in different rooms. So the goal was to have them all talk together in the same room. And this is what the sub-council is actually helping to achieve. And we have, we're September now, 3 months since we launched. And I'm proud to say that by the end of this week, we will have the web platform for the sub-council operational. So this platform will also be used for awareness, both locally and internationally. We'll do a newsletter that we will share with everything that we do within the country, what our partners do, what we will be doing. So I'm very excited to see how that works in the future.
As a member of the sub-council, I find it really useful in terms of bringing us all to the table, and actually quite competitive in some ways of looking for ideas on who would be doing what. So that's actually a good push for development, if I can put it this way. Now, collaboration is key, not only in country but also between countries. So we have 3 countries on stage. We'll start from you, Irina. How do you see collaboration between the 3 countries in terms of building the trustworthiness of AI? But broader sense, embracing the AI opportunities and combating AI-related risks. How would you see that?
I think collaboration is actually what made things possible up to this point. I mean, even starting from developing the very definition of AI, the unanimously or widely accepted definition of AI happened solely because of collaboration, because everyone was calling it differently. The AI Act is a result of collaboration of a number of EU member states. The AI Convention is a result of collaboration of the Council of Europe member states and the observers and the global community. Moldova's ecosystem is a result of collaboration of the Moldovan stakeholders and development partners. And I think it also applies to the region as well. And it's about networking, it's about meeting the people, it's about sharing experiences and seeing how synergies can be built Because from the presentations that we saw today, like I'm super excited to see what Ukraine and Georgia is doing, and to see that what we're doing is, and also being in the same region, aligns to what other countries are doing also. And it kind of gives me that boost of optimism that we're going in the right direction. Because obviously different countries will be at different stages of AI development, adoption, regulation, but to see that we are more or less aligned or more or less at the same level kind of gives me that optimism again, to see that the effort wasn't futile. Because it's hard to see the results for something like this in short term. It's obviously going to happen midterm or long term, but at least from the figures that we have at this point, mainly because of collaboration, it's super optimistic. So this is what I envision for Moldova too.
Thank you. Olena?
For me, artificial intelligence is some form of collective intelligence. So yes, collaboration, our networking is a key point in development, not humanity, but ecosystem, also ecosystem as a whole. Yes, the conference like this, any international treaty, any international convention are a key point in trustworthy AI development. And last slide, please. Next one. Stop. Yes, we should collaborate, but we should also form some immunity system against any negative usage of AI, and we understand that verification tools are crucial for usage of AI. I understand that, yes, we could have any local initiatives. However, it would be great if some initiatives will be on the regional or global level. When we will implement some AI labeling, some verification tools if content is fake or if content is natural and so on. And our company is related with international initiative CP2A for content provenance, and I guess that it's a good example of this collaboration on the international level. And the next slide, please. Regarding, as for me, key elements to create trustworthy AI system was fixed in the Seoul Declaration. I guess most of country signed it, and three key elements as for now are safety, innovation, and inclusion. And perhaps this would be the good starting point for the further AI development from legal perspective too. And we hope that we also will sign the convention, framework convention on human rights democracy. But it takes some time for Ukraine.
We wish you good luck with that. Salome, maybe you can also talk about collaboration, but since Olena just opened the future of AI trustworthiness as a topic, maybe you could comment on both. How do you see first the extended collaboration between countries in the region in AI field, but also how would you see the future of enhancing the trustworthiness of AI usage in Georgia, but maybe broader than that?
Well, I think what's common between the three of us is that we aim for Europe and becoming members of the European Union, and that's the declaration on our countryside. So this means that most of our regulations will be aligned by the European standards. However, the collaboration is a key to everything. So we've been collaborating with other countries in different sectors, but we need to have more tools to do that. And as I mentioned, the European Union, there are so many instruments, that's why we need them. So they have tons of opportunities for countries like us to collaborate more, like EU for Innovation, new program, which was initiated now. So this will ensure that all of us, all those countries can gain out of this. And it is on the global scale, on the global perspective, also good for everyone, and especially for us. So how I see the building the trustworthy AI in the future, I mean, it is hard, to be honest. It's a tricky question because, like, you cannot completely trust something like that. It's inevitable that people won't have enough trust for that. However, like, we are different from AI, right? Humans are different from AI. We have emotions, and we need to be emotionally attached to something and have kind of feelings for it. So we need many use cases. We need to put everything into practice and to see how it works and how it can be useful for us, but in a good way, right? So it will be always hard to keep this balance and also include everyone and just not to be in the way of technological disruption. And I think there will be more things coming up. It's like if we say no to AI and we're like closed-minded, I think that the key to this disruptive technologies is to have an open-minded, but be careful and cautious during the process. And you should trust the system. It's like when you have some kind of a medical condition and you go to the doctor and you trust him, right? So, but sometimes we don't completely, like 100% trust them, right? Still, because it's very important for us, like, to be healthy and happy. But we trust them anyways because they know something better than. Maybe it's a really bad comparison.
No, it's not. But you need to know the doctor, so then you can trust even more, right?
Yeah.
If you know the doctor.
So
it's exactly the same
awareness.
So
I think the logic of it is similar. So that's why we need to educate more people, and people really need to see how it works and understand it. If you don't understand a topic, then it's really hard, like, to trust it, right?
Totally.
So yeah, that's it.
Thank you. How do you feel, Irina, about the future of trustworthiness of AI in Moldova? From Irina. Oh.
Sorry.
But Olena, you're welcome to answer that as well.
So my view on trustworthiness is a bit controversial. And here I'm trying not to represent the government of our country, but mostly my personal perspective. I think trustworthiness in AI is strongly based on the fact that we are humanizing artificial intelligence and humanizing tech and dehumanizing humans. So that can erode a lot the trust in technology overall. And by this I mean, for example, for AI we say that ChatGPT thinks, imagines, that are prerequisites that are inherently human. And for people we say, I'm zooming out or I'm spacing out, and this isn't human, this is technological. So when we shift and we kind of blur a lot this kind of barrier, or not barrier, but like frontier between what is inherently human and inherently technological, it's very hard to, at one point, build trust, because you cannot build a very focused reality on what is what. And then when you have this blurry ground, trust is never going to happen. You need to set very clear boundaries where human ends and where technology starts, and vice versa. And here I would like to circle back to one of the main key points that we stressed, and one of the panelists stressed during our conference earlier this year, because we called the conference Humans Powered by AI, but it's also humans powered by humans. So we need to, again, invest a lot in people to enhance our human experiences, because, and also what Salome has said, it's about education, it's about awareness, it's about collaboration, because without all of those, and this applies to Moldova too, it will be very hard to build trust in technology overall and in AI specifically, because AI is that one technology that blurs the line incredibly well between what is human and what is tech. So here's what I would like to just leave you with the last thought. Just try to kind of brainstorm yourselves. Where do we set the frontier between where should we end just this whole idea of humanizing technology and just humanizing humans? Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. Lena, would you like to add something to it from your standpoint?
Perhaps for me it is important as follower, innovative lawyer, question not only what can we adopt from EU legislation regarding AI regulation, but what EU can adopt from our legislation in AI regulation. And I understand that perhaps we are not very happy with this, but we are now a big sandbox in very different kinds of experiments, and legal experiments, perhaps it could be also useful. We understood that sometimes we can cross some red lines in different spheres, and perhaps some experiments with fixing of balance between regulation and freedom of entrepreneurship, etc., could be very fruitful for market. And this is why we, yes, we develop self-regulation, we develop co-regulation, we try to put in words what could be the best practices. And I hope that it could be useful for EU and for the world as a whole. For example, our recommendation for media were translated into English and shared between media regulators in EU, and media regulators said, wow, it's cool, as EU Council adopted the similar regulation for EU as a whole in December 2023. However, each country hadn't have the similar recommendation. And I understand that, yes, we could, and it's not about Ukraine, it's about Moldova, about Georgia, could headliners for some AI regulation trends in the EU, as for me.
Great. Question, final one to all of you. How would you vote at the first question which was on the slide? If you recall the responses, I'll remind you, bring it on and just develop it as much as you can, cautiously optimistic, or put barriers everywhere so we could make ourselves protected. So what's your answer? I know, it's difficult.
It's a difficult question. Yeah. We are looking for a balance.
Okay, cool. Irina?
If I wear my government hat, I would say, let's regulate it. If I wear my techie hat, I'm just going to say I'm cautiously optimistic.
Okay, cool. I was suspecting that. And Salome, for you?
I mean, I work in innovation, so bring it on, even though it is scary. I think sometimes you need to make like drastic changes, and let's see where it takes us. But on the way, we can always be cautious, I think.
Okay, cool. So basically, I'd say that we are somewhere around cautiously optimistic, which is quite relatable to what the audience has voted mostly. But now I hope that the audience has also heard the arguments why the second question is somewhere between the creators and the regulators. So that's, again, about balance. With this, we have reached our time. Yeah, I guess we are quite on time. Thanks a lot for this discussion, for this panel. I hope it was entertaining and interesting for you. And Anna, what's happening next? Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. Very insightful, Georgia and Ukraine and Moldova. Thank you a lot for the presentations. I think There are lots of opportunities for collaboration in the future. Let's go to our next panel, which is a more regional one, covering opportunities for global IT companies in Central Asia. We will explore investment opportunities, regional growth, and collaboration between Central Asia and Europe, featuring representatives from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. And to moderate this session, I would like to invite our dear colleague, Marina Bzovy, who is the administrator of Moldova Innovation Technology Park, and you will invite the rest. Hopefully you can pronounce the names. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I was trying to prepare the names with Hannah, so I hope I'm going to pronounce them correctly. So we have Chubak Temirov from Kyrgyzstan. Please welcome on stage. Umed Komilov from Tajikistan. And Danyar Zumagulov from Kazakhstan. So sorry once again if I mispronounced your names. And welcome on stage. We actually have a regional panel on business incubators and parks. So I would say, taking into account that I'm representing Moldova Innovation Technology Park, we have our colleagues here from other countries with similar or representing similar organizations in a way or another. We actually, I know that we have two of the speakers that have a couple of slides presenting the background and the organization that they represent. So we will start with Mr. Chubak Temirov from Kyrgyzstan. He's representing the High Technology Park of Kyrgyzstan, which is, of course, instrumental in the promotion of IT sector. They definitely have quite a lot of strategies, and generally we would like to know more about the park. What have you done? What are the main achievements? And we are asking the technical team to also put the slides on the screen, so this way it's going to be easier. Okay.
Thank you. Let's just wait for the slides and I can start. A small presentation about our organization. Thank you very much. My name is Chubak Temirov, Deputy Director at the High Technology Park of the Kyrgyz Republic. And so I'd like to tell you just a little bit about our organization. As you can see, our park was first in Central Asia. So we opened back in 2011 as a special legal tax regime for export-oriented IT companies, which is, I guess, very similar to park in Moldova. We also provide tax incentives just to help IT companies to grow. That was the idea, and I think we are pretty much doing well. So we took a model of IT park in Belarus because it was very successful at that time. And it was, in general, our country was similar in population and in model of work in terms of economy. And then the government established the High Tech Park administration. So we are virtual legal tax regime, first in Central Asia. And we do provide certain tax benefits for the companies. As you can see, all the main taxes at our High Tech Park are zero. Sales like sales on tax, income tax, value-added tax, VAT are zero. And in return, every single company just disburses 1% from their revenue to High Tech Park. We are a government agency, but we are different a bit in case that we are not getting any funding from the government. We are getting actually funding from our residents and just allocate that resources for the development of IT sector. Just to show you some results, from the incentives point, you've asked about some strategies. And one of the strategies of the government is obviously the tax benefits, as I mentioned earlier. So we do provide tax incentives to bring more international companies to our Technopark. And we have three types of main activities. One is obviously the software development or anything related to this. We also have so-called export of information technologies, or it's companies that actually do content on YouTube or other platforms. We call them YouTubers, or simply like content creators. And we do have some champions in this field, and I think this is actually example how the high-tech park helping to grow from nutshell, like really good creative companies that can go abroad worldwide. And the third type of activity is so-called creation of interactive service centers. I think this is also common for Moldova, like dispatch services to US or European tracking businesses, and as well as traditional call centers, like support, technical support, everything is related to call centers or virtual offices. Yeah, and this slide is more about, like, the previous one was on incentives. This one is more on government initiatives. I think last year our government initiated the status of digital nomad, and as you can see, Moldova is on the list. So basically, this digital nomad is a starting point for e-residency, like in Estonia. So every single company in IT can easily relocate to the country, or even without relocation, or working remotely, they can open and register a company at high-tech park. Application process takes 3 days. It's, as you can see, for citizens of mostly like CIS countries. Just recently, we added this list and added companies from the US, Germany, Japan, India was also included, but then excluded then. So basically, we are trying to expand and have the real e-residency. So companies can remotely operate their businesses in Kyrgyz Republic. So as you can see, basically the idea is simplified registration of individuals, okay, all the companies, on the territory of our republic. So this is another strategy how we are trying to attract international companies.
Can I just shortly ask here, because I think
Sure.
maybe it could be interesting for the audience. For this program, do the people need to be employed by companies from the park, or it can be from any entity?
That's a good question. So yeah, we don't require like a minimum amount of workers. So being employed, like, as you know, in certain countries, they have the limits. 70% should be local, like 30% international, so there is some difference, as you know. But in our country, there is no any limits, no like a minimum pace or minimum or maximum pace, and the people can be internationals. So they can even work remotely, being in another country, just be registered at the High Technology Park. We do understand that now teams work in blended teams. So some can be local, some can be international, some can be from anywhere from the world. And we do understand that also IT specialists like to travel. Usually they spend winters in Thailand or in other areas. During the summer they are in their country, doing their sports, hobbies and other things, working, or I mean traveling with their families. So we do understand that it's okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. We have that as well, so it was just interesting if there are any thresholds.
True.
And you also allow for remote work, I guess, if
Sure.
people work from Thailand.
Even our park, from a nutshell, is a virtual. So companies don't need to register a company. I mean, no need to actually work physically in our spaces. This is like a second incentive. You asked about the strategies, how we are best at attracting companies. So one is obviously the tax regime, the other one is government incentives of digital nomad. The third is word of mouth. When the company is coming, they see the, let's say, positive changes in their companies. And the third is obviously, the fourth is obviously the talent pool. We have a lot of programs and initiatives to support the education in young talent. Our population is not that big like in India or in China, but we do have 7 million population, and half or even more of them, like 60%, are at the working age. So it's young people that are ready to work, and now we see a very interesting phenomena in our country. As you know, the world is now have a big shortage of specialists, of IT experts in usually for middle and senior developers. In our country, the same, but we have a surplus of young talents, so-called juniors or close specialist juniors. They need some internships or placements so they can start work. And I think this is a great opportunity for international companies to come, to employ them. Usually the strategy is that they employ or they bring high skill specialists, like some senior, some middle developers, and create teams under them. So the seniority index, as you know, should be not that high, and it should be blended with young specialists. And I think this is a great strategy because that young people can be very loyal in the future of the company. Now, as you know, loyalty is also a very hard thing because usually developers just learn and then they go further to other bigger companies. Yes. And this is also a great alternative for the companies. And obviously from the cost point, it's much better to open a virtual office, employ some people in the country, and they cut some costs, operational costs. And usually, as you know, the technical teams also need some investments from the company. And this is also, I think, a great opportunity. Just a few slides to give a chance to other speakers as well. As you can see, the high-tech park was growing very steadily. For last 3 years, we are doubling in numbers. Now we have about 450 tech companies in 3 main fields. And our main differentiation from other countries is that we're highly export-oriented. We require by the law 80%, but our companies actually export for at least 95%. The small country of Kyrgyz Republic is exporting to more than 60 countries, and turnover for the last year was about 100 million. Not like that very big in global economy, but as you can see, as a tendency. So our target is to reach the first billion in upcoming 3 years. So X10. Some of our companies, I think you know some of them. So at this slide, we just try to provide like the most well-known companies like EPAM Systems, Kanda Software, so all of them are the US companies, Alavar, some German companies like Entwicklerburg, Turbine, local companies, MedDevs that are similar caliber like EPAM or Kanda. And I think I also should mention our phenomena from Kyrgyz Republic, which is the Billions. They are kids creation content, and they are really popular if you have children. I think at this moment they have over 50 billion views on YouTube. And by Bloomberg, they were called like the kings of the YouTube, having more than 40 million subscribers only on English channel, and more than 50 million subscribers on all their 13 channels. So they usually translate to other languages. And if you will look at the YouTube, so you will know that they are creating very interesting educational songs on YouTube. Yeah, this is just a map of our coverage. As you can see, most of the part of the world is covered, except some Latam area or African area, more or less like a US, Europe, was covered by our residents. Goals, one of them already was mentioned, to aggregate the first $1 billion by 2027, upcoming 3 years. Educate and employ more specialists in IT. The target for now is 50,000, but we want to double after 2027 to having 100.
How many people do you have now employed?
At this moment, at the high technology park, about 2,500, because they are high skilled and export oriented. But in general, in the market, because we have the local banks or local companies or donor companies that just work for the local market. In general, now, according to the statistic, it's about 18,000 people. And now we are working on making it more like official. This is more like unofficial information. And the third one, but not least, is to raise at least one unicorn. Since our theme is more targeted to strategies, so I will not mention a lot about what type of programs we're doing for rising the first unicorn. I will just show some slides. I think it's much better to show in slides rather than just telling by words. So areas of focus, as you can see, just like in any country, is a 5 stars, like international visibility, the startup ecosystem, obviously the development of local IT community, educational and social projects, and science and new technologies. We are now doing less, and I think in all Central Asia, in science and new technologies, R&D part is less developed, and other four, I think, are doing really well. And now we are putting more stress on R&D projects, science and new technologies, and we do have some projects upcoming with MIT. Yeah, some in terms of strategies, I already mentioned 4 of them. The fifth one is obviously the networking. From last year, we are doing a lot of, let's say, expansion. A lot of pavilions in the US market. As you can see, these are just examples. So our companies participated in Game Developer Conference, worldwide known in gaming in San Francisco, Silicon Slope Summit in Utah, the CES Forum, Consumer Electronics Show, which is widely known in the world, that is going usually in Las Vegas, the Licensing Expo with our billions, as you can see on that slide, and some local ones, which is the Game Summit with Azerbaijan. Last year, our high administration, our director visited the GITEX Global, and this year we're also going with a pavilion of the country. Our local biggest forum, which is KIT, and by using this opportunity, I would like to invite all of you to our KIT forum, abbreviated as a Kyrgyzstan IT Forum, the biggest forum, exhibition, and the panel sessions. So by your own eyes, you can see the whole infrastructure and potential of the country. So yeah, just a few slides on the programs. So we do have 2 main programs in startup acceleration or startup incubation. We do have a lot of partners. We don't want to compete with them. Therefore, we're just taking the best ones and sending directly to Silicon Valley. One is the Unicorn from KG with the Draper University. I think everyone knows the Draper family. They are one of the first pioneers in investments in Silicon Valley. This is a Team Draper. And every year we're sending 6 startups to Silicon Valley, the best ones, so they can get investment directly. Because as you know, there is a problem. If to talk about challenges, we don't have enough investments for our companies that want to go globally. And therefore, we want to send directly to Silicon Valley so they can build their network and get investments. And so far, this program is doing really great. We already sent, for now, 9 startups to this Draper program called Hero Training Program.
How long do they stay there?
They stay for up to 5 weeks. For now, it's only for citizens of the Kyrgyz Republic, but we are planning to expand. And hopefully, other startups can also be a part of this program. We also help to our companies with visa issues. As you know, it is a common problem for our region to get visas to the US. Then 9 startups so far show the great result. But as you know, 6 startups per year is not enough, obviously. And then we decided, we were thinking what we can do else, and therefore we actually launched the other program, which is Dive into Silicon Valley, where we sent more startups for up to 15. The duration is 2 weeks. And we do send out to up to 15, 20 companies. This is a great opportunity. Half of them are our residents, because most of our companies working in outsourcing and outstaffing. And because of this 10-year experience, some of them started to grow their own startups, and they are doing pretty well. Some of them, for example, get to acceleration of Kalakanis. Probably you heard about this famous investor. He was one of the first investors in Uber. And Jason Kalakanis, and one of our startups was on his podcast. They were actually chosen among 150 startups. So I think this is more or less shows the results of the program. But as I said, it's not enough, and therefore we decided to send a smaller program to launch 2 weeks for our current residents and also for young startups. Not only young, but obviously creative startups, preferably in AI. And I think this is also doing well, and we just launched for the next session. And I think we're almost finishing. The last but not least, we also opened our own co-living, co-working spaces in San Francisco. Now we have 3 of them, 2 of them in San Bruno and 1 is in San Mateo. So it's a great place where people can go work. As you know, the housing in San Francisco is too high. It's you only have 2 options, so like small hotels or small motels, not very good, not very convenient, and from the other side, expensive hotels. But this is something in between. So whole Central Eurasian companies and startups can go. Just refer to us, and you will get some good service from our partner, Olive Rooms. We are partnering with him and already started some great initiatives by having, as you know, in the Bay Area, you always have to make events so to attract needed partners. And just recently we launched so-called Plov Party by bringing investors from the Bay Area. And we just launched, and the next cohort of people, amount of 20 people, will go on 13th of September. Yeah, this is more or less final presentation about our organization. If you will have any questions after panel, so I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's interesting, the approach of offering housing. San Francisco, for sure, it's and the Bay is overly expensive, and probably most of the startups do not have that opportunity.
This is also a part of our strategy, because it's all about our strategies, how we track companies, and I think we are doing pretty well in this. The only problem is that world doesn't know about Kyrgyz Republic. It doesn't know that we have IT, that we have infrastructure, and that's a big challenge in promoting our country. And probably our colleagues will also say the same. So as a region, we have to pay more attention to regional cooperation in terms of promotion.
Yep. The same for Moldova. I mean, we're similar in this sense. Of course, maybe there are some companies or some players that already found out about Moldova. We kind of like to say that we already have at least one unicorn, but it's not, they don't position themselves specifically as a Moldovan company. They have started in Moldova, and then the investors came from somewhere else. Anyway, let's move further with Mr. Umed Komilov from Tajikistan. Mr. Umed will just tell us more about Tajikistan overall, but also we want to learn more about the business incubator in Tajikistan. And he's representing this organization. He's the head of the international department at the State Enterprise Institution, business incubator of Tajikistan.
Thank you. I'm a representative of State Business Incubator of Tajikistan. I'm head of international department in this state enterprise. Business Incubator was created by government in 2019 with aims to support entrepreneurship in Tajikistan and make every 10 citizens of Tajikistan entrepreneur. If you talk about our work experience, in 4 years we supported more than 200 entrepreneurship by grant funding and technical grants. Also in this year, we first time we created collaboration with a hub accelerator from Azerbaijan and providing the 3-week incubation acceleration program for our startups, and sent 3 startups to Baku on final pitch session, in which our startups with name Reskill, it's a new educational platform with AI, has won the 2nd place, which grant about $10,000. It's I think for Tajikistan it's a good result of our startups. Also, we are working now. We moving our work from business education to IT education. We have partners in this program. It's Technohub Dushanbe. It's a new educational platform, educational school, IT college, which will work on Edu 01 programs. Also, we're now working with World Bank to support this IT college, and we have an aim to educate more than 500 IT specialists per year, and now we're going to this aim.
Very interesting. I know that at least all the regions are competing in a way for the specialists. Do you have any strategy, like we see other countries have a program like digital nomads or a program to attract foreigners as well?
No, we don't have such programs. We don't compete with Central Asian countries. We are have a good collaboration with each other. We're working with Astana Hub. Also, we're now starting working with High Technology Park of Kyrgyzstan. And we have a view to create, to educate IT specialists for all Central Asian countries, not only for Tajikistan.
Oh, that's impressive. Thank you. And now, since you already mentioned Astana Hub, let's move to that. And we have Mr. Daniyar. Thank you so much. Daniyar Zhumagulov, Director of Technological Centers Office in Astana Hub. Sorry once again for mispronunciation. I was training as well.
Yes, it's like Daniel.
Daniel, yeah. Daniel, it's easier for us at least. So let's learn more about Astana Hub and what are you offering as well. We should have the pointer somewhere as well. And to make sure that you can share the presentation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. So my name is Daniel. Good afternoon, everyone. So we came from Astana with my colleague. He's also here in the room. I saw the presentation of Chubak, and actually I have seen a lot of similarities in our approach, even in KPIs. I mean, so we are not competing with each other. Because we have different approaches in business model, etc. And I'm going to show it. Actually, I had like a large presentation. I tried to shorten it, to 15 slides, but I'll try to be on time and to tell about Astana Hub in brief. Okay, just to to start with, this is the real picture, the real photo of where it is located, I mean, our hub. The whole story began in 2017 with the Expo. We had Expo 2017 in our capital. And before even launch of this project, the government asked for the proposals. What is going to be there after the Expo finishes, with all these pavilions, because it was about the future energy. And our general director, acting general director, Maghjan Madiyev, he came with the idea of creation this IT hub, international IT hub there, so how it looks like. 4 main pillars of our activity, as you may see. This is talent acquisition, education, business development, export support. I'm not going to tell about everything. We have a lot of programs going on. Incubation programs, acceleration programs, academies, etc. And if anyone would like to get this presentation, I think Organizing Site will spread it to you so that you could have more questions and approach us. Here the Astana Hub in numbers. It was opened in 2018 in November 6th. So we started that work and we are approaching 6 years age this November. And we have tremendous results, as you may see, everything in US dollars and in real numbers of participants, the first metrics you see. This is the statistics up to the end of last year. Now we have even more participants. It's more than 1,500. Participants and all the other indicators as well. As you may see, total revenue, it's over now $2 billion US dollars. Number of employees, it's close to 30,000. Investments raised almost also 1 billion during these 5 years. Expert revenue you see also. And main subcategories of the projects, of the startups, of the companies that they are working in. It's software development mainly, as you may see, fintech, software as a service. I'm not going to read through all this stuff for you, just to have the common picture, common vision of that. This is actually the main slide of the presentation. How we do that? In the very beginning, in 2018, President signed the law giving Astana Hub these tax preferences for all the participants. And you can see like 0% tax almost for everything, and the current tax rate in Kazakhstan for them. And you can imagine how it is beneficial for all the companies coming to Kazakhstan with their IT startups, for all the technology firms opening their branches in our country. And the one thing is that we are taking only 1% of the income, of the revenue for the year from these companies registered at Astana hubs. And if you will calculate, you will see that this is very beneficial for them. And that's why the number of participants is growing like exponentially every year. Also, please put your attention to the direction subcategories of IT that we put there. They have been chosen by our Ministry for Digital Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan as like the trendy, the most important in the IT field. And here the list of all the taxes, all the VATs types, corporate income tax, etc., individual taxes, etc. We also put EPAM here. I saw it in your presentation, Chubak. So we're also working with them. We have them as our participant as well, and also some like big names like Playrix, Ozon, Myton, etc. And with this, we have shown, we tried to show like the main companies in each area. As I said, if you would like to know like the exact names, you can approach us or receive the presentation. How we do that? We work closely with Astana International Financial Center. They have their own expat center, which is helping to all the foreign companies coming to Kazakhstan to open the legal entity in Kazakhstan, to provide them with individual identification number, etc., and all the like electronic digital signature and everything, like full package, very fast.
Do they have to pay for the services?
No.
Okay.
And as you may see, we have two types of residency. Also, like Chubak said, digital nomad visa we have for the Visa Plus countries, and for the Visa Minus countries, digital nomad residency. Slightly different, but the whole idea is to attract people, talents from all over the world to Astana, to Kazakhstan, and also to any other city in Kazakhstan, because we have extraterritorial residential in Astana Hub, participation in Astana Hub. And this is very convenient, because Astana Hub has 16 regional hubs in all the main cities in Kazakhstan, and they have necessary infrastructure there, and they can help you out. You can approach the central Astana Hub in Astana with any question. And as you may see, one-stop shop we have as well to help the companies on any issues, questions arise during the process. This is regarding the same, like the education in IT, how we do it. We have this large-scale program, as you may see, Tekorda, where government given us the money, which we will distribute among 91 accredited IT schools in the country. They receive these grants to teach students in IT specialties and different specialties for the Kazakhstani economy. And you see that the goal is to teach, to train, to educate 20,000 up to the next year. And we are doing well with that. You see all the metrics here. You see how much it costs for them, for the government, because they are not paying anything. And we actually have some good results. I've shown them here, like the real stories of people who have been educated there, and they got the job after that Tekorda courses for the half of the year they are studying. And in Kaspi, KZ, in all different companies in Kazakhstan, as IT specialists, juniors, of course. Like the program works, and it is very popular now in the country. Also, like for the startups, we have the Silkway Accelerator, Google for Startups. We're doing it, of course, in collaboration with Google. And you see all the 5 Central Asian countries, plus Azerbaijan, Mongolia, and Georgia. Also, you see the metrics. You see this CITIX startup here, which has been evaluated for $100 million US, and Tim Draper also working with Kyrgyzstan. He also invested $1 million in that startup, one of the success stories out of this program. Also about hero training program, the same. We're working with Team Draper with Draper University and having this program and trying to make this bridge between Kazakhstan and United States of America, Silicon Valley, because they are located there, and the finalists go there for 5 weeks, and after that they may stay there on their own expense if they have so. But in order to help them to stick there in the US, we have created in the April of this year Silk Road Innovation Hub, which is our hub, Astana Hub there, which is helping to companies, startups coming to the US to locate there, to get the mentorship, to get the webinars, seminars, etc. Networking, first of all, of course. And that's why we have created in April. Now it's growing up. That helped us. I mean, this activity. Of course, the major batch of our companies coming to Kazakhstan are from Eurasia, from our region. But as you may see, we have succeeded in attraction the companies from North America, from Europe. You see it on the slides, and you see the citations from EPAM, Playrix, etc., confirming that. Here's just for your information. As I said, I didn't tell about everything. If you will have any questions regarding any direction of our activity, you can approach us, me and Kaysar, my colleague here. We are ready for your questions. We would like to consult you as much as we can in order to attract Moldavian tech companies to Kazakhstan, because this is very beneficial. I mean, the working in IT.
Yeah, it sounds impressive, actually. And I think there will be questions from the audience, maybe. So just raise your hands in case. Yeah, I'll let you finish, but just raise your hand if you have any questions, so I know that we can prepare to take them. In between, please, just to go through the last slides of yours.
Okay. I just wanted to show you again how it looks like, because here's this schematically given map. Because we are located there where is Astana Hub, of course. We have 22,000 square meters of areas. I will show you all the infrastructure on the next slide. And we have our ministry geographically close to us, like in the walking distance, which is very convenient for us because we are trying to decrease bureaucracy, and it works actually. NITEC company working with this ministry, Astana IT University, Nazarbayev University, one of the leading English-speaking university in Kazakhstan, also very close. And this is about the location again, the importance of the infrastructure around. And here's all the information about the internal infrastructure. You see the photos of the rooms, co-working areas, networking areas, cafes. We have like a lot of offices, etc. As I said, some of the participants can get the area inside the Astana Hub itself. Some of them like choose the extraterritorial residential there. And here's the list. We tried to shorten it, so this is the main points, as you may see. And that's it. Thank you so much for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you. I see a lot of similarities in terms of taxes with Moldova Innovation Technology Park. I don't know if you've managed to see the presentation that we had yesterday. It's a bit different, the concept, because we have a flat tax of 7%. And I see similarities and differences in the same time. It does include the income tax of employees, of companies, the social contribution of employees, their medical contributions, the tax on immovables, tax on roads, and some local taxes, which in a smaller amount. So, and everything is also digital. We are also an e-park. So it's a lot of EEE in the framework. Of course, there is a huge focus on human capital. Moldova has a regime on IT visa, specifically to attract foreigners in the country, and there are 2,000 residents of the e-park, so 2,000 companies that employ a bit more than 22,000 people. And this is 4.4% of our active population engaged in the IT sector. Of course, we always want more, and this is why there are a lot of partners that are developing their educational programs as well. And there are also organizations working with startup ecosystem. Anyway, being here, I think it's important to look ahead, and this is a question to all of you. If there is anyone in the audience that would like to ask a question, just raise your hand and I'll make sure to come to you. Meanwhile, I'll take care to ask my questions as well. How do you see, what are the key factors that will determine the success of Central Asia as a global IT destination? Because, as you mentioned, probably it's not, and it's not only about Central Asia, I think Eastern Europe as well, because I would include here Moldova. How do you see the collaboration as well? Because we do not compete against each other. It's more of what can we do together to increase the attractiveness, and how can maybe European companies or tech firms contribute to this growth? And who of you would like to take first and answer? Please do.
As I said already, I did this call for the action, for the real cooperation. So we ask Moldovan companies to approach us, to come to our hub, to see, maybe for a review, and after that to decide. So we invite the companies to Astana. Please come. This is the first one, real cooperation. The next is like to share the experience with each other, because Moldovan companies also well known in IT sector, in 5G networks, etc., in green technologies. So we could be useful for each other. I mean, in these sectors, these fields, as far as I know.
Would you like to add?
Okay. We also invite to Tajikistan Moldavian company, first of all, to shared market access. Every Moldavian companies can gain access to our Central Asian market, first of all Tajikistan market, and also by coming the Moldavian companies, European companies will also come. And also we want to invite stakeholders of IT ecosystem of Moldovan to share skill development and training programs to get access for our Tajik startups and IT companies for Moldovan expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I also want to add something on this. You mentioned a few times about no competition, but actually it is. But I will tell you in what case. So if to talk about like a bigger companies, my colleague Daniel mentioned about EPAM, Roji, for example, Netcracker. They are present almost in every republic. Yes. And we are not competing for bigger companies. And this is actually a goal of Central Asia and even in Eastern Europe to bring bigger players, like big tech companies. And I think in this case, we are really can do some fruitful projects in attracting, in global promotion. But for smaller companies, I will answer in what case we compete. For smaller companies, the companies that are small with like shortage of resources, they obviously will look for one country, for one single country that will best fit all their needs. And in this dimension, this is kind of a difference of our parks, and they will choose the best one, and it's okay. But as I said, our goal is to bring bigger companies because they can make a bigger change. Let's call them, they can make a difference. Because even for EPAM, when they came, they changed the industry. There was a case when the banks were just staying okay in their offices, not going out, because they were okay with the specialist and everything, with the salaries. But when the EPAM came, EPAM actually took all the seniors and middles. And companies started to somehow think and act proactively. They started to do their own hackathons. They started to invest into the industry, bring more specialists and actually just started to take some money from their pocket to the industry, and this is a good tendency. And therefore, our biggest goal is to bring more companies from 500 Fortune to the region. And in terms of other cases, I'm not encouraging Moldavian companies to come to Kyrgyzstan because, again, it's about differences and opportunities. If they will see the real benefit from our country, please welcome. This is also about synergy, not just taking out some Moldovan companies from your park and bringing them to Central Asia. This is more about synergy in case of, since you do most of the Moldavian companies are doing their projects locally or I assume for US or European market, then their specialists will be closer to the market. And obviously the core team should stay here. And this is a benefit for the local country and for local IT hub. But if you want to expand, have more talent, have more opportunities or expand your market to Central Asia, for example, this is a great opportunity to open additional office. As I said, usually it's some kind of, at least for the first time, it's a supporting office. And the Central Asian market is also growing. And in upcoming years, it will be almost 100 million people. That is a big market. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, even more than 100 million people will be by 2030. And obviously, I saw some of your startups and companies. I've talked to them, and we see a lot of similarities. And I also saw there are problems. Some companies already reached the top level. By top level, I mean they're already at their maximum in recruiting people. The population is not that as well big. And therefore, this is just an additional opportunity for companies to get that talent, cut some of their costs, and be even more competitive on the market.
Moldovan market is also specific. It goes 90% towards exports, by the way. We estimate that the turnover of the companies in the IT park will reach 800 million euros this year. So it's quite a big number for Moldova. Like 11% of the total export of the country are generated by the IT sector. And again, this is just
3.4% in GDP, if I remember from yesterday's presentation.
Yes,
that's great.
Exactly. And it's a good contribution in the GDP of the country. That's why we were looking also to other opportunities, including synergies that could even boost further the sector. But you mentioned the thing about foreign companies and big companies and attracting them. That's good, but we also see a challenge on how do we not specifically protect, because competition is always good, but how do we support local products or local companies that are having their own investments, that have worked on the local market for a long time, prepared people, and somehow have their own products that need to survive in a way or another. So how do you see that we in every country that we represent could also do that?
That's a great question. And I think I will answer again differently, because if we are talking about product companies, then it might be a problem. For example, if you have, for example, local taxi service provider, which is top, and if you're bringing some bigger company from other country, that can be worse for the local company, if you're talking about real product. In that case, I think government should somehow regulate, somehow to protect the local company and to find some kind of balance. But if we are talking about service providers that are also listed on 500 Fortune, then I think this is just the best client. And I've talked with some companies yesterday, and they said that they also need more orders. And they can do more orders, but if they will have enough talent. They don't have enough talent in Moldova, but they can get additional talent from, for example, from Central Asian countries and get even more investments or orders from the same US, LATAM, or European countries. And I think this is, as I said earlier, a synergy. Moldova at some point can attract more investments and more orders because of the closeness to the market. And obviously, a challenge for Central Asian countries is the time zones. The 12-hour difference or 11-hour difference with Bay Area is a big challenge. Therefore, usually they prefer to work with LATAM, or at least closer to European countries, because they are in the same time horizon, and this is very, let's say, important for when companies choose. They obviously look for tax benefits, the infrastructure, the country, but we have to be honest that the time zone is one of the top priorities for them. And therefore, at this moment, this is a synergy. Moldovan companies can open additional offices in the Central Asian countries and get even more orders from US, Europe.
Thank you. That's an interesting perspective and insight. Would you like to add anything to that? No? Okay. I think that generally it's about the tax incentives and so on. Every country is anyway supporting the tech industry overall, and everyone sees opportunities here, at least for our countries being small, or as you mentioned, there are differences in terms of time zones and the markets that we serve. For like Moldova, 90% is going towards exports. Of course, US and Europe are the biggest markets that companies export services to. There are other areas, and I think Moldova doesn't cover much Asia overall in terms of delivering services. There are a couple of companies, but not that many, some from the gaming industry. So I think this is also kind of interesting that maybe some of Moldovan companies did not do an additional research. Everyone is going towards Bay Area, Europe. Maybe there is some opportunity on the other side. And of course, we also are inviting anyone from other countries to collaborate or to learn more about Moldovan opportunities that we offer, because maybe there is some synergies or some companies that would like to collaborate with Moldovan residents of the IT park, or even outside the IT park, because there are a couple of companies that are outside the IT park. Just to conclude, and this is like the last question I would give. How do you see in 10 years? I know that you already mentioned about your goal to have one startup. Is there anything else?
It's not a long-term goal.
No, yeah, exactly. So what do you see as one long-term goal in 10 years for each of your organization? Let's say the most important one.
I think that like the most important is to educate the young talents, because all our countries, Central Asian countries, we have a big strata of young population in our countries. This is our advantage, because we have to teach them in IT specialties, to educate them, because at some point the quantity will transform to quality, and at that point we will have the boost, I mean, from bottom up, because currently we are speaking from the top-down approach, like the government gave us infrastructure, tax incentives, funds, etc. Also legislation, regulatory framework, but this is all top-down. Our main task is to make it also bottom-up and to fit it in the best way.
And responding basically to the needs, because education anyway remains a top priority for all the changes in technology.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for the question. For our organization, first of all, its main aim is to create more IT specialists, because we have a new young generation. We are lure away with them from the traditional jobs like lawyers, economists, and to IT specialists. And the second one for Tajikistan, it's most important thing. It's AI. We first country in Central Asia which have national strategy for development of AI. And now in our branches of business incubator, we have seven branches around the Tajikistan. We plan to open in 2025 ML learning schools, ML Academy for AI, to create more AI and ML specialists.
Education and AI. What can you add to that?
$1 trillion in revenue. Yeah, that's a goal. We'll rise more unicorns, decathlons, for whole Central Asian countries. Big tech companies listed in 500 Fortune, like maybe delivery offices of Google, Meta, and other giant companies. Because as you know, you should develop the whole infrastructure, and they have the so-called minimum or medium requirements for companies to come. That's the salaries, that's the working, the life balance, the government initiative. So all in a nutshell gives the certain requirements for companies, for giant companies come to the region. And I think this is a goal. I agree with the colleagues in terms of education, because without talent, there's nothing worse. If there is no talent, then the companies will come, incentives, okay, but if there is no young generation of talent, then there is no great success for the companies. As I said, also important to develop the market. This is 100 million population, and I think, as you know, these Central Asian countries were on a Silk Road many years ago. It has like a long history. Sorry, it has a long history. It has a very long history, and I think this is a kind of rebranding. So, by being a new IT destination, we can somehow reborn of the Silk Road hub, innovation Silk Road way. And obviously, as Umed said, the AI is a trend. For example, let's take an example of China or India. India, obviously, first now is an IT outsourcing, and as well as in startup development in both fields, and we never can beat them. No. This is reality, not in population, probably in technology, and this is kind of an interesting point. We have to somehow differentiate our region, and I think AI. Now any country is trying to develop AI, and every single country now in more or less similar position. Some of them have more resources, some of them less, but every country can become a new hero in AI. And I think this is a great opportunity for Moldova or Central Asian countries to somehow differentiate them from others, not just selling developers as outsourcing, outstaffing. We never, as I said, can downbeat them in terms of salaries, right? They always will be less because of the population, and we can only differentiate in terms of speciality. And I think here AI is a great tool. So AI tooling, AI professions. We just recently launched the AI Academy, just to develop, and also giving a lot of attentions to educate more data scientists, ML specialists, and even our recent product is actually in AI. One of our residents launched the product, which is very similar to Siri or Alisa, but it's in Kyrgyz language. So the idea is to help all minor language countries, so they can speak in their own language. So the smaller nations cannot lose their heritage. But for the US market, they changed a bit their direction. So it also helps with your sleeping mode. So from the medicine part, it's also helping, just not the assistant, but additionally, it's kind of your own medicine assistant in your pocket. Yeah. So more or less, AI is also a future for our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The clock, I think, was also the sign that our panel is finalizing. So thank you so much for this discussion. I'm sure that the collaboration will continue afterwards, and I'll give the floor back to Anna with the continuation of the agenda.
Thank you, Marina. Lots of lessons learned. Very cool presentation on the Astana Hub, on the Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan regimes and activities. I actually took notes of what we can maybe do together or share. So that would be very cool that we exchange some words afterwards. So the nice part comes now. We have lunch for an hour, I suppose. We should be back by 2 here for the 2 more sessions that we have today. I have one more announcement. Fahed, I heard yesterday you offered yourself to have an AI workshop after it finishes. So whoever wants to join at 4, we'll see how many people join. We'll do either here or in a smaller room. Fahed proposed to have an workshop on AI for business plans. So using AI to create business plans, which should be very cool. I think all our team is going to come as well, and we're announcing some other people. This is a last-minute thing generously offered by Fahed. So thank you a lot, colleagues, for being here, for coming. Let's have our nice lunch now, and then let's be back. Thank you. We're ready to start. Welcome back from the lunch session. I hope you had a great lunch. Full, everybody got a few portions. Let's move to our next pre-final session, which will navigate IT investments and startup acceleration in the Eurasia region. I have the pleasure to invite Olga Melnichuk. I'm not sure if she's here now. She's coming. So Olga is coming. Olga is the executive director of the Startup Moldova Foundation, leading organization to support startups in Moldova. And with her, until she's joining us on the session, I will try to present the others. We'll have Amir Hegadzi, managing director of Capital Democracy, Steiner Hoyle Korsmo, Seed Forum Global founder and CEO, Nihat Muradzadze, chief technology officer at Sabah Hub, Innovation Center of Azerbaijan, and Dumitru Choric, Chief Business Development Officer at Fagura. Olga, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was still thinking we have another 5 minutes until people will be gathering in the room. First of all, good afternoon. It's a challenge to have a panel after the lunch, but believe me, we're going to have a very interesting discussion, very engaging, and you will learn a lot about the startup ecosystems all over the Eurasia region, and not only, but also about the investments and how do we use AI to improve investments and build better startups. And for that, my panelists, please, you were already announced, please join me on the stage. Feel free to, yeah, you already have almost all seats assigned. I hope you're feeling well and all good. I would start with asking you to present yourself, like 1-2 minutes, just what you're doing, what is your focus and expertise, and maybe how do you see the development of IT ecosystem in general. But we can also talk about this a bit later. Let's start. Amir, would you?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming, and it's exciting to be here. Just a quick background on myself. I started my entrepreneurial adventures quite a long time ago. You can tell I lost some hair in the process, but it was quite fun. Most notably, I was the director of marketplace for a company called Souk.com, which became the largest e-commerce platform in the MENA region, the Middle East and North Africa region. We've built it from the ground up to final exit to Amazon for about $600 million. So that was quite a ride. More recently, I've been a senior advisor to the Minister of Commerce and Investments in Saudi Arabia. So I was involved in vetting and approving and recommending all the tech regulations and initiatives related to developing the local startup ecosystem. And wrote a bunch of books on the startup world in the MENA region, most notably a book called Ecosystem Arabia, where I did a full study on the landscape and finding gaps and ways to improve it. So obviously that's sort of my passion, helping entrepreneurs and startups develop and scale. And similarly, working closely with startups on advisory in terms of strategy and as well as fundraising. I'm referring to early stage startups, so pre-seed, seed, A, just starting off the block. And that's what I've been doing, really. So I'd love to learn more about what you're doing here. If there's something we can help with, be happy to contribute.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dumitru. I'm Chief Business Director at Fagura, the first crowd lending platform in Moldova. We've been active on the market for more than 5 years, and we have managed to intermediate until now 7 million euros. And we've paid interest to our investors about 1 million euros. We had no legislation when we launched on the market. Now we have the crowdfunding law. We are expanding now into Romania. We have obtained the EU crowdfunding license, and we are hoping to grow as fast as possible from now on. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Nihat. I am the CTO of one of the biggest innovations hubs of the region, Caucasus region. At the same time, within our hub, we're working with lots of startups from the branch that we're mainly focusing on acceleration and incubation side. At the same time, we have our venture fund that we're investing to early stage startups. And also we have a venture studio where we're building startups, developing them, testing in the market, and killing them real quick. Yeah, and by the way, I am also an entrepreneur myself, and I am the CTO of the biggest startup of Azerbaijan, which is called Push30. It's a gym aggregator startup. So it's kind of, I have two sides of what I'm doing. The first one is the CTO of the Innovation Hub, and at the same time, I have basically my own startup that I'm working on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Steiner. I'm a founder of quite a few startups. I did 17 startups in the 90s. I did some failures, went bankrupt, learned a lot from that, and I was even able to do some nice exits, so I earned some money from it. And that money actually made me, from year 2000, 2001, to take an initiative to solve the biggest problem in the whole global innovation ecosystem, which is funding or access to private equity funding for early stage startups. That is what is today known as Seed Forum. We did 500 plus investor forums in 50 plus countries around the world. We trained 10,000 plus founders to match with investors, to pitch train them to match with investors during the last 20 years. Corona hit us badly, and by that we used our competence and experience from the past almost 20 years to evolve the whole Seed Forum organization during the last 4 years into a global hybrid accelerator program. And I'm very happy to be here today simply because we're also currently launching the Seed Forum Global Accelerator Program and looking for the first entrepreneurs from Moldova and Romania. We are certainly as well looking for founders to participate with advanced acceleration out of the whole Eurasian region. We have had somehow around 2,000 entrepreneurs, probably founders already from the Eurasia region, presented to investors in different countries around the world. So we know that there is a lot of potential in Eurasia, and that's what I'm also looking for when I'm a business angel and investor into companies in this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Let's kick off with first question. Amir, I would like to ask you first. You work both in MENA region, in Eurasia, probably all over the globe. How do you see the difference between the other regions comparing to Eurasian regions in terms of startup ecosystem?
Yeah, so I think, if you look at the MENA region, there's obviously different markets at different stages, and they've gone through some pains and development and evolutions of their own. And I do see the one word that comes to mind is leapfrog. So with leapfrog is really about combining proven international practices with very good intimate knowledge of the problems, of the local problems. So that combination of the best of both worlds, I think, what allows emerging markets to develop quicker. Now, the thing with leapfrog is not about going to the latest necessarily and skipping foundational steps. And that's a mistake I see is, you have to make sure that you have the right foundation and the technology or the best practice you incorporate is about accelerating that build out of the foundation rather than skipping it. So a case in point, if you're a startup, I come from an e-commerce world, we wouldn't, for example, jump to AI recommendation engine before we have the logistics and the payment set up in place first. So you have to kind of understand what are you trying to solve early on and make sure it addresses local problems and focus on that. And the AI or the technology is an accelerant as opposed to a substitute for flawed or fundamental gaps within the business, right? So it's not, you can't dress up a bad business with AI, right? And I see it all the time. It's like, okay, let's make it AI, and we have all these features, and it's exciting, and look what it does. But is it really what are you solving for the right thing? So that's my advice to entrepreneurs, is just make sure you have the fundamentals right, and then use the technology to help you get there quicker and more feasibly and scale quicker. But you're not going to skip steps, so to speak. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. From what you're saying, I see there is a lot of potential in this region, especially in emerging economies like Moldova, let's say. Steiner, a question to you. We were talking in the corridor, and you were telling that soon you're going to launch an incubator and accelerator program for both Romania and Moldova. What makes our startups remarkable in your view?
There is a lot of potential in Moldova and other countries beyond in the whole Eurasia region. But it's sometimes very difficult to see this potential. I can give you one example. For instance, in your neighboring country, Ukraine, unfortunately in the condition it is these days, but still remaining in the position that there is still a lot of technologies hidden in shelves and drawers around the country from previous days, which could still be commercialized. This is just an example of a major potential that is never really talked about in Ukraine. This is what we and I have been looking for as an example in Ukraine. In Moldova, this country sometimes promotes itself only about the wine, but Moldova is much more than just wine. Wine is fantastic, obviously, right? But it's a tremendous potential also within the IT sector and energy sector and beyond in Moldova. You just need to find it.
We definitely are lacking one unicorn from Moldova, so hopefully you're going to help build one. There is no unicorns yet created by Moldovans. But anyway, let's continue and speak about the Caucasus region. I know you, in your innovation lab, you do have a VC studio. You invest in startups, you help them grow, but also together with the corporations invest in them. What makes a startup investable from your point of view?
Okay, that's a bit of a tough question. I mean, everyone has his own, let's say, assumptions, because mainly we're focusing on the team. In the regions like Caucasus, the whole MENA region and Central Asia, the team is really important. The talent retention is a huge problem in these regions, and everyone is leaving the countries for for good opportunities. So finding a right team and investing to people is very important, in my opinion. So whatever we're doing is mainly comes with the team. So there are some global examples. Whenever someone exits for some amount, they're getting investments really quickly specifically because of the team and their capabilities. So for us, number one is the team, and as well as the product is very important. But if the team is there, it's really easy to pivot, to coach them, to mentor them for the right product, and to make the product investable. But when there are challenges with the team, it's getting harder, to teach them, to educate them, to coach them, to find the right investor that will bring the smart money to the table. So whatever we're doing, the first thing that we're mainly focusing is the talent. That's why we have our own school, and we're currently building our own university as well, which is mainly focusing on entrepreneurship to create people with the right mindset, to make them investable from day one.
Thank you. Both of you, you're mentioning talent, but I would like to ask everyone now, besides talent and the team, what else a good investable startup should have? Just feel free to answer who feels first.
Could you say again, please?
What do you think should an investable startup or an attractive startup for an investment should have besides having a good team, if there is anything else?
I'm just going to say quickly, so I think it's, you know, if you look at the mindset of an investor, whether it's an angel investor or a VC, they're looking for the outliers, right? So they're looking for outsized return, meaning they're not looking for a company that's going to grow nicely and provide a good lifestyle for the founder and the team. They're looking for a company that's going to grow 10x, 50x, 100x or more. And this is called the power law. The power law is where they invest in a lot of different companies, knowing that many of them are going to fail, but the one or two or more, hopefully, that actually succeed will make up for the losses. So in that sense, you have to be building what I think of as a rocket ship, or at least planning to. It's not a business that's going to be a nice, fast car or even a plane. Maybe it's a plane, but it's something that has the potential to be very big, that's going to take over a big market. And if you're in a smaller country, you have to think multiple markets at the same time because your market might be too small for an investor. So you have to build that, or you have to think of that right from the outset, knowing that you have to cross over very quickly and adapt to the local, you know, not just product market fit, but your whole company has to be able to localize in every function of the business, right? So the branding team, the marketing team, the product development team, who you're hiring is going to have to adapt to a new local market. For example, in the MENA region, you know, Saudi is the biggest elephant, so to speak, right? So if you're building a new UAE and you've built for the UAE, which is a little bit more Western Americanized type of environment that's different than Saudi and Egypt, which are the two biggest markets, then you're not ready to grow into those markets. So nowadays, the startups there, they start in the UAE, but they're building for Saudi. They know that what they have is going to also work in Saudi, and it's just a matter of proof concept, get the money, and then quickly go to Saudi. So you have to put yourself in the mindset of the investor and show scale, show the possibility of scale.
Amazing. Anyone else? Yes, Steiner, and then
I'm regularly looking at two things being a business angel, and those two things are not different from Eurasia to the rest of the world. And those two things are mainly their revenue stream model. Basically, if one could do things a little bit differently in a new way, that creates fast growth. Right? That's what all investors are looking for, the so-called super profit investment opportunity, that basically by definition is to be able to at least fivefold the money in less than 3 years, right? Even early stage, right? Okay. I'm not saying that there's many who actually are capable of doing that, but that's what all investors basically are looking for. And additionally, I'm looking for team. The challenge is to find people basically that are able to think big enough, to kill modesty, to be stayers and have the ability to bootstrap, to understand that it's painful to be a founder at the early stage, and it will last for a period until you either have donor or equity funding up and running, right? And it's one more thing perhaps which comes, and that's about geography and legislation. The problem, and I'm saying problem, in this part of the world is that you have all these Delaware and Estonia registration that is not good for the countries. You need, with the local governments, to evolve the company legislation so us as investors from the outside feel well enough, and that lowers basically the political risk as well about the different countries. So, okay, 3 factors.
Wow, that's almost everything. Dmitry?
I'll try to speak from the perspective of a startup. Probably we've all heard those stories from 15, 20 years ago when startups were raising money just with a PowerPoint in Silicon Valley. Well, it's not available anymore. Yeah. We've evolved to when investors are looking very much into the team, so I want to confirm what my panel colleagues say. And more than that, they are looking very much to the figures. They want to see the track record, and they want to see that you're making money. At least this is our case. We've raised more than €1 million until now, and we feel that most of the questions that we've received and we are receiving, it's how much money do you make, what's your MRR, what's your projection in 3 or 5 years? If you say 0, of course, you will not, it's not a business, or maybe you have a good idea, but you haven't proven anything yet. Prove something, show some figures. You don't have to be on break even or on a big plus.
But you need to have traction.
But you must have cash inflows, show your investors that your team is good, can manage the money, can make money, and after that they think about investing in yourself. Thank you.
Dimitri, let's stay with you. Or you want to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to actually add to what you're saying. Absolutely agree. I would also add, looking at your unit economics, so your cost, customer acquisition cost, lifetime value, and looking at customer engagements. You know, are the customers love your product or love your service? Are they coming back? Are the word of mouth is strong enough? Companies now do not scale if companies merely like the product or service. They'll get disrupted by someone else whose customers love them. So I think these are the metrics they're looking for, the investors are looking for, especially if you've looking for, I would say, Series A, where you already got funding before, and now they're really expecting you to have had the traction. If you're pre-seed, then yeah, it's the quality of the team, the vision, the problem you're solving. But at later stages, you're looking at traction and path to profitability.
I certainly agree very much with you two, both gentlemen, certainly. The question is just simply in which level of the involvement of the startup you plug in your investment. And I was talking about very early stage. That's kind of my step, our level as a business angel. The whole point here is at that step where most startups are, is how do you make the startups, for instance, with assistant, experience and competence of business angels, as I am, for instance, ready, willing, and able to be able to create traction, to move forward, right? And that's what is called acceleration. The problem with acceleration these days is it is a big difference between doing the right things and doing things the right way. Because it's so much unnecessary things which is done for startups early stage, which is not necessary to do, right? And, you know, we had a discussion back in 2010, 12, where it was a lot of international criticism on incubation, right? So that's why, you know, someone invented a new understanding of the whole world, acceleration, right? So acceleration is basically fast speed. That's why it's called acceleration, progression into traction. That's the whole point. And it's not incubation. That's something that goes slower. So the question is, how fast can you, as a business agent, I am, for instance, assist on making the companies ready, willing, and able to get to the level of a Series A?
Nihat, the question to you. Are you a successful accelerator?
Yeah, all right.
So actually the question is a bit different, following to what Steiner was saying. What is your secret sauce in being a successful accelerator?
I mean, I would say, like everyone else, yes, we are. But there are obviously some realities that I totally agree with you. Like in a sense of, we switched our concept in our acceleration and incubation in a several ways. So earlier we were basically setting KPIs to the startups, and we were thinking that the startups make it or they didn't make it, but we realized that we're literally doing the same thing with the other acceleration and incubation centers in the region. So that's why we try to set those KPIs to ourselves, and basically we try to make them investable. So so if a startup comes in, like we had that boom as well, like acceleration centers, and they weren't even acceleration centers, they were calling themselves like innovation hubs. But after, you know, like this post-COVID era, they were basically like, I would say, co-working spaces. Because people were looking for that, you know, people were looking for co-working spaces because they were stuck in their houses, and now they need to work with someone, you know, have that network. And basically, after a few years, the trend changed a little bit as well, and those people who built those startups in those co-working spaces, they were looking for a network, They were looking for help. They were looking for B2B partnerships, some collaborations. Because, okay, like within the co-working space, they built their product, but they can't actually sell it. So how we can help them? At that specific point, some of those innovation hubs turned to be like just a co-working space, and some of them actually failed because they couldn't provide the support and no one went to those places. I think the most important part is to stick to the trend, to understand what really startup needs, to support them in an early stage, because like early stage product is very fragile. If you wouldn't help them in the right time, if you couldn't bring the right network in the right time, the product might fail. The team can be demotivated and they can just they could just go away. So that's why I really think that as a success of acceleration and incubation centers is coming from the network, it can be some government network to land some B2G deals, some corporate deals to land some B2B deals and get that, first clients. For them in countries like, let's say like MENA is cracking it actually right now, but specifically Central Asia and Caucasus, whenever you go with zero traction, no one's buying your product as a B2B client because no one needs it or no one needs to explain to their basically company that it's a good product and it's GDPR compliant or whatever it is. So what I would think is a good network of companies, B2B deals, good network of B2G deals, and make them basically land their first, have their first traction in order to make them basically investable. Because with basically being a, let's say, co-working space, you're not gonna help those startups and no one's gonna invest, like realistically speaking, to a startup with zero revenue, because it's not business, right? As you mentioned, it's a good hobby. I had one as well. I was the only one using it. I mean, that was a great hobby, but obviously you need clients, and clients are coming in those kind of regions are coming from the acceleration centers, because they basically, you accelerate in terms of product, in terms of network, in terms of revenue, and etc.
You had out of 10 startups that you accelerate, how many of those go to the, let's say, next round of funding or have successful traction that you can name a successful startup?
Yeah, so basically we've started to build the whole ecosystem, right? Because when we started as the incubation and acceleration center, we saw that they need, let's say, they need to talk to VC. All right, we're connecting them with like global VCs, we have our own angel club and etc. But in an early stages, we didn't have that. So basically, we saw that there is a block. So we have created Azerbaijan's first angel club as well. At the same time, it was a good timing because the first VC of Azerbaijan also launched, which is Caucasus Ventures. And they really also supported to our startups as well. We created our own investment day, which is a 2 days, event that our startups and global startups are attending and they're getting funded. So our startups last year they got funded around, they got investment around, I would say, $3 million last year, and this year it went up to $7 million. So this is a huge number for our region, for a country which is mainly focusing on, which is basically mainly is an oil and gas, basically economy, and getting those money from external VCs to our country is very important. At the same time, it's obviously a huge plus for the startups as well. So I would say nearly 40–50% of our startups are getting invested.
Yeah, from what you're saying, it takes a family to grow a child, or a village. It's incubators, it's accelerators, and it's angels, it's VC, it's government, legal, and everything.
And by the way, just to add one more point as well, like we're like always improving whatever we're doing. So now we understood that we need some place to collaborate as well. Like we have our office as well and all that stuff, but that's not enough. So we're building a technology park. It's around 30 hectare, place, and we're currently collaborating with the biggest corporates of Azerbaijan to basically bring their IT team and innovation hubs to our technology park as well.
I want to go to the discussion about the investments, how hard it is to invest, what investments are looking in this region, and whether countries like Moldova have the attractiveness for a VC to come and invest in a startup. Dumitru, the question is to you. You raised over 1 million euro. It was in 2 batches, I believe, right? Or even more, because it was in 2 batches that you raised. What were the biggest challenges for you doing it first time and second time? And if you can share some tips and tricks for the audience.
Quite a lot of challenges, quite a lot. We had 3 steps of investment. We've organized 2 crowdfunding rounds on Seeders.com in London. And the third one was a private investment round. So in the first place on Seeders, it was the first company from Moldova that wanted to attract money from investors. It was not possible for Moldovan investors to pledge money. So we had to mobilize all our investors from abroad the country to come on Seeders and invest if they trust our idea. So it was quite difficult. We've prepared for that moment about half a year. We've worked with investors. We've had different meetings, online talks to explain. In the end, we have subscribed the round. We've raised in the first round about 300,000 euros successfully. The second round was about 750,000 euros. But the second time we have convinced Seeders. So basically we were lobbying as a Moldovan company, British company, to accept payments from Moldova because it was not possible. So
did you manage?
Yes, it was another 6 months of negotiating. Please allow, yes, we understand it's not in your area, it's not in Eastern Europe economic area, but we are a startup that we are collecting money. You will get a fee from us. I think we've paid about 20,000 euros, just the fee for collecting the funds. In the end, they accepted, so we managed to mobilize basically all our investors in Moldova, in Romania, and abroad, and successfully oversubscribe basically the round on Seeders. It was quite complicated. I want to refer here on what said Steiner with the legal aspect. The legislation at that time in Moldova until now, it's quite complicated to get more investors, to get funds to invest and make them sure that your investment is safe. So what we did, we went to Estonia. We've registered a company, the mother company in Estonia, so that we could prove we are a trusted company with the public data, with a law system that is known, that is more or less okay, and it's safe for investors. So basically we have a quite, it's not a complicated, but it gives us a bit of headaches because we have the mother company in Estonia, we have 2 daughter companies, one here in Moldova, another one in Romania, and on the other side we have the 4th company that is being now authorized as a crowd lending platform because we have a new law that requires us to authorize the company in Moldova. So we had another authorization in Romania. So it's quite challenging this moment of organizing the legal aspects. We've spent sometimes tremendous time, unnecessary, just for the legal part, just for convincing investors that we are of goodwill, or even if they don't know about Moldova, maybe it's a country that it's not in their area, but we have an idea, we have a very powerful team, we are very dedicated to make this successful, and the only barrier was the fact that we are from Moldova and we don't have an European legal entity. So we had to diversify the companies, if I can say so. So this was quite challenging. But in the end, basically everything was successful on this side. On the investments, we've attracted now more than €500,000 in the last half a year, because now investors are seeing the track record, are seeing that the company valuation has increased 2, 3, 4 times since inception. So they understood that we are not some crooks that just came out and we want to take someone's money and run. We want to continuously build, improve our product, and make it a regional, and maybe why not global, that's another talk, but make it a regional important player in the crowdfunding area.
Amazing. Steiner, you want to?
This is very good news. I'm very well aware that the company legislation as well in Moldova has been very improved during the last years. And I know it's been the same situation in Ukraine. I haven't been able to follow about the other countries, for instance, in Central Asia and South Caucasus and beyond. But this is very important, simply because it is the respective governments that basically gives the framework to what we're talking about here. And that's really creating Moldova 2.0, Azerbaijan 2.0, whatever, Central Asia 2.0 is the new economy, right? Now, that's why we're here, isn't it? Because we're moving away from the old-track economy into 2.0 of the economy. And it's the legislation that basically gives, the framework for being able to succeed with successful startups, right? And of creating actually a volume of startups in a country.
Amir?
Yeah, I think this touches on what you just mentioned with the village, right? So when you look at an ecosystem, I always think of it as sort of, just like with an agriculture ecosystem, you need the right ingredients. You need the sun, you need the water. I'm not a farmer, so I can't speak, but you do need the conditions that lends itself to a healthy soil that gives rise to crops, right? So similarly with an environment, a startup environment, you touch on regulations, education, media, capital. There's those ecosystem builders like here, events organizers and service providers that bring the community together. So you need to have all these elements in place. And I would say sort of like to echo the MVP philosophy, you guys familiar with it, minimum viable product. You need a minimum viable ecosystem, right? So you can't have bottlenecks. If there's some bottlenecks around regulations, that's going to deter new founders from starting or being, staying local. And it's also going to deter investors from coming into that market. So it's important to prioritize what are the key fundamental building blocks of an ecosystem you have to have in place, i.e. remove those bottlenecks, remove the challenges, the barriers that may deter someone with an idea to launch their business, right? So for example, if the regulations is fuzzy, it's not clear, it's retroactive, as in you'll get in trouble. You don't really know if you're in trouble, but you'll get in trouble after the fact. Yeah, so that creates sort of a risk, obviously, for both the founder and the investor. So if the law is not clear, if there are certain infrastructure issues, right? So all these are foundational. And then you go to the next level, which is the accelerants, right? So bringing the community together, education, providing upskilling opportunities, maybe subsidized, maybe grants, matching investments. Governments can match investments, or government being sort of the knowledge or data aggregator could actually share this data and open up to the market. Here's the problems that are present locally,
And then the founders can say, wow, I can do this one. You know, so give them the data, the tools, education, and the support to develop more. But it is a collective effort in every sense. I mean, even with investors, especially in an emerging market, the investors need to play a bigger role. They're not just given capital, they need to be ecosystem builders, i.e., how can they share best practices within their portfolio companies? How can they help the startup bridge to another market? And really being much more hands-on in terms of support beyond just capital. But then there's also the local success stories. You know, if you have more success stories, then, you know, naturally the investor and the founder's appetite in that market increase. And so that's media. That's more about just the culture and the mindset and understanding that, hey, this is a viable career opportunity, and look, that's very promising. And there's this misconception that you have to have this sort of career path that lends you to be successful as a founder. But if you look at some of the biggest companies in the world, Google, Facebook, or Meta now, Amazon, I mean, these were first-time founders, right? Right off the bat. First company, multi-billion-dollar company. So there is, you know, there's no real barrier for someone to build a successful startup if they go through the right steps. Now, granted, there's many factors that determine how successful it can be. But nevertheless, breaking those misconceptions and showcasing entrepreneurs who started from scratch or had challenges and were able to secure funding, or maybe didn't even get the funding, but nevertheless managed around it, is good to build that mindset and the culture, and then providing all this additional support from all the different players as we discussed. I think those are the key ingredients that organically help those startups develop and grow.
One of the ecosystem players that you mentioned is the state and the regulatory framework, which should be friendly or non-invasive, at least, for startups. On top of your mind, from your own countries, or maybe some other countries and regions, do you know a good example of a state regulation that supported startups that you would like to share for Moldova for us to get inspired?
I'll just share quickly because I was involved in the Saudi sort of initial initiative. So Saudi has always been the sleeping giant, right? Everybody knew that there's a lot of, it's a big market, there's a lot of potential, young population, a lot of wealth, so a lot of potential investors, and it needs to be diversify away from oil. So then suddenly it was this sleeping giant woke up, and I was lucky enough to be part of that. And it's about really how can we make this work for startups, right? So there was some foundational steps that we're taking. I mean, most notably, it's like a no-brainer, basically. How fast can you how fast can you register a company? It went from being a complex process of weeks to literally going online and registering a company within a day. So those initiatives obviously makes a difference, right? If I have an idea and I'm thinking about building something and I'm confused and I have to pay lawyers thousands of dollars to figure things out, then it's going to slow me down. And it may slow me down enough where I kind of lose focus and do something else. Similarly, what's called sandboxes is government enabling startups to experiment within a safe environment where they're not going to be in breach of legal issues. So those are sort of like experimental environments where a founder can test out their products before they go to market, especially in areas like fintech and that are sometimes gray area and you don't really know how it will play out in the market. And then finally, I would say just government in Saudi has been, and I was involved in this quite a bit, is really listening to the startups and the founders and understanding their pain points. So that dialogue is very key. You cannot be in silo. And then the founders also need to be vocal and say, look, this is my challenge. Can we do it better? Or even present ideas. That collaboration is key. Otherwise, they're building something they think the founders need, but it's not really critical. They have other problems that they're facing and they're frustrated. So that collaboration between the private and the public sector is key to focus on the right solutions.
I just want to add and point to Dumitru. That was exactly what happened with Fagura, because when you launched, there was no loan crowdfunding, and you were out of the law. And what you're saying, like they will do it, but the punishment will come probably anyway. So there was a huge effort done on collaborating with the government, and the law was actually written with the startup together.
Yes, basically we have lobbied the improvement of the law. We were activating, but we had no regulation that was regulating actually basically this. It took us 4 governments, and I think 4 governments until the law has been adopted by the parliament. We are very active. We are proactive in partnershiping with authorities, sending our recommendations. Exactly nowadays, the institution that is the Capital Market Commission, which is supervising the domain, is going to adapt the standards of crowdfunding, basically the secondary legislation. We are contributing with input from our side. We're taking a lot of recommendations from the European Union crowdfunding law, and we're trying to transpose here, yes, in Moldova.
Yeah, great example of successful collaboration. Keep it like that.
But it took a very long time, like 4 governments.
I mean, you're the first startup.
5 years, so it's a lot of time. It should be done quicker. It's good that this year the government has changed and improved the law for the founders. What Mrs. Steiner was saying, that now you can be much more flexible with the founders, how many investors you can have, which we did not have in the past when we've created the company.
Sure. Steiner, you want to add something on the examples of the good, successful state initiatives to support the startup ecosystem, right?
If I understand the question, it's about the best practice from a government point of view, correct, right? Okay, yeah, I would very much like to share exactly what I would envision any of the countries or the governments in Eurasia would do. And again, back to what I said, how to get, the backbone of the innovation system of the respective countries to enable a heavy increase of amount of startups to get to 2.0, right? That is basically the example from the neighboring country, Ukraine, that Ukrainian startup fund did when Zelensky came to power. And that was actually enabling a first-level publicly supported accelerator, government accelerator program. I'm just aware of that there is a possibility that Uzbekistan is basically also doing the same these days, initiated by UNDP. And this is very important. I'm not a Moldovan, I'm just a guest in this country. I just really hope that what we heard from the Prime Minister of Moldova yesterday and what we heard earlier in March when he was here in the same venue is that those 5 million euros, which is then should be hopefully on the state budget of Moldova next year, will go to an accelerator fund to actually empower a great growth of startups in this country as well.
I hope so too. We actually, as a Startup Moldova, participate actively in pushing this initiative and organizing community actions and discussions about how this fund should look like, giving or taking into consideration the startups' needs first. We are almost out of our time. The last question to everyone: what are the takeaways that the public should go from here with?
I'm assuming if the audience have some founders, I would say with respect to fundraising, I think one of the biggest misconceptions is that because you know your business very well and you've been thinking about it, dreaming about it, eating it, sleeping, that you're ready to present to investors. And I think there is a learning curve where you need to be able to learn how to package a business and make it investor attractive. So I see a lot of founders, they say, I can jump to fundraising right away. Just bring me investors and I can talk to them. but they don't know how to present an investment opportunity. They know how to build a product. They know how to motivate their team. They know how to, they understand the customer. But are they telling the story in the right way, concisely enough, attractively enough, and speaking the investor language? So they skip through that because they're trained almost by DNA to, which is good, to build quickly, to launch to market, the MVP concept. But with investments or fundraising, you don't have the luxury to do an MVP with investors, right? You can't just meet an investor and then say, oh, thanks, I learned a lot, I'll come back to you with a revised pitch. It's one shot, right? It's like a job interview. So I think taking the time for any founder in the room or, is really taking the time to really think through how you're going to approach it. And it feels like I'm ready, but you have to slow down because you don't get second chances. And it's a finite world of investors that are looking at exactly the sweet spot that you have. So just be more, do more homework, so to speak.
Very, very often, as we've discussed in this panel, it's the talk, it's the right team, it's the right idea, it's the right implementation, it's the right marketing, where the sad truth is that the investors are looking at everything right now. Everything must be in perfect place. And when you prepare for a funding round, you must prepare it very well. The lesson we have learned, not the hard way, thankfully, is that a funding round is secured or successful before it starts. Thank you.
It depends how well I'm prepared.
Yeah, all right. So I think I would go firstly with the investment side, and then there are like those, the innovation hub sites. Let's start with those, accelerators. So whenever you're gonna go to any kind of acceleration or let's say incubation centers, you're most probably gonna give some equity. I would say don't waste your equity. So it's just, whenever you go in our incubation and acceleration, we try, I think in incubation we don't even get equity from the startup. We understand it's a very fragile business, very fragile location. And getting those, investments, getting those equities can really damage your startup. I mean, we've seen some startups that gave equity to 4 or 5 different acceleration centers, and it's their third year. They're just spending their days in those co-working spaces. So really try to understand what is those centers are bringing to the table. Try to understand what you will learn, what you will get, and understand that you're giving the most valuable thing, which is your equity. It's going to be really hard to get it back. So that's regarding the first part. Regarding the second part, I agree with Amir that you really need to understand what you're going to pitch, what you're going to do, what you're going to talk with investors. You don't really have the second chances. You need to understand what the investor wants. Are there early stage startup, pre-seed, seed, or I don't know, they're investing to only mature startups. Try to understand what you want to get from that investor specifically. And you have one opportunity for one specific VC or for one specific investor. So whenever you're meeting with them, try to be as precise as possible, and even if you couldn't land any kind of deal, see it as a kind of learning opportunity to meet other investors. Thank you.
To all the founders in the audience, it's your decision if you want to continue to stay small or if you want to become something bigger, to grow and even to grow fast. Then it is your decision if you want to grow fast, or at least to grow and not just become a lifestyle company, to think big, kill modesty, and stop improvisation and start acceleration. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I enjoyed it a lot.
So we're approaching the end of the event, but during these days we were speaking about education, about its this importance, and the last panel discussion will be actually dedicated to new education for the new economy, AI economy, and also we will discuss about traditional academia and corporate initiatives which are appearing. So technologies, especially AI, nowadays are revolutionizing education across both academia and corporate initiatives. And during this session, we will discover how nowadays universities are integrating, embedding different AI solutions and implementing in their curricula the AI elements, and also about different initiatives that are taken by different organizations helping people to learn more and get more competences, skills, and even through new media, how to overcome barriers in nowadays world. And I would like to invite to this panel discussion Anatol Poyata, Chief of Data Science Department at AC Technologies. Nana Dihaminja, co-founder of Clear Signal Solutions and co-founder of education nonprofit TechDraw in Georgia. And Jenny Romano, co-founder and CEO of The Newsroom. As we were talking about education and different initiatives and highlighting the importance of starting it as early as it is possible, I would like to share with you experience of our association of ATIC, what we have done in the last years for growing talents, for somehow enhancing our future generation of professionals in getting skills which are required for the future jobs. And I would like to ask to help me with the presentation I prepared for you. Just a second. It should come. Here we are. So, the TechWheel Center was opened in 2017. However, association started its activity in 2006, and this year we celebrated 18 years. And during the last at least 10 years, our focus was on growing human capital, able to join IT sector, and somehow enhancing this development to bring this potential for the sector so it can boost and had a high impact on economy, which we can record nowadays. Therefore, we tried to cover all levels of education, starting with K-12. So, and developed TechWheel in every school program, which included development of the platform, comprising 10 courses, and you can see them on the screen. It's including artificial intelligence, web design, mobile app development, graphic design, video storytelling, digital education, entrepreneurship, emotional intelligence later on was included, and generative artificial intelligence as well. So during 4 years of implementation of this program, besides the platform developed with these 10 courses, we have succeeded to train over 3,000 of teachers all over the country, covering around 500 schools, which is half of the total number of the schools in Moldova. And nowadays we have like almost 80,000 of children who passed at least from one of the courses developed on this platform. Sometimes they are passing already, taking 2 courses. And besides this initiatives, this platform, we also organize competitions, national competitions on regional and national level. So children can present their skills, present their competences learned during these courses, how they can apply and what can be done in partnership with the local authorities, local companies, and developing solutions which are required in the region. These are shortly. Another program we are running, it's after-school program for children in Chisinau, Belts, Cahul, Comrad, Techul Academy Kids. It's academy for children, helping them to test the most important directions in IT, and then discover different areas and potential for every child. Also, we're trying to develop the main skills required in 21st century, and to transform their passions into future profession, because sometimes we can see children, playing on mobile phone, but how can we transform this addiction or hobby into interest area and furthermore maybe future profession. Also within this academy we have a Robo Rangers team of small talents getting different prizes on international competitions. Another project for vocational education is called Youth Maker Club. And on top of the professions which students acquire in vocational institutions, colleges, professional schools, they can learn and can take over the most required competences for the industry, for present industry. And the project is run nowadays in 3 locations. Very soon we will open for the 4th one, and covering the courses like electronics, 3D modeling and working on CNC machine programming, 3D modeling and laser cutting, 3D modeling and 3D printing, drones and robotics. And besides the courses, we also offer them activities like repair cafe, to be more environmentally friendly, how we can repair goods instead of throwing and buying new ones, but we can repair something and take home or bring from home something defected, and then we can, with support of mentors, to fix it. Also, different hackathons competitions where children, teenagers develop projects, innovative projects on different topics, including smart agriculture, smart furniture, different kind of devices which we can use in our houses and households. The most important activity are meetups with the private sector, where teenagers can learn about the actually professions and what people do at the companies, so they are not afraid to finalize, to graduate from the school and then to join the labor market. But in this way, we succeed even to create these bridges between companies and the project, so children, we call them children, got employed afterwards. Another area of our intervention was collaboration with universities, supporting them to grow capacity of professors, and also offering to the students possibility to take over international certification on different specializations like Java fundamentals, SQL fundamentals, or Cisco, and thus promoting them to integration into the labor market. Also, we support different initiatives launched by professors at the universities, so they can implement something very in short time, promoting ICT career, promoting different initiatives which otherwise would need, a longer path to be approved by ministry and integrated into curricula, but thus they could implement different short-term small initiatives. And also we contributed to capacity in promoting ICT ICT professions, because this was also a huge gap at the universities. We were helping, to update curricula, to train professors, but the topic of promotion, how do we promote ICT specialties, was a huge problem. And another entity that we developed was lifelong learning department called TechWell Academy, and actually this was one of the first ones, because in 2017, when the center was opened, there was a huge gap of labor force in the industry, and the industry required over 2,000 of professionals in short time to join the companies. However, this was not possible due to the quite restricted number of students at the universities. And nowadays we can actually say that the total number of students graduating from ICT in Moldova is around 1,500, which is already a huge step forward. There were developed different types of training courses, and the mentors of these training programs are professionals from ICT companies, which is also very important element in the whole this story, because when you receive information from the professional, so you are sure that this was already somehow tested and the person has experience, because sometimes universities are still based on the theory and less on practical exercises. Nowadays we can say that the situation is getting better and better from day to day. So also is assured the promotion, like this assistance program to graduates, helping them to be employed within the IT companies who are members of our association, and not only. And another program I would like to mention, because today we will speak about this, about women empowerment and the valorification of women potential for ICT sector. As we had this a huge shortage of human capital in the sector, there was a decision to focus also on attraction of women and bringing them closer to technologies. Therefore, there were developed different programs helping them to acquire different tech skills, and together with the soft skills, being able to join labor market, either as a freelancer or professionals in different companies. These are short results. Also, we would like to mention that since 2018, ARTIX supported the community of tech women professionals in ICT to create their community, and since 2021, this community was institutionalized, and already since 2019, we have early event called Tech Women Summit, and this year it will happen almost in a month, on 12th of October. So, thank you very much, and I think this is a time to continue our stories with our panelists. And I would like to ask every of you to present your organization, your main values and activities you are implementing to achieve the goals you have set. So, Anatoly?
Okay, I represent a company ACTech, a part of a company group Databorn, which have offices also in Dubai, Kazakhstan, and soon we will open in Belgrade and Romania. So here in Moldova we have like a sandbox, it's a small office, but we are developing different projects, so it's small projects, special for our markets, and specialized in fintech, so the products for bank sectors and financial organizations. But also we have different projects in energetics, agriculture, and also we participate in the education process. Me and my colleague are professors at three universities, at the State University, Polytechnical University, and school and the Academy of Economy. Yeah. And also we start to collaborate with TechWell. I hope it will be a good collaboration. So yes, we have a lot of ideas and proposals, and we already take a part of this subcommittee of governmental consilium, economic consilium, which is working on elaborating of AI strategy for Moldova. So we are involved also in these projects as well as our colleagues from different institutions and companies. So we have a lot of, not so many time to sleep and hard to work.
Thank you. Nana, can you continue with your experience and what is your organization actually is implementing and doing and changing in Georgia?
First of all, thank you for inviting me here. Your presentation was very impressive, and we probably will need to talk about it, how to share this experience. So I have many hats, but my main job is a company which is based on Silicon Valley. It's a small research engineering company which we established with my co-founders after I left Missouri University of Science and Technology, and basically the algorithms we were working there, we commercialized it. But at the same time, when I was living in US, I was introduced to this huge opportunities of volunteer programs for school students and university students, where they were attracted to STEM throughout very interesting programs like robotics, and I've become volunteer robotics coach. And when I returned to Georgia for 4 years, from 2017 to 2021, I started actively collaborating with universities. I was teaching in several universities, and I started different programs like that. And then when I returned back to US, I couldn't just stop this program, so we established this non-profit company organization, TechDraw, which in Georgian means Tech Time. And the main goal of this organization is to attract more school students to STEM, especially to tech and engineering. And our main accent is to develop programs specifically for girls. Because so now approximately 12 years I'm doing this kind of programs, and by my experience, the main benefit of these programs is when you offer girls, when they can work with robotics or with smart systems themselves. And the most successful programs we have developed were engineering school for girls, and currently we're doing 2 different programs. One is international program, which is Technovation Girls, and in Georgia we're hosting this program where this year 750 girls participated. And just last week, we took best 85 girls to 1-week tech camp. And another one we just started, we just announced, it's medical tech for high school girls, where 100 high school girls will learn different aspects of biotech, bioengineering, and medical tech. They will have lectures from the Georgian scientists and researchers working abroad, and also they will learn prototyping of medical wearables based on Arduino, and they will work with students under student mentorships to create some kind of prototypes, like we will have 20 different prototypes. So that's my main area. And I also collaborate with universities to develop new programs in agri-tech or AI and these areas.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask Jenny about your experience, about what the newsroom is. And it's so rare we can see women actually CEO or co-founders of a startup. Therefore, I'm very glad having you here together with Nana and sharing your experience. So please tell us more about the newsroom. What it is?
So it's actually pretty easy to be a CEO. You incorporate a company and you're pretty much done. It's one step only, so I encourage everyone to try it. So what the newsroom does, so it's a 3.5 years old company that has changed shape many, many times. Always at the core, it was about applying AI to journalism and to basically help the news industry bring AI into how they analyze and digest information, and most importantly, bring transparency into the mix. And so that's exactly what we do. So we built a technology that right now is helping newsrooms around Europe for now. First of all, identify information across various sources, be they other media companies, but also institutional sources like government reports, official reports from companies, and so on and so forth. So gathering a lot of information to basically decide what the next story is. But then on the other hand, that same technology is able to cross-reference information. And so we help journalists validate and show very, very soon in full transparency where a piece of information is coming from. So in a nutshell, we apply AI to streamline and augment the processes in the news. I am not an educator by training, very far from it. I'm an economist. So you may be wondering why I'm working in AI, and I'm happy to tell you about that later. But I sort of stumbled upon education in the sense that the more I work with the media, the more I realize that if we actually want to get AI right and apply it correctly in the industry, there is a lot of demystification to do, a lot of education to do, and that's part now of our core. So the newsroom now is split in two, if you may. There is a product element, which is very tech-based, and an education element, which is very, okay, what is AI? Let's start from there and then bring it into the processes.
Well, we will come back to continue your story. But now I want to ask Anatoly about you have a wide experience in data science, in machine learning. You even have a book on this, handbook for students, and not only. And how do you think traditional academic programs in Eurasia should evolve to prepare students for AI-driven economy? Are the university adapting sufficiently fast to the new demands of the labor market, to the industry's demands?
Well, we should speak about education in a large aspect, not only at the universities. And we have to understand that AI and machine learning is not only IT. So it's not limited. It's not a computer science. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, it's interdisciplinary. So it means it's affect all areas, from news to biochemistry to physics, astrophysics, and so on. So we have to teach students not only from IT department, from computer science, but from all institutions. Of course, people from IT are more prepared for this, and we develop AI products. But we should consider the entire community of students. That's one aspect, how do we teach students and how we use AI in the process of teaching students and how we use AI. Other aspect is to train the trainers, so to prepare the professors, the teachers. So it's very important because, as you mentioned, a lot of them are very theoretical. We have no knowledge about the business, what is happening outdoors and in their own world. So it's another problem. And AI is developing so fast, you can see. 3 months ago, it was one GPT, now it's another. Its paradigm is changing and everything is changing. So we have to adapt the curricula, the notes for as soon as a peer, and for old style teachers it's difficult to adapt and it's difficult to be in time. Plus, of course, the process of adoption by the ministry is not so easy. You have to prepare a paper to go and to wait at least half of a year, maybe 1 year, to change the program. So it's a waste of time, in my opinion. So in this aspect, tech and ICT make a good job because you have extracurricular programs, you have specialized courses, and that's very nice. But we mentioned academic studies, extra curricula, and of course we need in-house teaching, so we have a lot of companies which need to adapt to new conditions. So we as a company make these courses, for example, for banks, for telecommunication companies. Of course, sometimes for them it's better to order AI product, but as I mentioned, they need to know how to use and how to approach to the sometimes, usually business cannot formulate the problem, the task. That's the main, issue and the main challenge, to help business to formulate the task and to say what we need, because usually we said, okay, IT will provide all the information, usually. And the last but not the least, the training ourselves. So we need to teach ourselves day by day to watch what is happening, to read the news, to follow the trends, to study new products. So this means that for teaching students, we have not so much time from one hand, but we have, and from another hand, it's a social responsibility. We need to prepare students to new job, and of course, it's a headhunter. We are looking for prospective students, and we call them, and dual education program, it's very helpful in this aspect. So we have students which are studying at the university, and they have half of time in our office they stay. So, and we start an initiative, and I think Tech and ICT support us, as I know, they support us to create AI laboratories and AI hub together with universities. That means it will be R&D, research and development centers. So it's a point to put problems for real life from business and to solve them together with students and professors. So it's a good idea and it's a good way to make money for professors additionally, because usually we mentioned we have not so high salaries, so that's a problem, of course. And from another hand, business companies, IT companies, sometimes are not ready to take small projects. So it's 10,000 euros, it's not interesting for us. But it's interesting for academy, for example, for university, for professors. And there are a lot of directions in which we can do, for example, agri-tech or AI in agriculture, which is a main issue for Moldova, for example. And we know that some wineries are interested in developing products and AI solutions. That's one example. So as a professor at the 3 universities, yes, we have a book. We already sold it. And we wrote the second one. Okay, it was for state university for generative AI. It's very trendy. But okay, we only finished 2 weeks ago, put chapters of transfusion, about transformers and diffusion models. And yesterday I read about the transfusion models. It's a mixture of transformers and diffusion. So it's changing day by day. So that's for us, it's a main issue. And we have to be in the same step with students, because sometimes we have more time to read, to watch, and specialize in different questions. And if we ask you something new, you have to react and to be ready to these things. That's what I mentioned about the self-teaching.
Well, I'm very glad to learn that you are very agile, trying to adapt to the new conditions. And also, I'd like somehow to emphasize that you mentioned that artificial intelligence skills are already entering into general digital skills. I think all of us need nowadays.
As English language is a must. It's a mandatory. It's a tool which you're using.
True. Yeah, and also importance of prompt engineering, you know, to know how correctly to introduce your request. And also that AI has a lot of premises for research and development. And this is actually, for Moldova, it's still, I think it's a weak point, and we have to push more research and development and also engage more youth in this area. Yeah, thank you. So, Nana, you've been a strong advocate for STEM education, especially for girls in Georgia. How do you think artificial intelligence can enhance diversity in STEM fields? And what strategies can be implemented, especially for girls, to pursue a career in AI-related field?
So the first question is very interesting. The first part of the question is how AI is giving us new possibilities for education, which we still don't realize, and we're not transforming like formal education according to that. And it is considered all over the world, because we have this established systems of education, and no one was ready to this fast development. But what tech and especially AI offers us, we need to switch more to self-education. We need to realize that the time of, this 4 or 6 year education is finished, and now the whole humanity should move to this lifelong learning all the time. To use, like, it's not like mandatory to compete with machines, right? But to use machines for the better, goals, we all need to self-educate ourselves. So I think the future of education using AI will be self-education platforms. And these self-education platforms should develop more and more, and professors or teachers should become more facilitators. Because teaching is also very difficult. In Georgia, we have the same problems that all the good developers or good, IT specialists, they are either moving abroad, or they are, even in Georgia, they have like very high salaries working remote jobs or even local, IT jobs, and no university can compete with that. Usually in academia, we have just passionate people who get very low salary and who have side job in IT, and that's not enough time to teach properly, to prepare, to give feedback, which is like goal of the professor, right? So to give feedback to every student. So that's why we need to use platforms more, and I think every government, especially in developing countries, should invest in this. Universities should have, and also schools should have, state investments for developing good platforms which can offer differentiated and personalized learning, which now different apps have, but not fully. And as regard to girls, what I have seen in the Technovation Girls offers the curriculum where they are working on tech entrepreneurship. They're searching for problems in their community, and they're learning app prototyping on MIT App Inventor or Thunkable, and they're also learning basics of AI data training. And that's how you hook them up. Like when they are thinking how they can train data around them. Like, for example, girls in Kakheti, which is wine region, they're developing robots who can, of course it's prototype and of course it's not full, but they have this experience when they try to develop app, to develop program for the robot which can identify disease in the vineyard. So this kind of things or some girls in the cities, they try to solve. We have this huge problem with the homeless pets, homeless dogs and cats, so they try to solve this problem. So that's what we need, because motivation is one thing, but what girls lack, it's usually programs where they can try themselves and where they safely try themselves, not to compete with boys. Because in Georgia, so I see you are doing a lot with schools, but in Georgia, only 10% of schools have formal programs in coding and engineering. So other 90%, they lack this kind of programs. So that's where we need to fit in, like all the non-profit organizations with funding, with international funding. That's what we are doing, filling these gaps.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring experience. And also I'd like to somehow stress that importance to teach children how to learn, and this, making them responsible for acquiring new knowledge, some competences, being just facilitators, mentors, just guiding them through these materials. And yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the future. And we had our organization had programs for teachers also to learn this, not AI algorithms, but how to use this modern AI platforms. And it's so much easier with school students. well, this prompt engineering is much more like, it's the same with, computer usage or, any office program usage, right? When I was young and when I was student and we first saw Word and Excel, we need to be taught that. But now school students, for them, it's very intuitive if you don't move like up to formulas in Excel, but just using these programs on the basic level, it's very intuitive. And the same with AI platforms. Prompt engineering is so much easier for them, and we need to plan for that too, that it's the things we are learning in my age, for them it's like more natural, so we need to direct them how to use it better, how to use it for their self-education.
Yeah, completely agree with you, thank you. Jenny, with AI playing a crucial role in combating misinformation, and the newsroom is somehow also working hardly on this, how is your organization, your company, using AI tools to shape media literacy education? How can these efforts be integrated into educational curricula to ensure students and professional development in area of critical thinking and media literacy?
So we are not working directly with schools on media literacy. However, we are partnering with organizations that run media literacy programs to give our technology so that they can leverage that whole analysis and cross-referencing piece. How the two go hand in hand is, on the one hand, you need to have media literacy in curricula, which is something that is very often missing in the first place. I am 31, I was never taught media literacy in my life, and I didn't study in the 1800s, so I don't know if there were many big revolutions recently, but I just didn't have it, and I think it's a huge miss, considering that the media is getting increasingly complex, and not just the media, information is getting increasingly complex, and AI can very much accelerate the proliferation of whatever information hitting you on social, on online content, and so on and so forth. So there is an element of bringing media literacy into the mix in the first place. And second, how can AI aid that? I think it's two elements there. On the one hand, bringing very relevant, very recent data that AI can analyze and synthesize, and so that anybody who is studying media literacy can do that in something that is extremely recent. And on the other hand, that AI needs to be transparent and explainable as much as possible. Because if you do not understand the whole mechanisms behind it, it is incredibly hard to first of all, to understand it, and then to trust it, especially if you're working with children and teenagers, but honestly, with every generation, as transparent as an AI system can be, honestly, the better. The question there is always, how do I avoid overwhelming the user with information? I can't tell them how the whole system was built, but bringing transparency into the mix, I think, is absolutely fundamental. So how do we work on that? Giving our technology to media literacy organizations, and specifically the ones that I'm referring to do a lot of train-the-trainer programs, so they then inform teachers on how to best bring media literacy into the classroom. But I'll give you an example. I am from Italy, and an organization in Italy that is doing media literacy, they are basically spearheading media literacy in Italy because, as far as I know, we do not really have it in the curriculum. It's a voluntary thing that teachers do to bring media literacy to schools, which I think in this day and age is completely insane.
May I ask you somehow to open the brackets about media literacy? What do you include in this discipline or this curricula? What topics would be, included?
You start from how you analyze a piece of content, how you look for sources behind that piece of content, how do you validate a piece of content. So the very simple act of there is something stated in a sentence or an article, just go and Google it, or go and use whatever tool you want, but go and look for other sources that back that information. And spot the trends in the sense that if you look at, for example, a piece of news, you're probably going to have very sensationalistic type of language, very biased type of language, and just teaching people how to start looking at those things, identifying what is sensationalism, what could be bias. Normally in a biased text you have much more adjectives than nouns. I'm oversimplifying, of course, but like being able to analyze a text that is in front of you and thinking twice before saying, oh yeah, that is totally true. And yesterday I was speaking with another of the speakers from yesterday, and we talked about the importance of humanities. I think in media literacy, having training on humanities is absolutely crucial. A lot of the stuff we're talking about, we're not really reinventing the wheel. Media literacy is about understanding a piece of text at the end of the day, and a piece of text comes from the humanities. So going to the basics, it's okay, something is served to me. How do I ask myself the questions to understand, can I trust this, can I not? And can I just go out and validate it?
Thank you very much for your extensive answer.
Jenny, I have a question about literacy, media literacy. It's a tricky question, of course, because it's a question of trust and belief.
Yeah.
Because if two persons discuss about how the man was, how men appear, you will have two opinions, creationist and evolutionist. So it's difficult to convince each other. And if one candidate and president said that in Springfield immigrants eat pets, I think at least 10% or 20% of people in America believe in this. Because their education or their experience says we have to trust this person, or we are trusting these persons. And media literacy, it's inutile in this case, because we don't want to change their mind. So that's the problem. And critical thinking, of course, it's one of the key factors. We have to teach them in the schools how to be critics and to analyze and to have possibility to change their opinion. That's the problem. Usual people don't want to change their opinion because we trust in something that is from the beginning, from their parents. And AI is just a mirror for the humanity. So if you don't like the reflection, that's not a problem of the mirror, so it's a problem of yourself. And of course, as I know, for the last year, 30% of the content in the internet was generated by AI. So, and it will grow, and it will be more and more fake news, more and more distortion, bias, and it's easy to say that it's media literacy and to check different opinions and different sources. It's a matter of trustness, so you're not checking 100 sources to be sure that it's true. And usually it's a problem of not science facts, it's political facts usually, of perception. So if you want to check something, and usually people don't read 20 sources. We read only what we trust. That's the main problems, I think, the main challenge. So how you can see how artificial intelligence can influence, or how can moderate the content, and how generate recommendation maybe for people, how...
So that's where my company started, actually. So we started with the idea of showing people different perspectives around the news in a very non-judgmental way, but showing you, okay, this is an event, there are 50 sources talking about it, this is the common ground, so what they mostly agree on, and these are the perspectives that are coming up. And the idea with that was exactly that. So, okay, you don't have time to check 100 sources. Let me give you a bit of an overview of where the debate is going. There is an element of trust and almost an element of identity in the sense that if I believe in something, I won't really question it. If my preferred candidate says something, I will tend to trust it, and that's it. So there is an element of trust and almost laziness, if you may, but I mean, we don't have time every day to just read the news and that's all. So I can't just call it laziness, honestly. It is, however, increasingly a pain point for people. So the reason why when we started, we had that idea and then we changed 1,000 things, was that honestly, we started looking at the misinformation space at the end of 2020. And it was always a matter of, oh yeah, I know so many people who are misinformed. They should use this, but it was never I should use this. Now, it is becoming, like people are becoming much more aware of what misinformation can do, and more importantly, of filter bubbles. Of knowing that I can't really have a conversation with my neighbor because we don't agree on one thing, and so we ignore the other 99. And so I think there is a growing, still small, but growing willingness to be exposed to that other side. What AI can do is accelerate that process. However, it is a fundamentally human characteristic. We decide what to trust, what to read, etc., etc. I don't think AI can fix anything that is fundamentally human, especially if it is emotional. But it can act as an amplifier in these cases. So I'm showing you different perspectives. I'm bringing transparency into how I deliver information to you. This being said, I don't think AI alone can do anything, like, very frankly.
I just want to add like two main points. First of all, it will be very, very important, become very important, and you know, scientists are discussing it, and people that we need to use AI to develop fact-checking platforms. There is opinion and there is fact, right? And also there is some kind of agreement between scientists, right? Also, so, and we need to teach that science changes, and there is like what is current agreement among scientists, but also we need fact-checking platforms. And at the same time, we shouldn't forget that still generational AI, it's large language models. So they're just giving significant, you know, statistically significant answers, but not really true answers, right? So we need to realize that and not trust fully, but also control the systems also. So this is like from two-side problem.
No, and actually, I'll just add one thing. So something that was super interesting about this year, so this was the election year, like almost 4 billion people are going to vote by December. And there was a massive fear around AI-generated misinformation and the impact it would have on elections. Turns out, a lot of people end up not trusting human-generated information because they think it is AI-generated. And so that's why I'm saying like media literacy and AI literacy need to go hand in hand. Like by now, very often I can tell if a text is AI generated. I don't think that is reflective of the whole population. There are patterns that you can look for. The very simple example with images is if the eyes are fixed and the face changes, it's a very elementary way of saying, okay, that's probably AI generated. But if you end up in a scenario in which people don't trust information that another human has prepared for them because they think it's AI generated, we were looking at the problem the other way around.
Yeah, it's very challenging, I would say, issue we raised here during our discussion about, whom to trust, human-created content or AI-created content, and we already need this critical thinking, another soft skill also, which should be somehow trained and included in this media literacy, I think. So let's continue our discussion, and I'd like to ask you, Anatol, about your experiences of the projects you integrate in the different curricular disciplines you are teaching at different universities, what you have succeeded to experience with your students, or organize different experiments with artificial intelligence in different fields. So if you can share a few examples, it would be very interesting how we already apply this in the university.
It was an interesting experiment last year.
If you can be very brief.
Yes, sure. When I permit them to use GPT to prepare the exam, and we just send the exam question to GPT and copy-paste the answer, and all of them take mark 2 from 10. Because we cannot explain what they copy. So that's, I think it's very important how about the ethics of usage of artificial intelligence platforms, and special GPT in the educational process, how it should be used. So in this aspect, I think the universities should accept or publish the ethics concept of usage of AI in the educational process. And each student have to sign that it's his responsibility how to use it. That was, for me, it was a very interesting experiment for them also, for students. And this, I think this is one of the main mainstreams which we have to discuss and to think about how ethical it's to use the artificial intelligence in the educational process, what are the limits of usage, and I think this is a mainstream now. Okay, a lot of discussions about ethics and AI and humanity centering. We are trying to trust that the artificial intelligence have the same psychology as a human. That's not true. So we have to accept that it's absolutely different from the human. And this will change the entire landscape.
Thank you. Anna, I'd like to ask you, what do you see as the most important factors in changing this educational landscape through the perspective of AI, and what should we focus on in the future? Just a few points, what you would consider the main directions we should focus on the educational side in, getting more knowledge in AI.
So with AI now we have a lot of opportunities. First of all, whatever was very difficult to do in science, it become easier because now we have new data analysis tools. But the thing is that, are we ready to use these tools or not? So I think that's how we need to look into it. Now, all the schools and universities, especially where they have like homework, not the exams where they're writing, everyone is struggling, right? How to control that something, and there are platforms that check that is AI generated, but we know for sure that in 3-4 years it will be impossible. It will mix into each other so well that it will be impossible to differentiate, because now you can give, at least in English and in the main languages, right? You can give that what kind of tone to use, or you can run through different AI systems. So you can cheat the platform which checks. So it will be difficult. So that's a thing probably long ago, maybe like when all the gaming and IT solutions developed in education, probably that was a time when we needed to switch education not to check, but self-check. If someone wants to learn, you don't need to check them, right? So maybe we need to switch education to problem solving, and if someone can build like smart system, good smart system using AI, good for them, right? If we are able to do it 10 years ago using Google, but spending more time, if we can do it now with AI, so maybe we need to teach like big frameworks, how to use different systems to get proper answers, how to integrate them together and check them and to integrate properly. Then maybe that's, now we have, we are not teaching anyone to use horse to drive a car, right? So And also we can drive a car without knowing how car functions inside. So that's our, and not only AI, we need to use fully the potential of VR, and hopefully VR glasses are getting cheaper and developed very fast now. We need to use potential of augmented reality, and maybe we need to put as much money into educational games and platforms as whatever we are putting into gaming industry. And then we will have very interesting solutions for self-development of students, and probably that's the way, that's what I think.
Thank you. Jenny, the question to you. What should we focus on while preparing future professionals in an AI-driven world?
Getting them to play with AI now. Because I think many industries are waiting for AI to get perfect or to figure everything out. And I think those are the industries or the people that are going to be left behind. There is a lot of demystification to be done, a lot. And I think people should start looking at AI from a curiosity perspective and not from a fear perspective. Right now, there has been a lot of fear. I doubt AI is not here to stay, quite the opposite. So I think embracing it is definitely the first step. But in order to embrace it, people need to be curious. They need to start playing with it. This is something that I see very much in the industry that I operate in. There's a lot of resistance. There was almost a little bit of, okay, let me not look at it now, focus on my core, and then one day I will look at it. And this is changing really, really fast. And I think it's for the better. Because we do need to prepare for, I don't like saying an AI first world. I think it's still humanity first, but an AI augmented world. But we're not going to go anywhere if we don't have everyday people understanding how to use it and how it can augment them. And so the first step, from my perspective, is playing.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to Moldova and sharing your experience, your ideas, your visions regarding development of AI in education, how we can reshape educational programs and somehow integrate into different curriculums, our extracurricular courses and so on, and enhance a larger audience to get to know use in the right way artificial intelligence. And I assume all those who are here can actually appreciate and evaluate what was shared during this panel discussion and give to our guests a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. I could not have imagined that it would be so live, the discussions, like it went back and forth. Super cool. Thank you for the moderation. We are coming to an end of the 6th Eurasia StrategEast Forum happening in Chisinau. Anatoly, if you want to join to say a few words on this occasion, except that a coffee break is waiting and a Fahed's workshop is waiting. We can have a 15-minute coffee break, and then come back if you're okay with that. So we'll be back if anybody wants to stay for the workshop. And Anatoly, as the president of StrategEast and the main co-organizer here, a few words.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you again, all of you, for surviving this forum. But actually, thank you for all our speakers. It was really exciting, and it was exciting to hear your insights, but also to see you all here together. And at the end of the day, the aim of this forum is to bring different ideas together, to share the best regional and global practices, and also not to let other countries to reinvent the wheel. The wheel has been invented, and that's an important message. But in Moldova, I think was also important to see here people from Central Asia, from Georgia, from Azerbaijan, because Moldova as an IT ecosystem deserves much more attention. And I think that some of those companies, I spoke earlier with the head of IT Park in Kyrgyzstan, with guys from Kazakhstan. I think that they have new ideas what they could do together. And again, collaboration is always the best way to compete. So thank you again.
Congrats and thank you. Let's have a coffee and then be back, those who want to be here. Thank you. See you next year somewhere else. Yeah? Where? In Baku. Okay. 15 minutes.
Okay, 15, 15.
14, 16, 15.
Okay, 16, 15.
Yes, 4:15.
don't think it's needed. I think we'll get people to come to the front. Or maybe they need it for live. Yeah, I'm going to speak through this mic. So if I stay here. Yeah, I'm talking through it now. Do you hear me loud and clear? Super. If I walk off, if anybody sees me walk off, remind me to come back to the mic. All right, fantastic. I think it's a handful of people. So, with the inspiring music in the background. All right, I think let's just start with who we have in the room. So the first question I have for all of you, with a show of hands, is how many of you have, or which or who of you have a business idea in your mind already? It's something that you've thought about at different times. Sometimes maybe you're in the shower and you're thinking about this business idea. Sometimes you're driving the streets of Moldova and you're thinking about this business idea. And one day you'd like to turn this business idea into an actual business. If you have a business idea in your mind, please can you put your hands up? And keep your hands up just so I can see. Irina, do you have a secret business plan in your mind? She has. She does. All right, so we'll include her in the list. And then over here, business plan in the back row. Madam, do you have a business plan? So you're just going to be watching. And the man with the very healthy beard and glasses in the background. Do you have a business idea in your mind? You do? Fantastic. All right. So what we can do, let me see if I can get this set up for you. Let's just see if it's possible. Dorian, can you do something for me? Can you visit training.fahed, this address? You can do it on your telephone, it's not a problem. And just try to log in with the username. In fact, you know what, I can do this. Let me stop being lazy, I'll do it myself. Because if we can log in, let's see, so 01, or is it 001? I think it's 01 at, I forgot what it is, you know. And then, let's see. What's the password? What's the password? Maybe na.com? All right, let me just quickly shoot out a message to my team and see if we can get, because what I'd like to be able to do is give all of you access to this for today's session. And then come back to you. And that way you can all do this with your business ideas, and all of you can develop your plans in this session. And then I'll keep you with access until tonight so that you can finish it in case you can't finish it now. Okay, so 1@na.com. All right, perfect. Okay, Dorian, number 1. Irina, 2. The lady with the laptop. 3. Are you doing it? All right. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Igor. 4. Anatoly. 5. Madam. 6. 7. Yuri. What's your number? What was your number before? 8. And Mikhail? 9. All right, can any, Yulia? You're just watching? 10. All right, so those of you who have numbers, please log in, and I will get this prompt copied over. So this is the web address, training.fahedbizari.com. The password is Fahed, capital F, A, and then small letters A-H-E-D. Okay, so if that's the domain, then the password, the username is like this, 1@na.com, and the password is Fahed, like that. Do you have a business idea in your mind? All right, your number is, what's his number? Your number is 20. So go and log into this web address here, training.fahedbizari.com. Your username is 20@na.com. And the man next to you will be 21. All right? And the password is Fahed. Are you all logged in, everybody that has a number? Yes or no? Yes? Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to jump over to another page for a second so that I can grab the underlying prompt. I need to get out of this, sign out, sign back in. Oh, for God's sake. The email is your number at na.com. Now the problem is I can't log in myself. I shouldn't have logged out. All right, I'm gonna get the ball rolling okay, I'll tell you what, whilst I'm waiting for my team to come back to me with my password, I want you all to take a picture of this, all right? Everybody take a picture of this, and I'll explain it to you once you've taken your pictures. All right, so, Today's session is not a training program. We're not spending 1 hour to train you up on a whole lot of things. However, you will be exposed and learn about a whole lot of things. So, we've got these 10 items. I want you to be on the lookout as we go through this exercise, as we go through this workshop. I want you to be on the lookout for these concepts as we move forward. So take 2 minutes to just read through them. This applies, even though we're not using ChatGPT, it all applies to ChatGPT. So take 2 minutes to read through them so that your mind can be looking for them as we go through this process. All right, everybody gone through it? And what I'd like you all to do now is I want you to take, this is so annoying. I want you to take a moment and I want you to do a brain dump of your business idea into, I suppose this should actually be done straight into the app. Okay, I think apparently I can log in now. Give me a second. Okay, super, I'm in. Let me just update the prompt, add it in. No, it's a model. Create a model. Lean Planner, Octo. All right. Okay, so I want everybody to go and say new chat, and then select, the model to select is called Lean Planner. All right? Show of hands, has everybody done this? If you say new chat, and then over here at the model, if I say new chat, up here, select Lean Planner. Refresh your screen, perhaps? Even if you refresh your screen? All right. Give me a sec. It's there? Refresh your screen to see it. All right? And yeah, everybody try to help the person next to you so that I can keep on moving, okay? And if you can't keep up, it's not the end of the world. You'll still have access to this until nighttime. After nighttime, we'll close all of the accounts. You'll still have access to continue in case you were unable to keep up now, all right? This stage now, once you open up the model and you say Lean Planner, the first thing you want to do is just say go. And it will start the journey. And it's saying, give me a brain dump of all your thoughts about your idea. So, I will go first to give you an example of what I mean. And then all of you do it by yourself into your telephone. And I'll show you how to do it now. And we're going to bring, after this, we're going to bring Dorian up, and we're going to start working on his business plan, okay? So, when I say record voice, this is what I mean. All right, so, in a nutshell, you know, so many professionals are on LinkedIn. And so if you think about it, there must be some scientific way of approaching LinkedIn as a salesperson and being able to sell effectively. There must be some way, like a methodology of reaching out to the right people, nurturing the relationship with them, starting conversations with them, connecting with them, eventually leading to a sale. And this methodology should be a methodology that can work across multiple industries. And it should be something that we can offer as a service to people who are trying to use LinkedIn for business. Because most people are not salespeople. So the idea of the business is that they would effectively be outsourcing their LinkedIn sales efforts to us. Okay, that's what I mean by a brain dump. I was just all over the place. I was trying to capture the spirit of my business idea. Even I don't know how to explain my own business idea. Because the nature of us as human beings is we have thoughts that are just flying around in our head like a crazy hurricane. You know, that's why we'll go and have a shower and we'll get an idea. By the time we leave the shower, we forgot the idea. Right? We're so excited about something, and then when we sit down to do it, we can't even remember what it was. So if you see over here, it's been transcribed as best it can. Now, what happens next after we submit is it is trying to confirm with me its interpretation of my business idea. So let's take a minute to have a read of what it said on the screen, and you see to what extent it has done this well. Okay, as the owner of the business idea, I think this has done a very good job. Would you also agree? All right. After this, we say confirm, and then the rest of the process will begin. So, if all of you can take a minute, those of you who want to participate and who have logged in and everything, take a minute to just go ahead and give your brain dump in response over here. It said, go ahead and give me a brain dump. So go ahead and give a brain dump. Dorian, if I can bring you up here now. Come up. So we're going to start this again, this time with Dorian as an example. And you don't need your laptop anymore. Now you're with me, Dorian. Learning by doing, all right? So we're going to take this as an example, all right? You do a complete brain dump. Whatever his business idea, if anybody else in this room does it, don't do it, all right?
I'm Dorian. I'm a young entrepreneur from Moldova. And as a storytelling, from 2023 till now, I've been present at more than 150 events. And the goal of the events is me to gain value from the events, target the right people, and make sales and develop my startup. So the problem that I saw at these events, that people do not connect and interact with each other, thus leading to missed opportunities, lost in sales, and in general not receiving as much value from event as people come and wanted. So what I want to build is an application that will help professionals connect each other, network, filter the interest by each other, find opportunities, connect, and exchange contacts.
So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that my business idea is
digital networking platform that allows professionals connect at physical events.
All right, now the reason why I did that was because I saw Dorian speaking to the crowd, as opposed to speaking to the AI. All right, that's why I did that, and I wanted to actually stand in front of you and go like this so that you couldn't see them, but I also didn't want to freak you out. So, okay. All right, so to summarize, your business idea is to develop a digital networking platform at physical events. Right. It aims to facilitate meaningful interactions, interest, find opportunities. Are we on the right page?
Right.
Okay, so can everybody take 1 or 2 minutes to go ahead and do exactly what I've done and what Dorian has done as best you can. Do not worry if what you say sounds like junk. The AI is better at articulating than we are. The way in which AI works, it looks in individual words, it attaches weight to the words, and then it will reconstruct it in a way that makes sense. So can you all, now that I've done this, let me just see with a show of hands, who's still with us to do this? All right, so you're going to be doing it? All right, can you all take, we'll say 2 minutes. Do your best. If you want to walk around the room, go ahead, walk around the room. If you want privacy, whatever, get it done. You've got 2 minutes. And you stay here.
Is it transcribing for Whisper AI?
It has, there's an open source version of Whisper, which is about 95% accuracy.
Okay.
And that's what this one is using. It's not using OpenAI's Whisper.
Okay, and did you say it's open source, so you don't have to pay?
You have to pay because it's using Meta Llama, and Llama, you know, you have to have, it's very expensive. Yeah, so right. there's inference platforms that host the open source AI, and they charge per token, well, per million tokens. So it depends how much you're using.
What's the name of this?
This one is called Open Web UI, and in the background is Llama 3.1.
This one.
Mm-hmm.
And it has the voice recognition function.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Because at events, we also talk with people, but we don't remember the conversation, you know? And it would be useful for it to be like a networking assistant to summarize the chats. That's why.
All right, I don't hear anybody talking anymore, so I'm going to assume everybody is done and move on to the next thing. Now, before I move forward, I want to bring you back to this slide. And let me just see. Okay, there's one that I should actually put on here, which is articulation. All right, for those of you who have gone ahead with this, what do you think about its articulation of your business idea? Who, by a show of hands, who's moved forward to the next stage? Mikhail, I saw you two. Okay, 1, 2. There's only a few people. Those of you who are moving forward to the next stage, Mikhail, can I bring you to the front just so that it's easy for me to see who's who? Yep. Yeah, anywhere here is fine, just so I know. Is there anybody else that's doing it in the back? All right. Like I said, you still have access to it later on. How was the articulation for you?
Great articulation. At least I understood my idea and brought me another ideas which I asked.
But it managed to articulate the idea well, right? Yes. Fantastic. Irina, how about yourself? But did it articulate it well? Your idea? Pretty well. All right. And yourself, are you still with us or we lost you? We lost you. All right, no problem. All right. So now let's go to the next stage. So over here, we're going to confirm for Dorian. Yes, confirmed. Now, the next stage, it says to us, please share your current outline and we'll identify the first empty section. So now what we're going to do, go copy this whole thing. You know what? I'm doing this workshop on the fly, and I get the feeling that it might be better that you guys just watch what we do. Can we do that? You've got this far, you have access. Now just watch us do it, and then later on you guys can do it by yourselves. I think that's going to be a better use of the limited time we have, okay? So let me just go here and copy this, 1 second. All right, so it's asked me to give the outline of the plan and what we've done so far. All we've done so far is nothing. As far as our plan is concerned, all we've done so far is nothing. So we're going to give it the outline of the plan, which has nothing inside, and I'm going to submit. Now what it's going to do, it's going to see that the first empty part, 1 second. No. Part 1 is empty. Okay? The problem statement. Now this is where in fact, you know what, Dorian? You could probably sit down from here, and I'll tell you why. Go ahead and sit down. Can we get a mic for Dorian? Tech, can we get a mic? An extra mic? Microphone. Can we get an extra microphone? Can we get an extra microphone? All right, super. All right, this is where the whole exercise starts to get wild and crazy. So what did we get from Dorian? We just got his brain dump. Right, Dorian?
Yep.
Okay, super. So now it's asking me, I'm going to tell it, go ahead with Q1. Ask me Q1. All right. Dorian, can you tell us about the pain points? Can you give us a general answer to this question first before we move forward?
So the pain points.
Yep.
The pain points regarding to visiting networking events is first, people struggle with finding relevant persons to talk with and network. The second pain point is to find the target audience that we are looking for, and then network, exchange contacts, and maintain a healthy connection.
All right. So I'm now going to say to it, I don't know. You tell me. Let's see what comes up. From what you said, how many of them are up here?
Yeah, all the ones are really.
They're all there. Any new ones?
Maybe the contact exchange part when it gets to exchanging the contacts.
All right. Now Dorian has been thinking about this business idea. This is not his first business, actually his second business. Is it your second, or are we talking third? Or
evaluation on the top of the business.
All right. So if you see that the AI, just based on his brain dump, has already started to figure out the problems that his general idea are going to be able to address. All right? So now, we'll just say to it, all of them do. Perfect. Now, the next question. Oh, wow. So it's, you know what? It's even gone ahead and just answered already. Because the way it's supposed to work, and I made some last-minute adjustments last night, because this was actually built for ChatGPT. It wasn't built for Llama. So it's gone ahead and said, what are the consequences of this problem? What do you think, Dorian?
Right, all
of them.
All the pains are related to the...
Right, so all the pain from all of those problems has now been done.
Yeah.
And this is killing the excitement of this exercise, because what we like to do is hear from the person first, and then bring up the answers from the AI, all right? So I'm going to say to it, all do, perfect. Move on to the next question, but don't give me answers, please. Answers, unless I ask for them. All right. Who are the people most affected by this problem?
Business professionals, the people that visit a lot of events, salespeople, startup founders. Yeah,
all
those
right.
are the main.
So, what's going to be our message? We've just heard salespeople, people who attend a lot of events. What are we going to tell the AI? I don't know. You tell me. All right? I don't know. You tell me. And let's see what comes up. You said sales?
Yep.
That's that one. People who attend conferences? That one. And then these two, entrepreneurs and small business owners, those two. And now we have here something else, which is professionals in industries with high need. All right? And maybe event organizers as well.
Right.
All right? So we'll say yes, all of them are spot on. All right. And now it's giving us a problem statement. Let's have a read of this problem statement. You can all read it without me needing to read it for you. Dorian, especially you. What do you think of the problem statement?
Yeah, it hits directly in the...
It's good, right? Okay.
Right.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Each one of you are only allowed to answer once. So if you answer once and you get it right, the next time I ask, don't answer, to give everybody a chance in the room, okay? Can you see any of these things that we've done so far? If you can see it, shout out the number. Who said something? Number 2, structural communication. Where did you see structural communication? It says here using Markdown. You saw the Markdown? All right, perfect. So let's go back into here, and we go up. And you can see that these are titles. Why? Because we're using Markdown. These hashes indicate that this is a heading level 1. One hash means heading level 1. If we were to go in deeper and we say like that, that means heading level 2. So now we are communicating structure to the AI. Now what we're going to do you remember up here where it said, share what you've done from the current outline? Remember this? And we shared with it, and it was empty. Now what we're going to do, we're going to go down to the bottom. We're going to grab our problem statement, we're going to copy it, and go back up. And we're going to paste it in here, and we're going to resubmit this. So, when we first submitted this, it was an empty outline. All the AI had available to it was what? Dorian's mind dump, brain dump. Now what does it have? Tell me.
Starting point.
It has what?
Starting point. Entry.
What's the starting point?
The idea.
We know that. When we started it off, it had the problem statement. The first time we submitted, it had, the brain dump. Now what does it have that it didn't have before?
Yeah, the problem statement.
The problem statement. So the first round that we did with the AI, all it had was a general idea of what was in my mind. Now what does it have? It has a general idea of what I had in my mind, and now an articulated problem statement. What does this mean? It means that the level of understanding of the AI around my business idea has just moved up a level. When it was just an idea, that was level 1. With an articulated problem statement, it's now moved up a level, which means its intelligence has gone up and its ability to help me moving forward has gone forward. Now, if you look down, the rest of the conversation has disappeared. Does anybody understand, or can anybody guess why it's important that we got rid of the rest of the conversation? It will relate to the previous, but it's actually to do with this, context window management. If you have a conversation with the AI, and in that conversation you talk about 100 different things, every time you press submit, the AI has to process those 100 things, which means its ability to focus on your task gets weaker and weaker and weaker. Do you guys have drinks here in Moldova where you add like a liquid and then you add the water to it, or you add powder and then you add water to it? Do you have those type of drinks? So what happens is the more of that liquid or the more of that powder you pour into it, the stronger it becomes. Sometimes it becomes so strong that you can't drink it. Are you guys with me? All right. It's the same thing here. The more your context window is focused on the task at hand, the more powerful the AI will be at helping you solve your problem. The more you're talking about this and then talking about that and then having a conversation, the weaker and weaker it becomes. So right now, it's very strong because it has two things. It has the idea, it has the problem statement. This is what we call context window management. We've deleted everything that we no longer need. We no longer need that discussion because we reached a conclusion. Correct? All right. So now let us resubmit. Now it goes over here, okay? Ask me question 1. All right. At this point, Dorian, I kind of don't need you anymore. I know it's your business idea, but I kind of don't need you anymore because I feel very confident that the AI's answers to many of these questions are pretty much going to be very accurate. I will still ask you because it's your business, and sometimes it might give suggestions that fall out of what you have in mind, all right? So, what's the answer? I don't know. You tell me. So the question is, what are the most important characteristics? And it's suggesting job titles, company size, location, event types, age range, interests. This is quite a huge thing, actually. Let me just see. Are you targeting Moldova and Eastern Europe, or?
Yeah, I'm starting with this.
All right. And the event types is correct. Age range?
Yeah.
Correct.
Maybe a little younger.
Say again?
Maybe a little younger also.
A little younger. Okay. So age range, starting point should be a bit younger. Like what?
Let's put it 18. 18.
18? Yeah. Okay. How old are you?
18.
How convenient. All right. And I don't think, I mean, personally, I wouldn't bother with interests. I don't think it's relevant to the fact that they go to events is pretty much it. And then don't bother with interests. But otherwise, good. Now, I'm going to come back to this, and I'm going to cross off this one, because this is one that we did. Let me see. All right. Number 4. Does anybody want to try and explain to me what number 4 is in light of the example that we're working with now? Somebody volunteer. Somebody. Other than Dorian. This number 4, where are you seeing this now? In the work that we're doing, where is this example? All right. It's a part of I don't know. There's two parts to it. One is, normally when we talk about using ChatGPT and AI, people always say that we have to give it the best prompt. We have to ask it the best questions. In this exercise we're doing, who is asking the questions and who is giving the prompt? The AI. We've flipped the script. We are not prompting the AI anymore. Now the AI is prompting us. So that is this part over here. Okay? So let's cross that out. Then we're asking it to suggest the answers to ourselves. And this, just so that you know, this will transform your use of AI. This point number 4. Please take note of it, what we're doing today. This will transform your use of AI. Going from us prompting it and asking it questions to it prompting us and asking us questions is transformational. And then helping us with the answers takes it to another level altogether. Now, in museums, art museums, traditional museums, all the pieces of art that are in there are chosen by somebody called a curator. The curator's job is not to paint. The curator's job is not to do pottery or anything else. The job of the curator is to decide which pieces will be a good fit for his or her museum. Right? What you're doing now, what we're doing in this exercise, is curating, not creating. Trying to sit down and define the problem statement of our business from ground zero is an effort of creation. And the way creation works is inside of our mind, we're trying to connect all of these thoughts. We have to make this problem statement, and it's so difficult, it's so frustrating. You know what? I'll do it later. And that's why most people start businesses without a business plan. Because the effort of writing a business plan from ground zero, when you have no experience in writing business plans, even if you have experience writing business plans, the effort of creating is so challenging. Especially when you have another 1,000 things on your mind. So now what we've done is we've shifted away from creation, and now we've moved to curation. And in this situation, take this as an example. It suggested these items here, and we curated it by saying we don't care about interests, and we want 18 years old instead of 25. But now the rest is good. Okay? So, I just want to say to it now, I think we covered their pain points earlier. Although I could have said I don't know. Yep, okay. Any specific groups? I don't know. You tell me. So it's suggesting here, entrepreneurs, startup founders, small business owners, they often have a high need for networking to find partners, investors, and customers. Additionally, as a young entrepreneur from Moldova, you might have a good understanding by focusing. So it's basically suggesting that because you are a startup founder, your best bet is to focus on yourself for now because it's what you know best. What do you think of that?
That's right, because I have in-field experience. And
okay, perfect. Okay, so agreed. All right. Now that we've established our target audience, what are we going to do next? Yuri? I'm going to put pressure on everybody, so everybody needs to make sure they're awake and focused. And if you don't understand, or if I've lost you and anything is confusing you, just put your hand up and say, I don't get it. Can you say that again? It's really, really important that all of us can be vulnerable in learning environments. Otherwise, we don't learn as much as we could otherwise learn. What's the next step? Now that we've established our target audience, we have this statement like this. What's our next step? Exactly. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to take it back to the top. And I'm going to update our outline to include the target audience. Now, when I press send, remember, the first time we did this, what did the AI have? It had our idea. The second time we did it, it had our idea and the problem statement. Now it has clarity around our target audience. Can you see how the intelligence that the AI is working now, it's like a snowball. I call this technique snowballing. And you will not hear about this anywhere in the world. It's called snowballing. Why? Because as the snowball rolls, it starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. At least that's what they show in the films. I can't tell you in real life that's what really happens. So here what we're doing now is we are taking the intelligence that the AI has and we're building it up with each round. So let's press send. All right. Now it is proposing mission and vision, one of the most difficult things for people to come up with. Now, I just want to give a small caveat about this. In the last week, I have redefined how I approach mission and vision, and I feel that mission and vision should only be one line each. That's my newfound philosophy on this. There's a chap called Daniel Priestley, and Daniel Priestley has very good frameworks and methodology, and I'm subscribing to him for this, all right? But for the sake of this purpose, we'll just go with whatever is defined here, and we say, okay, I have no idea. You tell me. Dorian, this is your business. What do you think of these mission statements?
It's written with other words, but it's the same concept as in my vision mission plan.
Could you talk a bit louder or bring the mic closer?
Yeah, I have the mission and vision in my canvas, and it's written with the same. It's written with the same goal, but different words.
All right. So over here, what we have, you have a canvas for this platform?
No, I have in my Figma.
All right. So, empowering professionals to make meaningful connections and accelerate business growth through seamless event networking.
Right.
Number 2, revolutionizing the way people connect to events, making it easier to find valuable relationships and opportunities. Helping entrepreneurs and professionals build a stronger, more supportive community through digital networking at events.
Right. The second one.
The second one? All right. Okay. Crazy. Now, values, of course, is a very personal thing, but what do you think about the values that it's given so far?
I have the values also in my Figma, and a couple of them are
a couple of them are there.
Yeah.
So here, at this point, it's very important to note that we're not telling the AI to dictate for us. What we're asking the AI to do is to save us from starting at ground zero, because at this point, we can say, look, I like authenticity. In fact, let's just do it. I like authenticity and respect and innovation, but not the others. I wanted more. No, okay, let me just stop this conversation 1 second. And let's go back up here. Suggest alternatives. Proactivity, so it's suggesting efficiency, personalization. All right, this is starting to go off track. What do you have?
In the principles, in the values.
Values.
Yeah. Resilience.
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 Okay.
Courage, discipline, competitiveness, and honesty.
I think, okay, these are internal values, but these are not values that your customers will care about. These are all internal values, yeah?
Yeah, I'll try to translate my values.
Yeah, I'm with you, I'm with you. I'm just going to go with these two for now, just for the sake of time. All right. And now it's saying, okay, the long-term vision for the next 5 to 10 years. And these are what it's proposing over here. A vision should be inspirational for you to push you forward, right? So what do you think about these visions?
The first vision is what we put in at 5 years.
So this is the first one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go with this. Who is saying about the unicorn? I think we're going to have our first unicorn over here. Don't forget me, right, when you're doing your unicorn. Okay, so mission, vision, values. Okay, so we have mission, values, vision. We will take this and we will copy it and we will go back up. So as you can see, the actual business plan, the lean plan, I forgot to tell you at the start, oh, that's why values is not actually a part of this. I'm taking values out. That's why it caught me off guard, to be honest, and that's why, but it wasn't asked for in the first place, okay? Now, let's go back over here and let's just see. Can anybody see any of these for us to check off of our list? Let me cross this one off now. Has anybody seen any of these other items for us to cross off? Which one? Number 7. Can you explain? Exactly. So the context that the AI is... Perfect. So the context that the AI is working with is being accumulated as we go along. All right, perfect. Has anybody seen anything else in here that we can also cross off our list? Progressive elaboration, right? Similar thing. They're slightly different, but connected. Let's get that one off. Any others that we can take? We did the markdown one. We can cross that one off. All right. Let's pause there, and we'll come back to this after a second. Let's continue. All right, so value proposition. Here are the questions for section 4. I think we already covered it in the intro, but it's okay. I don't know, you tell me. And let's just copy this now. Okay. We already know that it all works. This is a good one, measuring the ROI of your networking efforts. I don't think this was there before. Right? Because the first time it did this, in fact, let's just have a review of it. The first time it did this, it did it based on your idea. Now it's doing it with the enhanced context of the problem statement and the target audience and the mission and the vision. So now that it's doing this, it's doing it in a more sophisticated way because it understands the concept more deeply, right? So, I think all of these are actually probably better than the original batch. And also, difficulty navigating crowded event spaces. So it's enhanced some of them and it's added more. Okay? So let's say I agree with all of them. So our value proposition is, our platform helps professionals attending physical events connect with relevant individuals. Oh, it's turned this into a bit of a laundry list, actually. So what I'd like to do is say to it, give me another version. Oh, what unique benefit? I was just about to say, give me unique, right? So let's do the same thing. I don't know, you tell me. All right, now it's asking what is going to be unique about this. I'm interested, Dorian, these unique ideas, were any of them ideas that you have not come up with before?
Let me check. The AI-powered matchmaking, personalized recommendation, they are already in the field, so
okay.
Our competitors are already doing that.
Okay. Virtual meeting spaces?
I didn't cover that.
All right, gamification and incentives?
Yeah, there were some rewarding points in other apps, but it's a new concept in the field.
All right, so it's a new concept. And then integrating with management tools, I know that you already thought about that.
Yep.
Interactive event maps, making it easy to understand where they can find each other.
Yeah, there is that thing.
Right? Push notifications. So I'm just going to say all of these. Now, one thing that you can do that I haven't done so far is you can say to it anything else. So let's go back up here. Let it finish writing. And let's just go up here and say, can you suggest any more?
Yeah, because all the concepts are repeatedly in other platforms, so it doesn't give me a competitive advantage.
That's true, but in Moldova, all of these things could be very unique, right? So, but now look at how crazy it's starting to get. So just because the AI suggests you a list, that doesn't mean that's the end of the list. You can say to it anything more, and it will give you more. And you can say anything more, and it will give you more. And you can say anything more, and it will give you more. However, you'll get to a point where it will start repeating the same things from earlier on, but using different words. So if your mind is asleep, you'll just say the same things multiple times. Your mind has to be awake during the process to avoid this, okay? So you could go to all of these things, a whole lot of new options and ideas for you to enhance your, and I'm going to go back. I'll share this conversation with you later, Dorian. So you just get to this point and then press 2 of 2, okay. And then you'll be able to see all of those ideas in case you want to add them to your... Sure.
What if we can add some more, conditions?
You can, of course. You can do whatever you like at the end of the day. What we have here is a general framework that pushes you through. And so if at any point it's going in a direction you don't like, steer it back. If you have certain conditions that need to be respected, then make sure it knows what those conditions are. Okay? So let's grab this now. And now we take it up to our plan.
But for this case, can we do some changes?
Of course. So there's two things you can do. You can, I mean, if you see me, at the end of the day, it's not the boss, you're the boss, right? You're the boss. So if you don't like, let me just delete this. If you don't like, hold on. Okay. Dorian's, the one that you're using, you'll have access to it until tonight, and then we'll take the access away.
I mean, if we can copy and try to make by our own assistant.
You mean the raw prompts? Yeah. No. No. All right, so now we've got to this point. Let me send it, and whilst it's doing its job, let's go back to this. Any more items that we've seen?
Ability to extrapolate information.
Which one? Which number?
10.
Which one?
10.
10? 10.
Yeah.
All right. How to use AI's ability to infer and extrapolate information. So, I was giving Igor this example. Sorry, not Igor. I forgot your name. Yeah. Again? Adrian. I'm sorry, Adrian. If I came to your house and I said to you, oh, I'm so hungry, what will go on in your head? What will you do? You'll go to the kitchen, you might cook something, you might bring some chocolates, you might tell somebody else in the house, make something, we have a guest, they're hungry, do something, and so on. I didn't actually want you to do any of those things. I was just saying that I'm hungry. But you have inferred that the next step to take is to help alleviate my hunger. This is what we call inference. So if I go back to one of these prompts over here, well, I've deleted it now, so okay, over here, and I said, if I said, let's say over here, can you suggest any more? That's a direct instruction, right? If I said, is that all you can offer me? What will it infer from that statement? I want some more, right? And this is one of the powerful things, okay? It seems like I fell a bit short, all right? And now it's gone ahead with smart badges, mood-based matching, whatever the hell, micro-networking sessions, all right? So this is such a powerful thing that the more context the AI has, the more it can infer about what's next. And this is why in the AI world we talk about inference, and it's the most powerful feature of AI, is its ability to infer, okay? So let's go back here, and let's cross this one out. We already did this one earlier, so let's cross this one out. Okay? Can anybody else see any of these? All of them we've gone through, so you'll be able to see all of them. The only one you may not see is this one called cold cognition. Cold cognition basically means, if you look at the style of the writing, it's just straight to the point, factual. There's no emotional chit-chat or any of that stuff. It's just straight to the point. And that's what you need in a plan. You're not trying to inspire other people, you're trying to get clarity. And that's what cold cognition is all about. And just to give you an idea, to give you an example of what cold cognition would look like, if I come back, value proposition, let me go to the next one. All right. If I said to it now, hold on, please rewrite the value proposition using hot cognition. Look at how, this is the original one here, value proposition, offers a unique combination of features and benefits, blah, blah, blah. Now look at this. Imagine attending a conference or industry event and actually connecting with the people who matter most to your business. No more wasted time, no more awkward small talk, and no more missed opportunities. Right? But this is for the public. Because the public, people, they buy with their emotions and then they justify with their intelligence and their rationality. But internally for yourself, it's the reverse. Because you're building a business, you need to focus on rationale and intelligence. So this was an example just to show you the difference. And this is very powerful. You guys should have written by now these two words, hot cognition, cold cognition. Because when you're selling, you go into hot cognition mode. And when you're explaining and so on, you stay in cold cognition mode. All right, so let's go back up here. And let's delete this from our conversation. Okay. Key assumptions. What's the magic words? I don't know. You tell me. So some assumptions are that they will be willing to use it, that they're tech savvy enough and comfortable using a mobile app to do it, that they're willing to invest time and effort into doing it, that there is demand for it, that the market is not saturated with similar solutions, that event management platforms are not already doing this, and that your unique features will differentiate you from others. Now, the nature of assumptions is some of them you can know straight away whether they're accurate or not. But when you're building a business, you need to make sure that you're not living in your head, that you're living in reality. And so now what you can do is you can say, okay, I mean later on, not now, but later on you can say, okay, give me ways to test all of these assumptions. Give me exercises I can do. And it will suggest do a survey or do this or do that, all right? So yes, let's just say yes, I agree. And we're going to bring this exercise to an end in a minute, even with an incomplete plan. All right, now we're going in, we'll do the revenue streams one. All right, 'cause that's the interesting, I can see you shaking your head, like, okay. So I'm not going to bother taking it up because it was only one message. So let's just say, I don't know, you tell me. Subscription-based model, freemium model, commission-based model, advertising, sponsored events, selling data, integration fees. It's suggesting that these are your final, basically the ones that make most sense. Now we could also do something interesting, which is, hold on, please think out of the box. I mean, if you think about it, you know, the land and expand business model is that these people are people who are doing all of this. So let's train them on how to network, and we can sell them some networking things. That's what it's suggesting here. Or some matchmaking service. And so on. It's thinking out of the box. All right. So this is now done. From a demonstration point of view, all of you guys have seen me do this. You all have access to it. So when we finish now, you have access to go and continue this process until you flesh out your entire business plan. You can be done by the end of today maximum. All right? Now let's go back here and look at this one. This one was contextual intelligence. Now you guys understand that the more context you give the AI, the more it has to work with. The nature of general AI is that by default, it's a generalist. But the more context you give it, the more it becomes a specialist. So if you remember in my keynote yesterday morning, we started off with that conversation that said, Michael says, my arm hurts, and Hannah says, oh no. When we turned her into Dr. Hannah, what happened? She said, oh, Michael, how did it happen? Does the pain go up or down, or when does it hurt? It started talking like a doctor. Why? Because it had that one extra bit of context, which was doctor. If we gave it more context to say that Michael was 5 years old, now the doctor would have changed the way that he speaks because it has more context. So let's cross this one off. All right. Cognitive load transfer. Cognitive load is the burden that we deal with in our heads in the effort to do our work. So if I say to you now, what's the problem statement of your business? In fact, let's do an exercise for everybody. All right? We're all going to do an exercise together. I'm going to give you 1 minute, and I want you to think of that place in the world that would bring you the most joy and you would rather be. Think about that. One place in the world where you would love to be. Go. You've got 60 seconds to think about it. All right. Now, I do this exercise all the time, and I get to watch you guys. I saw some of you looking like this. I saw some of you looking like this. I saw some of you looking like this. Where are you looking? There's nothing there, or anywhere else. But now you have a burden inside of your head. You need to put your brain to work in order to find the answer to the question. This is called cognitive load. It's now a burden that's on you to try and figure it out. And what we've been doing throughout this entire exercise by saying, I don't know, you tell me, what have we been doing? We've been offloading it to the AI. So the burden has been passed over, but the final selection is with us. It's a bit like assigning work to employees and they come back and you say, or just imagine you're doing like a wedding and the wedding organizer goes off, figures out a whole load of things. They come back with options and you say, I like this one and this one, but I don't like this one. Go and bring another. Yeah, exactly. That's the reality, right? If you're a manager, imagine working with your delegates. If you have a manager, imagine the work that you have with your manager. It's the same thing. Because effectively, and it's not covered here, but it's important to know, I mentioned it in the keynote yesterday morning, the big paradigm shift of working with AI is the paradigm shift of moving from doing to directing. All we've been doing in today's exercise is directing the AI, but the heavy loading, the heavy load has been carried by the AI. And that's what allows us to move so quickly. So let's take this one out. And we did cold cognition, and now that one is out. All right? So this process here, let's just see what's left because we're not going to be going through the rest of it. We had left these remaining items. The people that you could partner with, different strategies and tactics, the indicators that you would use to measure your success, the milestones, and the potential risks. And you just go through it step by step. Doing it by yourself, the first time you do this, without me, like if it wasn't a proper workshop with you, with your laptops and so on. And by the way, I would never do it with a workshop with this many people. The only time I do this workshop is with a much fewer people, or we put them in groups so that they can help each other. And that is effectively how you do an AI-enabled business plan. And as a result of this business plan, let me tell you, I've structured it now. The first time I did it, there was no structure. It was just a conversation between myself and the AI. Dorian, can I take that mic from you? Okay, so doing my first ever business plan was the turning point between my relationship and the AI. I mentioned this, I think, in the keynote yesterday. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. It took a 30-day business plan down into 3 days. Now I can bring it down to 3 hours, and if I'm by myself, I'll do it in 1 hour, okay? The story is, I was going from London to Manchester, I was working on a non-profit project, and I told myself, in the hotel every morning whilst I'm in Manchester, I will finally put together the plan for this non-profit because I want to raise some money for it. If I didn't have to raise money, maybe I wouldn't have even made the plan. I was so emotionally attached to this idea that I was ready to go forward with it even without. But because I had to raise money, I had to make the business plan. When I got to Manchester, I discovered, this was in December 2022, I discovered that I had left my laptop charger in London. So my plans for the weekend got messed up. So in the morning, I opened my telephone. In those days, there was no voice, we were typing. So I said to ChatGPT, the first version was done with ChatGPT, I said, listen, you and I are going to have a long conversation. I'm going to ask you questions, and you're going to give me answers. You're going to ask me questions, and I'm going to give you answers. And at the end of this, we're going to make a business plan. That was the first time I experienced this. Now you're seeing the refined version. That was the raw version, happened over multiple days, lots of copying into Google Docs, pasting back, blah, blah, blah. At the end of that entire exercise, I decided not to move forward with my project. At the end of that exercise, I decided not to move forward with my project. I decided that I would just take this plan, put it on the side. I thought that all I needed at the time was just £50,000. Non-profit, I bring the brains, you bring the money, right? I realized that to realize my goals for that project, I needed closer to about £1 million. And I needed 1 to 2 years. I was thinking in my mind, I only need 3 months, 2 to 3 months, and £50,000. And as a result of the plan, I decided to delay it to a future year when I have the free time, and even I'll pay for it, it's not a problem. I've done this exercise with many people, and many of them also reached the same conclusion, that that business idea that they were so passionate about, now that they have actually got it out of their head and on paper in front of them, either they're going to delay it to an unknown point in the future, or they are going to abandon the plan altogether. Or if they decide to go ahead with the plan, at least now they know what's really involved to make this plan happen. And that is the real value of a business plan before anybody else, before an investor or anybody else, is that you have complete clarity as to what it is that you're pursuing. All right, did you guys find this helpful? All right. Any questions? Yeah. Say again? This one? Okay. Yes, so the platform that you have access to now, when you finish it all, there's 2 things you can do. You can just copy this because you've made your plan, and so now you can just copy it and put it into a Google Doc. Because what you're doing, you have to remember, it's not one long conversation. You're reaching a conclusion, then you're bringing it back up like this. So the plan is building up as you go along. Once you're finished, that's it. Copy and paste it into a Google Doc or anywhere else. Any other questions? Yeah, you can do the same thing on your laptop. When you go back, log into the same place, remember your number and my password, And from there, you can do all of this from your laptop. I agree with you. It's not easy to do it from your telephone. Do it from your laptop, and then copy it from your laptop. Yuri. The first item is just a starting point. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, here? Okay, yes. So this, what we did in this one, number 1, which is one that we missed, we gave it a framework. This is another power, another weapon, I don't know what the right word is, of working with AI, is to work with a shared framework. Because if you don't have a shared framework, it could go in that direction and you want it to go in that direction. If I said to it a business plan, that word business plan could be defined in 1,000 different ways. But here we've defined it as a lean plan and we gave it the headings. And so now it knows that our goal is to start filling out all of these sections. Without that, it could have gone rogue and gone anywhere. All right, any other questions? You can use any platform as you like. I use Notion. After decades of working and trying everything out, basically. So we even tried to build our own wiki about 15 years ago. So after experience, eventually you come to reach conclusions about what's the best tool for the job. And for us, our internal wiki, organizing all of our knowledge, Notion is the winner. It's just that. Possibly, I don't know. Whatever works for you. Eventually you... Sure, so it depends on your business more, right? So if your business is already integrated in the world of Microsoft, and that's what works for you, I had one person that used Asana. Not Asana. One of these project management tools. She was using that for her prompts. She was creating them as to-do items, and she was saving her prompts as to-do items. Okay, whatever floats your boat. I would recommend Notion because it's the most, personally, I'm not integrated into any ecosystems other than the Google one. I would recommend Notion, but whatever works for you, that's not the main thing to learn from me. The main thing to learn from me is the AI side of things. Any more questions? Feel free to be vulnerable. Any questions that are in your mind, this will be the last chance. Yes, Dorian. All right, so what Dorian just said, for those of you who haven't heard it, is that he's been a month or more than a month? He's been spending more than a month to conclude what we concluded in this 1 hour. So when I said to you, taking a business plan from 30 days down to 3 days, down to 1 hour, those of you who thought that I was exaggerating, you now have, and we don't know each other, right? Okay, so you now have a live example of somebody that had spent 30 days to reach the same conclusions that were reached in 1 hour, which is very, very, very significant and powerful. You want me to show you how to do it? You can. What you can't do in ChatGPT is delete. You can edit, but you can't delete, right? So let's say, for example, if we go into ChatGPT, so let me just go ChatGPT, and then say, let's just say we say, I love Moldova, okay? So now what you can do is, okay, well, we can do it anyhow, is you can click on this pencil icon here, and then say, okay, all right, fantastic, and then say, I love Dubai. And you'll notice here, 2 of 2. So now what that means is that you can jump from 1 of 2, 2 of 2. My platform I can delete. So sometimes I prefer, like, the conversation is finished. I don't want to see it again. I don't want to see 2 of 2, 3 of 3. I just want to delete it. But that's okay. It still works in the same way just by editing, and just ignore the 1 of 2. You go back up and you edit. No, you add the updated version of your outline. So if you see over here, this is the outline, right? So the original outline, it was all empty. So now we're just filling in the spaces. The first prompt you can't see. The first prompt is hidden inside the model. So it just says to here, give me a brain dump. After you give it the brain dump, it says over here, confirm. And then it says, share your current outline. That's another story. Working with ChatGPT is another story. No, it will be different, especially if you don't have the underlying prompt. Because the underlying prompt is something that I've refined over many, over a very long period of time. But it's the same concept. You could say, let's say, I'll give you a demo now, if we still have time. I'll give you a ChatGPT demo of a similar topic. All right? Is this working? Okay, hold on. Business plan framework. Okay, I'm going to stop it. Let's go back up here. It's not the right one. Let me think of an example. I want to plan. It's difficult to put it on the spot. But basically what you're doing is you want to give it a framework. And that framework is the lean canvas. If you search online, look in Google, search for the lean canvas, that is effectively your framework. And you give each of the headings a heading. This concept works for everything, for writing articles, for writing a book, for anything you want to do. Figure out the outline first, and then give it the outline, and then say, help me with section 1, help me with section 2, help me with section 3. It's too much. Like I told you at the start, this is not a training workshop. All I would be doing is exposing you to these high-level concepts. For training workshop, tell your boss to get in touch with me. And we'll come back to Moldova to train your whole team, all right? This was just about exposing you, and you have until the end of tonight inside of our platform to make progress with your business plan so that you don't think I only did this just to win business. I didn't. I did it to help you with your business idea and to show you what's possible with AI. Igor. What do you guys think about Igor's suggestion? You think it's a good suggestion? Tomorrow noon? All right, I'll tell you what, tomorrow midnight. Tomorrow midnight, Dubai time. I think that'll be about 11 p.m. Moldova time. Good deal? All right, super. Kosa, you got a question? Everything that your brain can do, AI can also do. I know it's a very sad reality, sad conclusion to reach, that pretty much everything your brain can do, the AI brain can do as well. So you have to get in the practice. We call this time to AI, is that when you start doing something by yourself, think, hold on a second, maybe the AI can help me with that. The challenge is how to get it to help you with that. And I was speaking to Igor and Dorian earlier, and I shared some tips with them. And I think it's only fair that I share the same tips with everybody else, right? All right. So, a huge, huge, huge super weapon for working with AI is to be vulnerable with it. What do I mean by being vulnerable? It means tell it everything that's going on. I have a business meeting, I'm unprepared, I don't understand the topic, this is a big deal for me, if I win this, it's going to be great for my career. Really like you have a trusted advisor that you can share it all with. Because once you do that, it now understands you and your situation very well. The big problem that everybody has when they're using tools like ChatGPT is they'll just go in, they'll start a conversation, and they'll say, how do I win this business? It's like, it doesn't know who you are. It doesn't know what the business is. It doesn't know what the client is. It doesn't know what your challenges are. It doesn't know what your strengths are. It doesn't know what your weaknesses are. And now you want it to give you some useful advice? No, the more specific you get, yes. Then you are not using it. What I'm telling you now, that you're not. There's no way. What I've done in the last year, I've done more in the last year than I've done in the last 10 years because of this. So I can tell you with complete certainty, unless you're a mathematician, because AI language models are rubbish with maths, unless you're a mathematician or do things that are very heavily number focused, it means that you're, with all respect to you, that the techniques, etc., that you're using are maybe not as developed as you think they are. Even the biases, when you start to understand what the biases are, you can now counteract those biases. Where the only place that we really, really, really struggled in all of the use cases is in getting it to write in a particular writing style. Because it's not an article writer. It's a conversational bot. So it will always default to its weird style. Even if you get success with one item, it will still go back to its stupid ChatGPT style. So if you want to use it for writing, you should use Claude. Don't use ChatGPT. Claude is the only one that sounds 99% like a human. Not 100%, but 99%. All right. Any more questions before we wrap up? Yes, Dorian. It's absolutely, but let me tell you. So what Dorian said is that YC basically say that you need to be speaking to your customers, okay? But he also said it's not so easy to speak to your customers. All right. So there's two ways that you go about this. I'll show you in our platform. Is this the right one? Chat. Let me show you what our customer looks like. Where is it? So if I show you up here, this is our buyer persona here. Her name is Lena Kim. Her background, her responsibilities, her key strengths, accomplishments, soft skills, goals and objectives, challenge. So now if I want to have a conversation with my buyer persona, the quality of it is massively high. And the first time I did this, I then spoke to Lena. Lena is based on a real person. I took it to her, and she said, no, this was wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is right, this is right, this is wrong. And I realized it was based on the ICP model, the traditional ICP model that we're all taught. This model is based on her position title. She is the head of digital transformation in a 10,000 person company. And so I created a job description and a position profile for her, and that's who we talk to. We talk to the position profile. So you should still, as with all AI, you should still speak to human beings. But now what you can do is you can do the 90% by yourself, and then you can take that to her and say, what do you think? How accurate is this for you? Rather than trying to start from level 0. But otherwise, you should absolutely be speaking to people. All right, guys, Arina, I think that's it. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Pleasure. And you know, because this was Moldova Business Week and I'm here until tomorrow morning, I thought it would be a shame, you know, whilst you have eager learners, not to like teach things further. So I'm happy I could do this. Thanks, guys. Thank you.